Zhang Ze steps into a parallel world, where the magic domain is the key to battling invading demons. To save his sister, he adopts the name Rakshasa and unexpectedly awakens the most potent SSS-level talent for summoning. With each level he conquers, an army of stronger monsters rises. Let's witness his heaven-defying ascension. We start our story in China's Tianfeng City, more specifically, the 5th Academy. We see our protagonist, an ordinary young man, staring off into the distance. Around him are his classmates, having mixed anticipation levels for their awakening. Getting a high-ranking talent is extremely rare. If you can become an elite ranker, millions in salary and privileges are waiting for you. But most of these students are already resigned to the fact that they'll most likely be ordinary. Our protagonist, on the other hand, is worrying about his finances. The only way he can think of making some money is entering the demon territory tonight. This young man's name is Zhang Ze. 10 years ago, he was transported into this world. His name was given to him by his adoptive parents. The Zhang family treated him like family. He became their son alongside their little daughter. Shortly after that, a mysterious wormhole appeared in the skies. It spawned monsters beyond comprehension, and humanity's weapons were hopeless against their brutality. Zhang Ze's mother was one of the many casualties of their descent. Seeing his mom die changed the trajectory of his life. Witnessing a horrific monster devour the woman who raised him as her own was burned into his memory. He literally has the same lore as Eren Yeager. All the while, his father was stuck in the debris of destruction, screaming for him and his sister to run. In his father's final moments, he entrusted his little sister to Zhang Ze. The two kids didn't heed their father's request and ran up to him instead. What they saw was a vile creature of monstrous proportions walking slowly. With a single stomp, it crushed their father to a mere pile of blood. Humans were such helpless and fragile creatures against them, but that changed when humanity fought back with the opening of the gate to the demon territory. They discovered that becoming stronger in that place also made you stronger in the real world. Many brave people ventured into the unknown to slay demons. Eventually, every country formed groups of elite awakened humans to fight against the demon territory monsters. This eventually led to victory. It led to the formation of an international organization, the Monster Territory Hunter Association. They classified hunters into 5 ranks. Rank 1 is equivalent to a normal, healthy human, getting stronger until ranks 2, 3, 4, and finally 5. Oftentimes, high-ranking demons in the territory can only be dealt with by godlike rank 5 hunters, and this is directly tied to the tier of a human's awakening talent. It ranges from the mythical SSS rank to the paltry and common D rank. The higher the rank, the stronger a person is, and the higher their potential is. Only those who awaken A-rank talents or higher can pass the hunter exam. Tonight, Zhang Ze must pass the exam. After the day at university, he went home to his little sister's cooking. Holding a burnt piece of meal, she apologized to her brother for messing up his supposed birthday meal gift. He assured her that it's okay since she shouldn't be pushing her weak body in the first place. After that, they went back to their silly brother and sister antics as Zhang Ze wanted to devour that chicken drumstick meal anyway. A few moments later, his sister went out to visit a friend's house, wishing him luck with his entrance to the demon territory. The time has finally come. In just a few seconds, he'll be going in. Glory or shame, it all comes down to this. The time has come, and he pressed the button on his watch. He was sucked into an unfamiliar place. Chaotic voices of space surrounded him in all directions. Closing his eyes, a comforting voice greeted him. A small dotted fairy is welcoming him to the demon territory. Since this is the proving ground, he was prompted to set his name and costume. Having read the guides, he knows that it's best to protect his identity in such a dangerous place. So he picked the name Rakshasa, equipped with a masked outfit. He was immediately surrounded by a magical force. Just like that, he was equipped with a full set of hooded armor. The fit low-key goes hard. It was now his time to be evaluated in terms of talent using a crystal ball. Putting his hands on it, all he could pray for was for the results to be A rank. The light inside the ball illuminated everything, but the luster ended just a few seconds after. Looking at the results, even the guide fairy was stumped. At this moment, he couldn't handle the suspense at all. That's when she revealed that what he awakened was an SSS rank talent called Summon. His tier of talent only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. But just an S-rank talent, your future is already guaranteed to be bright, even more so for someone with SSS rank. The guide fairy also directed him to his summon skill description. With a 60-second cooldown, he can summon an opponent's clone after killing. With each level, he can summon more and stronger clones. If he can kill and summon a monster right away, he could theoretically build a monster army. All kinds of monsters exist in the demon territory, so it's entirely possible for him to build a legion of boss monsters. He needed to calm himself down with these thoughts, so he checked his status window first. Except for his SSS rank skill, everything seems to be normal. Another standout is his 1 level higher mental spirit. He thinks that this might be because he's a transmigrator. The fairy guide notified him that he can now officially enter the demon territory. As she started to vanish, the scenery in front of Zhang Ze started to change. He's now on a giant platform surrounded by massive magical pillars amidst a bustling group of people. The demon territory instructors called out to every newbie on site. In the middle of countless new hunters is Zhang Ze. He liked the sight of these many people, the sight of the true demon territory. Someone was quick to hog the limelight, though. It was a punk rock dude that awakened Force Fist, an A-rank talent. Meanwhile, the surrounding people have mixed feelings about their grades. Some are even grieving that they awakened to the lowest of the low, D rank. Everyone was ordered to queue up for their starting weapons, and they promptly complied. The instructors reminded them that this is not a game. Death in here is death in real life. Those who come to play often meet tragic fates. This battlefield is lawless. They not only need to worry about monsters, but also fellow humans. They must keep their guards up for liars and murderers. They can only go back out through here, the teleportation altar. Finally, it was Zhang Ze's turn to get his starting weapon. He needed to register his talent skill rank first. Since there are so many people here, he chose to conceal his talent skill and register as a D rank. The other people in line mocked him for being the weakest rank as he chose a bow as his weapon. He's also a range enjoyer. Exquisite taste. A long-range weapon might have a lower attack power, but it's safer. The instructor advised him that only cautious people can survive longer. They went on all day until they finally gave everyone their weapons. Looking at the list, there are only 3 people that awakened an A rank or above talent in this batch. The generations are getting worse. The newly inducted hunters charged without caution with the hopes of killing monsters, but a single person was left behind practicing archery on a target and miserably failing. The instructor took note of this coded young man. Zhang Ze underestimated the difficulty of shooting bows. He's been here forever, and he's only hit 1 bullseye. He knows that real combat won't give him this much room for failure. He needs to improve on archery so he could hunt for his first summon. The sun beamed down on him hard while arrows littered the ground of the altar. His eyes have become much more confident now. His stance has improved by a mile while holding the long bow. His release of the arrow was flawless, and he has hit multiple consecutive shots accurately. His archery proficiency went up to level 4 with an 80% proficiency. With thick calluses in his hands, this much practice should be enough. Donning his mask again, it was now time to depart into the unknown. Buff rabbits and giant turtles, monstrous forces are waiting for him. Now, for a quick monster territory guide of the first floor, we have the violent rabbit, fast and devastating but lacking in defense. The lava turtle, on the other hand, is the exact opposite, and the one to look out for is the first floor boss, the dark shadow wolf, a fast speed and high attack monster with a special skill. The same people that rush inside confidently are now running and screaming to be saved. Behind them was a rampaging lava turtle. One of them almost got caught by its colossal stomp. This beast looked so extremely pissed off, until it was hit by an ordinary arrow that bounced right off from the side. Zhang Ze tried to catch its aggro as loudly as he can. He insulted the lava turtle, calling it cute and wanting to be its friend. The lava turtle visibly got even angrier. He's starting to rethink this idea. A supposedly slow lava turtle is running up to him like a speeding vehicle. Such a scary-looking monster is catching up to him. Thankfully, his plan's about to be set into motion as he goes near the altar. The pillars of the altar are glowing with powerful magic. When they got closer, its defensive protocol was activated. They shot down the turtle with critical damage. Bro was playing chess while the other players were playing checkers. It was charred black with an HP of only 10. Zhang Ze took the chance and fired 3 consecutive shots. The 3 arrows landed on the turtle, giving him the last hit of the fight. The corpse of the monster slowly disintegrated into nothing. It left a low-rank energy magic soul. Using the altar's barrier magic was a genius move. Magic soul orbs like these are also categorized into low, medium, and high ranks. Red corresponds to strength, green is physique, blue is mental spirit, and yellow is agility. The increase this low-rank soul orb has amounts to 0.01 attribute points, so he found it best to save it first and then sell it to the internet later. But what's more important is the notification to summon the lava turtle. He clicked the button, and a blind light started to materialize in front of him. Inside the light appeared the lava turtle. He couldn't help but laugh in delight after seeing his first summoned beast. he had to cuddle up with his new summon adorably. A violent rabbit can be seen clobbering a human. This group of 3 is optimistic about their numbers' advantage over the monster, but something is amiss as a sound can be heard from afar. Looking behind them is a lava turtle rampaging through. But that's not the most surprising thing. They couldn't believe what's on top of the turtle, though it's a human wearing a hood and a mask. Zhang Ze was very pleased with their reaction. This guy is just flexing his mount to the news. All the group knows is that this man is an anomaly. One of them had this idea of taming a violent rabbit as well. As he was stating his plan, he was punched by the beast once again. The group turned around to get revenge on the monster. One of them managed to land a critical strike on its arm, prompting it to jump out of distance. Concentrating its power, the violent rabbit started to transform. It contorted its muscle until it entered the berserk state. With half of its HP left, the group still thinks that they could win this. But another pair of violent rabbits just spawned right out of the bushes. It was at that moment they knew they messed up. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze is casually riding his turtle, enjoying the scenery. Behind him are the 3 stooges running from the violent rabbits. They ran so fast with their lives on the line. They passed Zhang Ze atop his turtle, advising him to make a run for it as well. His eyes almost flew out of their sockets at the sight of the buffed rabbits behind him. He dodged a lethal punch from the berserker bunny. He promptly ordered his lava turtle to use its tail for a counter. The attack yielded multiple critical strikes, shaving massive amounts of HP. He's just realizing that his personal damage is lower than his summons. The berserker bunny quickly recovered and executed an attack on the turtle's flank. The other rabbits were quick to follow with their barrage of punches and kicks. Even if the lava turtle has outstanding defenses, its movement is just too slow. Its HP has reached the halfway point as well. Using its massive body, another round of critical strikes was unleashed. Zhang Ze hopped off and took the last hits one by one using his bow. The turtle continued to do its job in peeling the enemy's health while arrows after arrows claimed the life of the rabbits. But the remaining opponent is more troublesome. The berserker rabbit took advantage of an opening, punching the lava turtle squarely on its head. Knocking his next arrow, he wouldn't let his first summon die. Despite the critical strikes, the rabbit pulls through with blocks. He quickly ordered his lava turtle to return inside the summoning array. But the beast is undergoing some sort of change. His first summon just leveled up. With its new and improved strength, a single tail swing hits the violent rabbit. Just like that, the problematic creature dissipated into nothing. They finally won, gaining soul orbs and 3 new clones. He didn't hesitate to summon them right then and there. The 3 imposing violent rabbits spawned like their JoJo characters. Zhang Ze has been doing excellent. A level 2 lava turtle with 3 violent rabbits. He's building up his army. The next day arrives and the sun is shining as bright as ever. He received a class message for newbies. They must gather at the altar for an announcement. This urgency is quite odd. Gathered at the altar are the numerous newbies of Zhang Ze's batch. The kind-looking attendant warned them of the dangers of the first floor's boss, the Dark Shadow Wolf. With that in mind, they have invited an elite warrior to lead everyone out of the first floor to the next. The gorgeous elite introduced herself as Liu Ya-Ying, also known as Moon Shadow. Will our boy collect waifus and summons? She's the girl from the past generation who awakened an S-rank skill, the campus beauty and genius of Qing University Martial Arts Academy. She warned everyone not to underestimate the boss and to listen to her orders. Those who disobey her will suffer consequences. Every new at the altar receives a notification simultaneously. It was a system invitation to join Moon Shadow's team. Her keyed information has been concealed, so Zhang Ze wonders if she's stronger than his summoned beasts. If he can use this chance to take the boss monster for himself, it would be great. With Moon Shadow leading the way, the group made their way deep into the woods on the first floor. Zhang had to hide his true combat ability and refrain from summoning beasts to avoid causing a scene. On their route, they encountered a few violent rabbits and a single lava turtle, which appeared to block their advance. Some of the newbies quickly reacted and organized themselves, but Moon Shadow had a different approach, keeping her hand on her blade. She dashed at godlike speeds, eliminating every beast in her path. The newbies were in awe of her ability to wipe out the enemies in one move. A one-sword kill was too incredible. This must be the power of an S-rank talent elite. This is how it feels to get carried by a better player. She ordered the dazed newbies to stop looking and start moving along. With such skill, Zhang Ze should forget about kill-stealing the boss from her. The journey was long and winding, and the darkness of the night finally caught up with them. In the distance, they could hear the ominous howling of the Dark Shadow Wolf, a telltale sign that they had arrived at their destination. Up ahead, a dark portal began to spawn and swirl the boss gate to avoid dying. The newbies needed to stay close and avoid aggro. The first thing to emerge from the gate was a menacing claw, accompanied by a suffocating aura that enveloped the whole party. The boss monster had finally arrived, bringing with it a thick fog that obscured everyone's vision. In the midst of all this, Mu's shadow focused on her stance and blade. She sensed a devastating attack coming from her flank and pressure building up behind her. Before she knew it, the wolf was already circling her at blinding speeds, having taken its time to hide its presence. Then, when they least expected it, the wolf pounced with terrifying bloodlust. But Mu's shadow opened her eyes at the right time and skillfully dodged to the side. She exploited the opening she had created, gracefully holding her blade and executing countless critical strikes, draining the wolf's HP. In one fell swoop, Mu's shadow defeated the boss monster of the first floor, causing the thick and dark fog to dissipate along with its body. The newbies didn't even catch what had just happened, but some of them knew it was her S-rank talent, Light Blade Slash. This skill became even more powerful with each consecutive blade slash. Everyone had finally obtained their first floor pass key. Looking at her personal notifications, Mu's shadow knew she was needed elsewhere on the higher floors. She warned everyone to pass through the first gate immediately before the boss respawned in 1 hour. Her mission was complete, so she would return to the 5th floor and grind the boss there. So she's just a full-time badass. But something caught everyone's attention. Behind Mu's shadow, the boss gate started to emit some sort of dark aura. This sight was all too familiar for her, a sign of a new boss spawning. And it hadn't even been an hour yet. But that wasn't all. This aura was different from the previous one, and there was only one feasible explanation. The rest of the party tried to calm themselves down by relying on their senior sister, Mu's shadow. She quickly ordered everyone to run, as they would just be a burden for her. Zhang Ze was having doubts about whether she could handle this alone or not. An elite boss is equivalent to 5. However, her priority is getting the freshman back to safety. The wolf didn't waste any time and charged forward. Mu's shadow dodged to the side with pure instincts. She was quick to draw her blade too, just like last time, executing the light blade slash perfectly. However, she dealt too little damage, a testament to the elite boss' defense. Both of them turned around, aiming at each other for another clash, but the elite boss was too fast on its paws. Its pivot and jump were way too fast to react to. Panic can be seen in Mu's shadow's eyes from the first time. Her sides were slashed with deep wounds, and on top of that, she was inflicted with a bleeding status. This wolf has some sus targeting. She tried her best to dodge, but it was just too fast. She knew she couldn't admit defeat now. Her blade stab was skillfully avoided by the elite boss. A few meters away, the freshmen were still fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Zhang Ze was lamenting how rare an elite-ranked dark shadow wolf is. He was starting to entertain the thought of subduing it for himself. Back at the battlefield, Mu's shadow could be seen limping with countless cuts and injuries. She never expected a first floor's elite boss to be this strong. She was in poor condition, and it still had half HP. She adeptly dodged another pounce and countered with her trusty light blade slash, but the injuries were taking a toll on her legs. Too much bleeding had caused her body to weaken, and her skills were restricted. Just like that, she was now a sitting duck for the wolf to devour. It rushed towards her like a ghostly murderous beast. Submission and hopelessness could be seen in her eyes. The elite-ranked boss executed its fatal skill, the Dark Shadow Rip. It left her lying on the ground, defenseless and vulnerable. The wolf was not going to let this chance go, so it opened its jaw widely. She had already given up all hope of surviving until 3 arrows came flying and ultimately landed on the boss. A masked and hooded figure was using the bushes as his cover. He tried his hardest to get the attention of the beast. She looked at him with a complex expression. She recalled that he was one of the freshmen, but he hadn't escaped like the rest of them. That because he has that dog in him. She tried to warn him to run, as there was no way that he was a match for the beast. But before she could even make a move, the two were already well out of their way deeper into the woods. Her only thought was that the idiot freshman would undoubtedly die. The elite boss was left with half HP, and Zhang Ze could not die here. He was doing this for his sister and her illness. He must lure the monster to a more spacious area so he can take advantage of his summons. But it was quickly catching up to him. And with a pounce, it almost caught him from behind. He quickly slid to stop his momentum and then turned around to activate his summoning skill. The lava turtle and the violent rabbits materialized before his eyes. Mu's shadow wants to go ahead and save the crazy newbie, but their injuries are too debilitating. First, she must stop their bleeding while hoping that the young man can hang in there for a little longer. As she was bandaging herself, a voice chanted the green blessing skill. With a flick of a magic staff, the green essence of life flew and surrounded Mu's shadow, quickly healing her completely. She recognized this healer as Princess. And it's not only her. A whole party of high-leveled awakened humans has also come along. They lecture her for taking a risk and going solo against an elite-ranked monster. She apologizes for her rash actions, as she thought she could pull it off. But speaking of which, the party doesn't see the monster itself. She hurriedly tells them that the elite dark shadow wolf was lured away by a newbie. This surprises the veteran party even more. Meanwhile, back in the scene of Zhang Ze against the boss, he orders his summoned beasts to attack. Their all-out attack utilizes the beast's individual strengths. He's really out here playing Pokémon. Even if the boss is fast, its movement will be restricted by the 3 rabbits. And because of that, the lava turtle will have the opportunity to land a clean strike. A critical tail swing sends the wolf flying and crashing against a tree. With support on the lava turtle's speed, they can land perfect hits on the dark shadow wolf. But this boss monster won't let it go that easily. It executes its special ability, Dark Shadow Rip, speeding through every single summoned beast. Its damage output is way too high, and he has protected his summons from direct damage. One of his level 2 violent rabbits quickly recovers and retaliates. With this much power, they can surround and attack it. The lava turtle will take defense while the rabbits go all out on the offensive. Every claw strike on the turtle is painful. The night is getting deeper, and the battlefield is becoming bleak. One of his level 1 violent rabbits has fallen. Even with the help of his bow, he still couldn't prevent a casualty. Another one of his summoned beasts is dangerously close to being eliminated. They've been fighting for so long, and the elite boss is still standing strong. It comes down to who dies first at this point. With his 2 level 2 monsters working in unison, they finally create a huge opening for a massive tail swing. The gigantic lava turtle tail lands squarely on the wolf's body, causing it to growl in pain. And with their teamwork, the elite dark shadow wolf has been defeated. That fight was too close for comfort. His 2 remaining beasts are left with so little HP, but the loot was bountiful. Medium-ranked soul orbs, a wolf fang necklace, and a wolf bone dagger. He can use the necklace, but close combat with a dagger doesn't really suit him. He plans to sell it for his little sister. He just lost 2 summoned beasts, but sometimes one must take some risks to gain abundant rewards. With a swipe of his hand, he beckons the new addition to the army to come out, the elite dark shadow wolf. The bright portal swirls out of thin air, and finally, the boss monster has spawned as his new summoned beast. Its stats alone make it virtually invincible here on the first floor. It's getting late, and he still has classes tomorrow. The night descends, and he decides to call it a day for now. Meanwhile, Mu's Shadow's party is busy with their search. They locate a place with claw marks of the elite boss. The newbie definitely escaped through here. They search the surroundings and conclude that he probably died. They praise the newbie's sacrifice to save others with his brave and kind heart. But Mu's Shadow insists on going to the school tomorrow and asking around for the newbie who should be a student. In her mind, if that newbie really died, then his blood will be on her hands. Zhang Ze is now back to his everyday life. Today's loot is not bad at all, so he decided to sell it on the net quickly. 61 low rank and 25 medium rank soul orbs are quite a haul. He tried to test the effects of the strength magic soul orb first, thinking that increasing his strength in the demon territory should also boost his strength in the real world. The next day arrived, and his sister had prepared breakfast for him before going to school. Her artificial kidney was declining, and the rent was due soon. He chose not to tell her that he awakened an SSS-ranked talent so as not to worry her even more. Because of his late hours coming home and constant absence, she suspected her brother had a trash talent. She advised him to get a normal job instead of going to the demon territory. This raised his eyebrows a little. After finishing breakfast, he reminded her to focus on studying and not to worry about anything else. He finally arrived at the 5th university. The chatter of students could be heard all over the place. Some of his classmates awakened to a normal life in D rank, while some were a bit luckier. But Zhang Ze's focus was solely on his phone. At the auction web, magic soul orbs were so popular that everything he put up was bought already. Business is booming for our boy. He withdrew the money that amounted to almost enough for his sister's artificial kidney fees. When their professor arrived, he asked everyone to quiet down. Alongside him was Liu Ying, also known as Mu's Shadow. The boys of the class couldn't help but admire her beauty. The professor explained that Liu Ying was here to personally thank the one who lured the boss away last night if he was in this class. But Zhang Ze couldn't care less. He was focused on his money and not exposing himself. He's trying to grind to get that bag, no time for beauties. She departed from the class as she didn't find what she was looking for here. As soon as she left, she became the only topic that the boys could talk about. But the nerd beside Zhang Ze confidently stated that he knows who the goddess has been looking for. When the boss appeared and they were retreating, he recalled that the person named Rakshasa ran back. Changing the topic, the nerd invited him to fight monsters in the demon territory together with 2 girls, but he declined using work as an excuse. The nerd sympathized with his situation concerning his sister's medical needs. He let go of the topic and just asked Zhang Ze to find him in the demon territory with the name Handsome Fatty anytime. The bell rang, and the classes were finally over. But our boy Zhang Ze still needed to do his part-time work cleaning the gymnasium. Not far from him, the university's athletes were flocking to their ace, Zhang Qing, an A-rank talent with strength and potential. He humbly added that what he had achieved was nothing compared to S-rank geniuses. From afar, Zhang Ze admitted that this guy was indeed strong. On a whim, he also decided to punch the strength measuring equipment. He hit 497, just a few points more than Zhang Qing's 507. Yesterday, his personal best was only at 390. This must be the result of absorbing high-rank magic soul orbs. His sister sent him a message that she would be at her friend's house, but Zhang Ze was feeling a little suspicious about this. He planned to ask her about it, but for now, he needed to grind more in the demon territory. He was now back at the altar of the first floor. Looking at his summon slots, he still had 7 remaining spots. He decided to postpone entering the second floor and fill up his roster first for safety reasons. With that in mind, he beckoned his beasts to come out. With the elite Dark Shadow Wolf alone, he was certain that his damage would be enough. Getting a few more lava turtles would work wonders. And not long after, he was already facing a growling lava turtle. With his bow and the elite boss summon, they easily dealt with the turtle's monstrous defense. On the way, they also went on to slay a few violent rabbits. And 1 hour later, the hunt was finally over. With multiple lava turtles and violent rabbits, led by an elite rank boss, his monster army was shaping up nicely. He was finally ready for the second floor. Can't wait until his battalion becomes crazy broken. But a desperate voice asking to be saved caught his attention. From afar was a familiar face along with 2 girls being chased by some shady guys. He recognized the guy as Wang Yang, his classmate, the Handsome Fatty. Handsome Fatty tried to reason that they were just newbies who didn't have anything valuable. However, these shady guys were not planning to get anything from them here. Their aim was to kidnap them for ransom from their real-world family. This is the risk of exposing your identity here. Kidnapping and blackmail are too hard to solve inside. Furthermore, after getting the ransom, hostages rarely get saved. Handsome Fatty tried to excuse that his family is poor, but the shady guys had heard his stories of mansions and 4 raw rees. Have you ever flexed so hard that you get chased by criminals? To cut off their escape, the shady man activated his spell, Muddy Swamp. The solid ground transformed into a trapping goo that sunk their feet. The criminals immediately caught up to them and put a sharp blade to his neck. If they did not want to die, they had to give their family's contact details. Fatty was adamant about giving in to their demands, but the criminals were already used to this dialogue from the start. After chopping hands, everyone talks. But as he lifted his hand for a downward chop, a single arrow came whistling through the air. It landed right on the shady man's arm, and he immediately went into rage mode with his sneak attack against them. He saw a hooded and masked figure with the name Rakshasa not far from him. He called out the group of trash doing evil deeds. The criminals were quick to react and chased after him. Without wasting a second, he turned around and ran to lure them away. The 3 hostages that the criminals had caught would be caught in their place for an hour or so they would dedicate all their forces to chasing down Rakshasa. Looking behind him, he could tell that the shady group was already catching up to his speed. He knew that he needed to lure them to a place that had only one entrance and that he was very familiar with. He ran and ran until they were a long way from the starting point. The criminals mocked his stupidity for running himself into a dead end. They intended not to kill him too fast, but rather to slowly torture him. They could even get some money first. Zhang Ze asked them if they would be known outside if they killed him right there and right then. The criminal was certain that no one would know, and if he knelt to beg for mercy, they would consider leaving him with a full corpse. Hearing this was great news for Zhang Ze, though. He activated his summoning talent, and from here on out, his beasts would serve the guests. In this narrow canyon with nowhere else to run, the shady group was greeted with countless beasts of the first floor spawning at the same time. They could not believe their eyes as lava turtles and violent rabbits surrounded them. With this many monsters and the terrain, retreat and survival should be their utmost priority. But that thought was extinguished at the appearance of a thick and dark fog. Behind that ominous curtain were the eyes of an ice-cold killer, the elite rank boss of the entire floor, the Dark Shadow Wolf. Just like the criminal said, no one would know if someone was killed right here. Those chilling words were their ghost signal to desperately run for their lives. The elite boss was quick to react and pounce on the fleeing criminals. The Dark Shadow Wolf quickly claimed 3 lives in one fell swoop. The lava turtles were no slouch with their tail swings either. The violent rabbits were way too hard to face in close combat by themselves, let alone groups of them. A few moments later, the noisy and chaotic valley had quieted down. These guys truly deserved their fate. To his surprise, these criminals had some good things on them. Among the soul orbs, a single item caught Zhang Ze's attention. A single-use C-rank Berserk talisman. Just another addition to his arsenal for crucial moments. With everything taken care of, it was now time for him to go up to the second floor. As he was about to enter the gate, the familiar voice of Handsome Fatty could be heard as he excitedly ran up to him. He and the 2 girls in his party sincerely thanked Zhang Ze for saving their lives. Handsome Fatty was so touched that he wanted to repay his savior with 1 million, but Zhang Ze politely declined. These riches might be tempting, but once the transfer is made, his identity will get exposed. He's more cautious than me. I would be spilling all types of stuff for a cool million. He just waved at them goodbye as he entered the second floor gate. This solidified his status in the eyes of the 3 as their idol. The altar on the second floor of the demon territory is situated in the middle of a tall and winding cavern. Zhang Ze never would have thought that this would be the terrain of the second floor. The altar is filled with people seeking parties to join for a hunt, but he's still sticking to his creed that it's safer to move alone. Looking at the monster guide of this floor, he saw the description for a poison spider. It uses poison and a strong silk web for trapping. The bloodthirst bat, on the other hand, is an elusive beast that can drain blood bit by bit. And the boss of the floor is the Devour Heaven frog, large, thick-skinned, with impenetrable defense and HP, along with a fearsome area of effect, crowd control, and damage. Just looking at this list, it's clear that the second floor monsters are stronger than the ones on the last floor. As he was distracted by his guidebook, a silk web was shot from behind him. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he dodged the trap. This was his first encounter with the poison spider. The summoner and the monster came face to face. Zhang Ze was quick to activate his skill and summon his beasts. Through the swirling portal, the violent rabbits came out. They were met with the sticky trap of the poison spider's silk web. No matter how fast these rabbits were, they were still caught by the web. It was followed up by a barrage of potent poison. Just like that, one rabbit was rooted and poisoned. Although the damage isn't too high, the poison damage tick can cause HP to drop quickly. He had no choice but to beckon his monsters to attack together at the same time. A few moments later, they overwhelmed the beast with numbers. It fell to the floor and dissipated completely in defeat. They low-key overkilled that spider. He just sacrificed a level 2 violent rabbit for a poison spider and 2 low-rank energy soul orbs. He immediately tried summoning the spider. It immediately spawned through the swirling bright gate. As expected of his second floor monster, its attributes are so much better than his other summons. Along the way, he only encountered and defeated 2 poison spiders. It seems like there are stronger but fewer monsters in here compared to the first floor. While he was thinking of that, a pair of bloodthirst bats were already targeting him from behind. As soon as they got within a few inches of him, he hurriedly activated his summoning. The Dark Shadow Wolf appeared alongside a lava turtle and rabbits. He's lucky that his summon speed has increased. He just came close to being sneak attacked. He ordered everyone to attack the pair of bats together, but they were way too fast and skilled at dodging to counter. Every chance they got, they dove in for a bite to suck blood. It didn't take too long for every summoned beast to be riddled with suck marks. Leeching blood also allowed these critters to recover a lot of HP. He was going to need focused firepower for this. He promptly summoned one of his poison spiders to deploy a poisonous attack. The toxic globs flew and hit the bats. The poison damage quickly took effect on them. This poison tick perfectly countered the bloodthirst bat's blood-suck drain. Now, the only thing left for them to do was to overwhelm the sheer numbers. The defenseless bats were subjected to countless lightning-fast attacks. They eventually fell to their deaths, dissipating on the ground. To deal with just a pair of these monsters, he had to sacrifice a few summoned beasts. Only his stronger summons was left. These 2 bats just put up a Shaq and Kobe tag team on them. Respect. After waiting for the cooldown, he instantly summoned his newly acquired companions. 2 bloodthirst bats spawned through his bright portal. With the addition of these 2, he currently had 8 summoned beasts. He deemed that it should be enough to challenge the second floor boss. He made his way towards where the boss resides, but quite a lot of people are already right outside the site. It seems like someone has claimed the boss of the second floor raid as their property, making money off a public mission. Since experts are located at the higher floors, the demon territory management team couldn't care less about the newbies. The man supervising the entrance yelled at everyone to shut the hell up. He insisted that those who want to fight the boss must fork over 10 energy soul orbs. The people protested that 10 energy soul orbs were simply too much when they were supposed to be free to begin with. The man supervising the entrance angrily announced that there was only one slot left. Zhang Ze, with his hood and mask equipped, walked out of the crowd to take the last spot. He also asked if he could pay in gold bars instead. He insisted that his family was rich, so the payment wouldn't be a problem after they defeat the boss. The entrance supervisor warned him to never cross them with the payment. With this final addition, they made their move to face the second floor boss, Devour Heaven Frog. Inside, Zhang Ze couldn't help but laugh at this man escorting him inside. They walked into the biggest cavern on the floor, where the leader was waiting for the people to gather. This big guy is named Money-Earning Superhero, and he has a proficient boxer rating. Moon's Shadow also has a proficient swordsman rating. Wait, this guy's nickname goes extremely hard. What a gigakshad. This must mean that this guy is somewhat of a real deal. They walked into the interior of the boss cave, and Zhang Ze was in awe of the scale of this cavern behind the tunnel. Not far from them is the portal towards the third floor, guarded by the massive beast. This is the first time that Zhang Ze is coming face to face with such an overwhelming boss monster. He didn't expect it to be as huge as it is. Money-Earning Superhero took off his coat, exposing his shredded physique while warning everyone not to come close as he starts. His steps were heavy and precise. In a split second, his bare fist became covered with blazing heat as he charged the unbothered boss head-on. As soon as he got to his strike zone, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches right at the frog's chin. One series of attacks and he shaved the heaven-devouring frog's HP by 1/3, and he's not even close to finished yet. His ability Fire Fist works on consecutive strikes. But the boss monster was ready to retaliate with a massive glob of fiery material coming from its mouth. After the leader dodged it, the ball of energy headed straight for the other players inside. Taking this opening to counterattack, another pummeling was let loose at the head of the frog. The boss has now fallen to only half of its HP left. Zhang Ze needs to find the right time for the last hit to kill. Money-Earning Superhero simply has that dog in him, delivering a one-sided beating. The unbothered frog is starting to show signs of pain and panic as it takes more punches. Zhang Ze deemed that it was finally time as he knocked his arrow back. He released it amid the beating, and Money-Earning Superhero took note of it, hitting the frog's eye. This single arrow led the heaven-devouring frog to an enraged state, knocking the leader down from its head. It quickly changed aggro towards the human that shot its eye. The other people were quick to yell at him for his attempt at kill-stealing the boss. The heaven-devouring frog was already chasing him throughout the cavern with a vengeance. The leader ordered everyone to simply ignore Zhang Ze. He is certain that a mere newbie daring to snatch a boss is just simply seeking death. They don't have to interfere as the leader wants to see how he'll get burned to death by the boss monster. Zhang Ze is in quite a bit of a pinch. I don't normally support kill-stealing, but I'm rooting for our boy. The other members of the group dismissed Zhang Ze as a greedy newbie who was too arrogant for his own good. They believed there was no way he could kill the boss and leave this place unharmed. After dodging for quite a while, he finally activated his summoning. Lava turtles, bloodthirst bats, and poison spiders spawned simultaneously, immediately surrounding the boss monster from all angles. This summoning technique came as quite a shock to the other members. Even Money-Earning Superhero had never seen such a talented skill before. Damage over time ticks quickly overwhelmed the massive frog as poison and blood-suck damage stacked repeatedly. He successfully weakened it dramatically. To serve as the ranged damage source, he unleashed a barrage of arrows. Every shot landed squarely on the boss until the last hit. He's out here doing cheese strats on bosses. Just like that, he was notified that he had successfully defeated the Devour Heaven Frog. The audience couldn't believe that he had soloed a boss and dropped so much loot. As expected of a territory boss, the harvest was quite bountiful. But the party members quickly surrounded him with anger on their faces, praising him for being quite capable. Now, they were demanding that he hand over everything he looted, along with the promised 10 gold bars, and then they promised to let him go. They were saying all this, but he could have soloed this boss in the first place. He also hadn't gone all out earlier. Summoning the Dark Shadow Wolf should have been enough to deal with the situation. Money-Earning Superhero praised his interesting talent, but he also said that it was ultimately useless. He quickly activated his fire fist and burned a bloodthirst bat into ashes. His summoned beast fell with a single punch. Money-earning superhero was simply too skilled. This leader warned him that no matter how many mobs he summoned, they were mere trash in front of a true expert. Originally, Zhang Ze only wanted to kill the boss and get the loot, but now, he might have to extend his scope of killing. That's when someone came rushing in from the entrance, calling on everyone to stop. It was a discipline inspector from the Demon Territory Management Bureau named Natural Law. With this inspector's presence, it seemed like Zhang Ze didn't need to fight anymore. Oh man, we were so close to a rampage. This cop has the worst timing. But if a matter of bribery to the chief was divulged to this inspector, it would be bad for money-earning superheroes' party. They might just kill everyone to cover it up. Everything that had been said earlier had been recorded. This would be used as evidence, so they should just surrender to the Bureau. In response to this threat, the leader simply smiled arrogantly. He found it such a pity that these people in front of him wouldn't get any chance to get rid of them. That $ belt goes extremely hard. It immediately became clear that this group would try to kill Zhang Ze and Natural Law. The two stood back to back as they were surrounded by the devious party members. Natural Law whipped out his staff, reassuring Zhang Ze not to be scared as he would take care of him. Zhang Ze was praised for his useful talent and bright future. After they dealt with this situation, the inspector promised to introduce him to the superiors. One member was the first to make a move as he brandished his sword wildly. This rush was met with a quick ice ray. A whole block of ice enveloped the guy, freezing him solid. This inspector was a magician with an A-rank talent, but their leader told them not to be scared as this talent had a cooldown in about a minute. That would be enough for them to charge and kill. With that in mind, the man supervising the entrance earlier took out his own double maces. He tried to strike the mage head-on, but it was skillfully dodged. With a simple kick, Natural Law just sent this man flying. Dang, I didn't know if he was built like that. He was a proud and excellent student who graduated from Tong Chuan Martial University after all. It would be mistaken to think that he was just some four-eyed weakling. His companions would also arrive very soon. For the last time, he asked the whole group to surrender since they couldn't possibly escape the law's judgment. But surrendering was not even a thought in these guys' minds. The man might have lost his dual mace, but he still had his magic. Money-earning superhero praised Lao San for his magical buff. With a newfound level of strength, the leader charged with unprecedented speed with two flaming fists. Natural Law watched in panic as the big guy aimed to blitz them down. He lifted his blue wand and cast a powerful ice ray, but Lao San's talent skill was the B-rank magic resistance buff that invalidated magic for 10 seconds. This was a grim development for Natural Law and Zhang Ze. The leader's fire fist damage was way too high, so he yelled at Zhang Ze to run for his life. But money-earning superhero was determined to kill both of them right then and there. The leader unleashed a fearsome fire attack, coming directly from his fists. Natural Law immediately panicked after seeing this, before finally resigning to his inevitable fate. That was until a massive lava turtle spawned and tanked the hit directly. On top of the turtle is a poison spider, launching its silk web to trap money-earning superhero. Zhang Ze stepped up and reassured the inspector to leave everything to him. With the summoned portals in his hands, he doesn't even have to fight head-on. With a wave of his hand, he's going to make the villains fight his battalion. Suddenly, the dark and grim fog started to emanate all around the cave. From the deepest and darkest origin of the fog comes the menacing dark shadow wolf. Even the bad guys could identify that this was not only a boss monster but also an elite rank. The summoner and the summoned beast stood confidently, but another colossal silhouette can be seen behind them. You got that frog and dog in him. When the leader finally broke out of the silk web trap, he was surprised at what he saw. Behind his mask, Zhang Ze couldn't help but smile slyly. Everyone inside the cavern was in disbelief at the summoning of the Devour Heaven frog. One stupid member thought that the spawning of these two bosses was a bug, but it was clearly a high level of summoning. They are starting to grasp just how insanely broken this talent skill is. They reckon that it might be S rank or higher. But even if Zhang Ze summoned two bosses, his enemies can't back down now, and they have no other choice. Money-earning superhero will take care of the beasts while his people go for the inspector and the kill stealer. The leader jumped and locked his fist for another collision. Zhang Ze was quick to deliver orders to go and get the leader. The two bosses in his army swiftly followed his orders to rush. The dark shadow wolf tried to strike at godlike speeds, but it was dodged. Meanwhile, the Devour Heaven frog had a third of its HP shaved off once again. It immediately tried to counter with its fiery breath, but the leader is just too slippery. The giant frog was simply outclassed skill-wise as its HP continued to drop. Money-earning superhero is gaining a lot of confidence. He just needs to continue pummeling the beasts down. Zhang Ze already expected that the enemy would be this strong while aiming for the frog first. While they were taking cover behind the lava turtle, the members of the group started to bash and trash-talk them. It just so happens that their leader is a veteran when it comes to boss slaying. At this rate, even a frog's outstanding defense would not be enough. That's why Zhang Ze intends to show them something that will blow their mind. He took out the single-use Berserker talisman. Even the inspector knows what this talisman is capable of. With an order to slaughter every enemy on sight, he threw the talisman and it landed on none other than the dark shadow wolf. The talisman instantly melted right into its skin. The already fearsome beast started to undergo a significant transformation. Its blue eyes have now become as red and savage as can be. Just from its growl, anybody would be able to tell that this was a dangerous boss. Such a strong killing intent trying to catch up to him is starting to affect money-earning superhero. The group watching can see that the massive wolf is in a berserk state. Money-earning superhero was contemplating how the monster went into this state without him even attacking. He also knows that he's no match for a boss in a berserk state, and he should run away. But it might just be too late for that. The dark shadow wolf was lightning fast with its charge. Without giving the leader any time to react, the dark shadow rip was unleashed. The wolf wasted no time and surrounded money-earning superhero from every angle with sheer speed. With each unpredictable attack, the man gnashed his teeth in pain, overwhelmed by deep cuts all over his body. Even his people were getting worried for their leader as he was brought down to his knees due to constant weakening. He was just realizing that the young man he was facing was strong, and he had severely underestimated him. With that final thought, he crumbled away into nothing, defeated in combat, but he got bodied. Rest in peace, money-earning superhero. Your name was Fire. Without their leader, the members of the group were quick to become terrified, devising a plan to make a run for it. However, the terrifying gaze of the wolf was already locked onto them. They tried their best to run for their lives, but the speed of an elite rank boss is inescapable. Today, Zhang Ze was dishing out lessons to the bad guys. The inspector was finally grasping just how terrifying this Rakshasa was. He thought that he should be controlled by the country, or the consequences would be unpredictable. That's when the inspector's backup finally arrived. Everyone in the corrupted group had zero chance of escaping now. They chased after the people who were fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze was out here taking inventory of the loot from these high-leveled adventurers. Lifting a piece of armor, he saw a mysterious invitation letter. The golden piece of parchment was like nothing he had seen before. It was an invitation letter to the Death Territory. He had never even heard of this place being recorded in any guides. But never mind that for now, because it's time to absorb all these high-rank energy soul orbs first. His strength and agility took a massive leap, while the inspector made his way to him, singing praises. He was offered to join the Demon Territory Management Bureau and work for the country, but he politely declined as he didn't have any plans of doing that. This answer was quite complicated for the inspector. Since everyone has their own ambitions, he wouldn't force him, but he left his contact details just in case. Zhang Ze courteously accepted and took note of this. As he was about to head inside the gate for the 3rd floor, the inspector wanted to give him one last piece of advice. That no matter how strong he becomes, he must remember that he has the blood of Da Xia, and he must never harm the country and its citizens. With a wave of his hand, he assured the inspector not to worry. He took slow steps as he walked inside the gate leading to the 3rd floor of the Demon Territory. He was swallowed by the swirling portal. What awaited him inside was a vast greenery. An altar situated in the middle of a thick and healthy forest. Seeing how few people were here, it was evident that many were not risking going against stronger monsters. He quickly checked what monsters the 3rd floor was hiding in his guidebook. It seems they have goblin warriors and goblin mages up on this floor. They really put goblins in a higher tier. That's new. From here on out, floors no longer have beasts or insects, but humanoid monsters. His watch rang with an alarm, a sign that it was time to go back since it was getting late. Using the teleportation gates of the territory, he was now back in the real world. He went inside their house, but the lights were out. He knocked on his sister, Xiao Feng's door, to check if she was sleeping. But when he opened the door, there was no one there. It was already so late, and she still hadn't come back. Thinking that she might still be at a friend's house, he decided to make a call. However, looking at his notifications, there were already 15 missed calls for him. He immediately called the number back. On the other line was a panicking voice asking him to come to Yuanding Club's dance hall. It seems something happened to his sister. Yo, why is his sister in the club? Zhang Ze ran as fast as he could, confused as to why his little sister would come to Tian Feng City's luxury dance hall. At the entrance, 2 guards halted his dash due to his cheap and casual clothes while trying to get inside. This might just be the method of paying rent that she mentioned earlier. If anyone harmed his little sister, all hell would break loose. With a single dash, he knocked out the guards in the blink of an eye. He left them lying unconscious as he headed for the club's doors. Inside, an obnoxious businessman demanded service for the young Master Chen, whipping out a card with 10,000 on it as payment for company and drinks. He insulted the young girl for acting pure and innocent while working in a club as he tossed the card to the floor. Zhang Ze's little sister looked terrified at this situation as her friend tried to save her, but the businessman was quick to dismiss her with an arrogant slap. He went on to face the crying young woman, forcing her to please the VIP today. Zhang Ze was just in time to hear all this VIP nonsense going on. Everyone in the club turned their attention to him as he walked with rage in his eyes, promising to cripple anyone who harms his little sister. The businessman was quick to bring up the name of his Tianqing organization as a scare tactic. This organization posed quite a problem, as they hired many demon territory elites for their businesses. But Zhang Ze simply picked up the card that the man tossed earlier. The businessman was pleased, thinking this was a sign of obedient resignation. But Zhang Ze's rage was building. This man just wanted to buy his sister with this card. He calmly tossed it with fatal force, asking the businessman if he was daydreaming. It flew so fast that the man didn't have any time to react, but he knew he was done for. That's when someone sitting at the back moved so fast that the card was successfully intercepted. With just 2 fingers, the card was caught mid-air. It was a blonde and handsome young man with a confident smile. Zhang Ze took note of this speed. Realizing what was happening, the businessman immediately ordered his cronies to go and get Zhang Ze. The hired guards charged simultaneously with the aim of crippling his legs. But a sultry voice and the firm step of a stiletto interrupted the collision. It was someone known as Sister Qiang, the representative of Yunding Club. She identified the old businessman, Wu Hao Tian, causing trouble. She wouldn't let this seedy guy have his way today. Wu Hao Tian complained that he and his friends didn't enjoy themselves today. While Sister Qiang tried to protect her young girls, he was quick to escalate the situation, threatening a change of leadership here in Tian Feng City. She laughed at this threat, stating that they've welcomed this bunch to come play at Tian Feng City, but she wouldn't tolerate the bullying of her people, so they should go back to their own turf at Xi'an Bay. The partygoers watching this incident were locals of the city, so they chimed in to support Sister Qiang. Wu Hao Tian insulted everyone and flexed that his money was the only reason these people had survived today throughout the monster invasion. He insisted that today, he would bring this young girl with him no matter what. If he was that determined, Sister Qiang was left with no choice. She moved behind the rotten old man swiftly, with her leg primed for a powerful strike. But the young blonde man wouldn't let this strike land. With pure confidence, he channeled a golden energy that sent her flying with a single palm strike. As expected of this young Master Chen, Xi'an Bay City's only S-rank elite in 10 years. With that show of strength, Wu Hao Tian continued his plan to take the young lady, no matter who dared to stop him. The hired guards promptly surrounded her, following orders and trying to grab the young lady. But Zhang Ze, with his unprecedented speed, wouldn't let that happen. Anyone who dared to touch his little sister with their dirty hands would meet with his knee strike. Young Master Chen took note of this development. Zhang Ze stood resolutely in front of everyone. He would protect his little sister no matter what. Young Master Chen praised his speed, identifying that he must be a demon territory adventurer like him. Even Sister Qiang noticed how high his agility stat was to have that much speed. Young Master Chen thought that no one would be compared to his 11 points in agility. He found this interesting, so he formally introduced himself as Chen Feng, Xi'an Bay City's Longhu High School Year 3. Zhang Ze also introduced himself as a student of Tian Feng City's 5th University. Chen Feng never would have thought that they were from the same generation, so he extended an invitation to spar. However, Zhang Ze just turned around to leave with his sister as he was not interested. That was until someone chucked a glass bottle at them. This was a blatant provocation, and Chen Feng was determined to make sure they wouldn't be able to leave this place without his permission. Sister Qiang warned him that this guy had a strength of at least 800 kilograms. Zhang Ze had no choice but to let his sister stand aside while he dealt with this situation. The two prodigies faced each other, and Chen Feng couldn't believe his luck in finding a sparring partner. The young master made the first move, vanishing from his spot with his fist already on its way to a collision. Sister Qiang noticed that this strike must have been at least 1,000 kilograms. Fortunately, Zhang Ze maneuvered around it successfully. His advantage was speed, and he knew he'd need to utilize that to defeat the strength. So he unleashed a nasty counter. Though it was not bad, the young master just tanked it with a few steps back. His punches were just too weak. However, his speed was too unpredictable. Once the young master noticed what was happening, Zhang Ze was already behind him. He drove this arrogant young man to frustration with another punch. His agility was truly top tier as he glided all around without giving his opponent any breathing space. Even Wu Hao Tian didn't expect this kind of hidden expert in the city. Zhang Ze finally landed a solid blow squarely on the young master's back, and the girls cheered him on from the sidelines. As Chen Feng turned around, Zhang Ze was already way out of his reach with a few steps back. The confident smile turned into a frustrated scowl. Since he couldn't lift his arm anymore, Zhang Ze asked him if he still wanted to continue. Wu Hao Tian wanted to retreat for now. Having an expert appear here was not good for them. The young master complied, but he vowed to remember Zhang Ze. 3 months from now was the National Martial Arts examination, and when he got into Qing University, a rematch would be in order. With pure confidence, Zhang Ze was also aiming for Qing University. They might be schoolmates someday. Chen Feng was quick to insult him for only having speed and nothing else. He also pathetically flexed that he was richer than him. Get wrecked, rich boy. But Zhang Ze just responded with a kind smile, telling him to mind his own business and his broken arm. They'd find each other at the university. Just like that, the two villains were cast out of the club. The people watching added salt to their wounds with trash talk and protests. Since it was getting late, Zhang Ze and his little sister were going home now. But Sister Qiang respectfully halted them. She was grateful for what he did today, and this big sister wanted to take him upstairs for a chat. Yo, where is this going? I think I've seen this before. His little sister assured him that Sister Qiang was a good person. So upstairs, in a massive room, Sister Qiang started with her agenda. She gave them a 500,000 bank check, a small sincere gift. This was Tian Feng City's reward for him. He needed a lot of money, but he thought he had no reason to take this, even though it would cover rent and his sister's medical needs. But Sister Qiang had a deep grudge with that rotten old man's organization. The young master Chen Feng they found had caused trouble for the Yun Ding Club multiple times. This money was a gesture to ask for help from now on. With the convincing of his little sister, he finally accepted the money with a promise that he would come if Chen Feng caused trouble again in the future. Sister Qiang thanked him sincerely, and as they were about to leave, she can offer them a lift, but they preferred going home themselves. As they walk outside of the club, he warned his little sister to stop working there, regardless of the high salary. She complied and praised her big brother's coolness as he fought earlier. Zhang Ze is not falling for these cute tactics, though. The next day arrived at the 5th university. A familiar voice called out to him. It was handsome Fatty, crying that he almost got kidnapped the day before. If it weren't for his idol, Lord Rakshasa, he would have been in trouble. He's so entranced by Rakshasa that he wants to make him his mentor. Out of nowhere, another familiar young man called out to him. It was the A-rank talent Zheng Hao, asking if he did the cleanup at the martial arts hall yesterday. This might be a little troublesome as he admits that he was responsible for it. This lifted Zheng Hao's mood, and he asked if Zhang Ze saw who used the fist strength test machine. He denied their questions and quickly made his escape with an excuse. Zheng Hao has a gut feeling that it might be Zhang Ze who did it, but his lackeys were quick to remind him that the young man is in the 8th class and didn't even rank in the school's top 100. The truth shall be revealed at the National Martial Arts exam. On the news, it seems like a dangerous criminal is roaming Tian Feng City. A few moments later, Zhang Ze took his leave to the demon territory, reminding Xiao Feng to stay home. The 3rd floor of the demon territory is a massive forest with a bountiful ecosystem. At the transportation altar, our boy Zhang Ze can be seen. He might have obtained the Devour Heaven frog, but many of his beasts have passed. He needs to fill up his 5 blank slots first. Checking the demon territory guide, he read about this floor's goblin warriors and goblin mages as he tries to devise a plan of action. He thinks that he should fight one first so he can decide on which type of goblin suits his team. That's when another desperate voice echoed nearby, asking for help. It was a group of 3 adventurers, their leader and tank warning them to watch out for the goblin warriors' attack. But no matter how prepared they were, panic ensued in the face of a strong enemy. The goblin warrior easily ripped through their shield with its sword. Following that strike was a bar edge of stones manipulated by the magic of the goblin mage. 3 people with close combat professions can't even handle these goblins. It seems like the warrior and mage combination is quite strong, but it's now time for his summons to shine. so he summoned the Devour Heaven frog hidden in the trees. It promptly gathered fiery energy in its giant mouth. Catching the goblins by surprise, a blaze of flames swallowed up the monsters. That opening strike was nicely done, and now it's the lava turtle's turn. It spawned out of the portal, but was immediately targeted by the goblin warrior's shield bash. It's unbelievable that it can still retaliate after being engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the goblin mage is also pulling its weight. It kept throwing magical rocks non-stop. They kept at it until one of Zhang Ze's lava turtles was eliminated. This prompted him to order his frog to target the mage goblin first. From atop a tree, the Devour Heaven frog was akin to a giant flamethrower. The fire traveled so fast that the mage goblin didn't have time to react and get out of the way. With his dwindling HP, just one more breath should finish the job. But to secure the kill, Zhang Ze also brought out the Dark Shadow Wolf. Seeing this summon, the low HP goblin mage did not hesitate to run with a straight face. This goblin is trolling him. This development is new. These goblins are intelligent enough for a strategic retreat. The mage goblin showed no concern for its warrior goblin friend and shamelessly ran like the wind. Zhang Ze wasn't going to let that little guy get away without a fight, so he summoned a level 3 violent rabbit to give chase. A summoned monster and a shameless beast demonstrated their top speeds with their lives on the line. Now that the warrior goblin was left alone, he simply ordered his boss monsters to attack. The blast of the Devour Heaven frog and the quick strikes of the Dark Shadow Wolf overwhelmed the poor goblin. However, this little guy was so tough that the battle lasted for 10 minutes. Excitedly, he beckoned his newly acquired summoned beast to inspect its attributes. The warrior goblin had high overall attack and defense. As expected of a third-floor monster, even though it didn't have a skill, it was still stronger than a level 3 violent rabbit. Speaking of which, his summon hadn't come back for quite a while now. He was suddenly notified that his violent rabbit had died. This information caused panic as he tried to figure out what had happened. But a rumbling and chaotic sound from a distance soon explained everything. It was the sound of countless tiny feet marching towards him. A massive horde of goblins was being led by the angry mage goblin at the forefront. Lil Bro brought the whole country with him. Zhang Ze didn't expect that a single beast would be so upset as to bring all its companions to hunt him down. With this many monsters locked onto him, all of his summoned beasts would die in battle. He had to make a run for it. He retreated as fast as he could until he caught a glimpse of the entry altar. The injured mage goblin also saw the nearby altar and ordered a halt to their charge. These monsters were aware of the existence of player altars, showcasing their intelligence. His chaotic retreat caused quite a scene in the eyes of the players inside the altar. People theorized that he must have kidnapped a goblin's wife or something. The horde finally gave up their revenge, and the mage goblin gave Zhang Ze a crisp middle finger. I'd summoned this guy to dish out middle fingers in a fight. The little warriors and mages slowly retreated to their territory. They could run away and call for help. The only way to deal with them was to cut off their escape. He wondered how he could do that until an idea struck his mind. He couldn't believe he had forgotten about this strategy. Zhang Ze was back in the depths of the third-floor woods, observing goblins from a high vantage point. He had been observing their behavior for some time now. It seemed that a standard goblin team consisted of both long-range and melee attackers. He needed to quickly eliminate both types. Descending from his perch, he ordered his summoned beasts to execute the attack. The lava turtle was the first on the scene, and the goblins quickly took notice. But these little guys were no match for the boss duo of the Dark Shadow Wolf and the Devour Heaven frog. The damage quickly piled up. One of the goblins fell, and a familiar-looking goblin mage was cornered with nowhere to run. His summoned beasts turned their attention to the lone goblin. He had finally found a way to deal with these crafty creatures, eliminate and break up their partnerships. The goblin mage, with low health, wouldn't be able to call for backup like it did last time. Under the gaze of the ferocious wolf, it tried to do what it did best, run as if there were no tomorrow. However, Zhang Ze was well prepared this time. He summoned the poison spider to use a web attack against the fleeing monster. The web was extremely effective in catching and holding the goblin captive. He stood smugly atop the mage goblin and ordered a beating. The goblin was now realizing its final fate. After the hunt, he immediately checked its stats and was impressed with the mage's high long-range damage. Its damage was almost the same as his Dark Shadow Wolf's, but this wasn't enough. He was going to need a few more of these little guys. With his fearsome hunting party, they captured and eliminated goblins at a fast rate. The poison spider's web attack was their ace, so he was considering using even more attacks with special effects. The Devour Heaven frog and its firepower efficiently roasted goblins, but he had sadly lost his remaining lava turtle. At this point, Zhang Ze had 7 goblins, 1 poison spider, and 2 boss monsters. Now that he had a full roster, he could check on the 3rd floor's boss. The sun shines brightly upon the massive greenery of the 3rd floor. In the middle of the woods lies a settlement. Zhang Ze has made his way to this place to confront the 3rd floor's boss monster. He knows that facing it alone would be difficult. That's when he hears someone with an S-rank talent trying to recruit newbies to fight the boss for free. I wouldn't trust this guy even if he paid me. Because there's little to no supervision on this floor, people like this scammer exploit the opportunity. You won't know if he's after your body, money, or even your life. As he is about to enter the settlement, the scammer calls out to him cheerfully. The scammer explains that they only need 5 more people to go in. They'll be free, and the drops will belong to the newbies. He naturally declines and finds a more suitable spot with fewer people present. The scammer relents as the newbies around him trash-talk Zhang Ze's arrogance. He moves around the camp to a place with no people and fewer enemies on standby. He takes an arrow from his quiver and summons his strike force at the same time. His whole team spawns, and they immediately go on a rampage against the goblins guarding this side of the settlement. The mage goblins and the Devour Heaven frog take care of their perimeter firepower. The Dark Shadow Wolf and the Goblin Warriors handle the ferocious all-out brawl. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze is now able to waltz into the goblin camp with no resistance. The Dark Shadow Wolf and Devour Heaven frog remain undefeated as a killer boss monster duo. This wave of enemies nets him a considerable amount of magic soul orbs as well. Looking at the Demon Territory guide, he flips through the map of the 3rd floor. Inside a massive tent with ominous and morbid decorations, the goblin boss should be sitting on its throne. But sounds of slaughter and chaos can be heard from inside. It seems like the goblins are executing people. The fearsome boss monster shows no mercy to the fleeing people with its dual blades. It doesn't even bat an eye, and it looks like it's enjoying the slaughter instead. The 100-man party is now reduced to just a few people, surrounded by goblins and cornered by the boss. These are the same group that Zhang Ze saw outside earlier, but the scammer wearing the purple cloak is nowhere to be seen. Slashes of warriors and projectiles from mages take the lives of the remaining newbie party members. Add the merciless strikes of the boss, and you have a recipe for disaster. One by one, the newbies start to disintegrate into nothing. They leave their magic soul orbs and equipment on the floor while the boss laughs on its throne. It looks like the purple cloak scammer is just luring newbies to their deaths here. That despicable guy's target should be this bountiful loot on the floor. Zhang Ze sneaks in and carefully picks up one of the orbs from the ground. All these low-rank magic soul orbs are equivalent to a newbie's life, nothing but loot for the despicable scammer. While lost in thought, a blade with malicious energy comes flying at him. The landing of the blade produces a loud noise, and Zhang Ze knows what will come next. The boss goblin is alerted. It calls him a dumb invader in perfect human language. The goblins are also pumped now that they have another opponent to fight. He summons his own goblins named number 1, 2, and 3 to block incoming attacks. Summoned goblins versus wild goblins face off. Even the boss watches in disbelief. While his goblins block the small fries, his other beasts can go and fight the boss. They start their assault with a poison spider's web and his arrow shot. The restrictive silk flies towards the boss. That opening gives number 4 and 5 a chance to charge. But the fearsome boss only sees these as tricks of mere ants. It decimates the charging goblins in a single swing. Blocks are useless against raw power. This is the boss's skill, Swirl Slash. The damage it deals is insane. He then brings out the heaven-defying frog and the goblin mages for a long-range slaughter. Fire, arrows, and magically charged rocks fly towards the boss. The monstrosity readies itself for the medley of artillery. Unfortunately, the boss is also adept at blocking and defense, neutralizing the projectiles while posing a threat to Zhang Ze and his summons. At least half of their long-range damage was completely blocked by those blades. The wild mage goblins retaliated with projectiles of their own. However, Zhang Ze's goblin warriors are masterful in their defensive formation. The boss offense and defense are simply insane. He's starting to consider the possibility of retreating first. That's when someone covertly picked up the malicious blade that initiated this mess. The blade was lodged through his stomach, a critical hit dealt by someone named Death Kiss. Turning around, he saw the familiar purple cloak. Of course, there's no other person who could have done this besides the guy earlier, the despicable scammer named Death Kiss. Using the stealth skill and stabbing him with a critical strike, Death Kiss is surprised that Zhang Ze is still alive. This guy's talent would be just another normal skill against monsters, but it's extremely potent against humans. If he hadn't interfered, this villain would have simply harvested the magic soul orbs. Now, in front of him is the Goblin King, and behind is Death Kiss. He's utterly trapped. The Goblin King is continuing to mow down his summons. Notifications of his monster's demise continue to ring. With a tiny bit of HP left, he must think of a way out. Thankfully, he immediately thought of something that could work. He promptly summoned the poison spider to use its web attack again. The careless Death Kiss was caught off guard. This scum thinks that it doesn't matter if he's caught. The boss aggro is locked on Zhang Ze anyway. But our boy is not running away, he's just preparing to loot the scammer's corpse. He ordered his summoned beast to return, and they hastily followed. The plan is starting to make sense in Death Kiss' mind. He retracted his beasts and ran out of the Goblin King's sight. Its aggro would naturally transfer over to the nearest person. Death Kiss is now caught in front of the fearsome boss. The Goblin King is a twisted enjoyer of violence after all, but this scammer still has another ace up his sleeve, his stealth skill. He activated stealth, and the Goblin King stood in place, utterly confused. The stealth will last for about 25 seconds now, giving him plenty of time to plot his revenge. However, Zhang Ze came back inside the tent. Death Kiss saw this, and the fear for his life started to flare up again. With a mocking smile, he's now equipped with his trusty bow. He had already expected this scoundrel to hide himself. So, he'll give the Goblin King a little assistance for now. An arrow landed on the motionless scammer. He's confused about how Zhang Ze spotted him in stealth. But instead of dwelling on that, he should have been thinking of ways to escape the boss. The sadistic monstrosity looked at him with amusement in its eyes. Death Kiss succumbed to the continuous strikes of the Goblin King. He's trying to hold on for 5 more seconds. He redirected his anger to cursing out Zhang Ze. But he just stood there, letting his spider web ensnare the scoundrel. He's giving Death Kiss the experience that countless newbies had to go through. With another arrow straight to the heart, it's now the scammer's turn to leave this world. The final blow is about to descend from the blades of the Goblin King. Death Kiss swore that even if he dies, he won't let Zhang Ze have a good life, so he died. Zhang Ze knew that this trash deserved that fate. Now it's his turn to finish his fight against the boss. He summoned his remaining army back to the battlefield. The second round of the battle between Zhang Ze and the Goblin King is about to begin, but he's still going through the scammer's amazing loot drop. He took a liking to an A-quality white silk glove that increased damage by 50. He looted Michael Jackson's gloves. He wanted to test it out right away by targeting the boss with one of his arrows. The sharp tip of the arrow whistled through the air as it made its way forward. However, the additional attack damage wasn't enough to pierce through the Goblin King's thick skin. His damage remained quite embarrassing. In response to his arrow, the Goblin King unleashed a powerful whirlwind slash, going all out in its offense while insulting his summons as mere ants. 2 of his newly acquired Goblin warriors were eliminated as a result. The boss's powerful area of effect damage was too unstoppable. He needed to find a way to overcome this. After slaughtering his summons, the boss went straight for Zhang Ze. He responded by defensively using the poison spider's web, the strong silk wrapped around the boss's feet. With its mobility limited, he managed to dodge the incoming attack and even trapped one of his blades to the floor itself. He would have to avoid close combat while attacking from a long distance. His goblin mages, the Devour Heaven frog, and his own arrows tried to break through the tough skin once again. The frog's blazing release was as hot and damaging as an inferno. The mage goblin's stone magic had top-notch speed and accuracy. Under the barrage of projectiles, even its exceptional blocking skills were useless. With the upper hand regained, Zhang Ze ramped up the attack with the frog's fiery assault leading the way. They brought the mighty Goblin King down to just 9% of its HP. They only needed to persevere and overwhelm the beast with long-range attacks. The magically charged stones set the stage for the frog's final launch. The Goblin King watched as the fireball closed in rapidly. The explosion engulfed the body of the beast that had claimed the lives of 100 newbies earlier. Its HP reached 0 and it disintegrated into nothing, notifying Zhang Ze of his victory. With the help of his elite-level long-range strike force, he secured the win. Next came the disintegration of the Goblin King's throne. The pieces of rubble cleared up to reveal a teleportation portal. No wonder he didn't see a gate right away, it was hidden within the throne. As expected from a boss, it dropped a high-ranking magic soul orb. It also ordered the newest addition to the team to arise and stop pretending to be dead. The summoned Goblin King slowly materialized from his summoning. It celebrated its glorious rebirth, but when it looked forward, seriousness spread across its face. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze was gleefully smiling. The mighty Goblin King was now his loyal servant after sacrificing so many of his summons. From now on, he had another powerful underling. With the wolf, frog, And now the Goblin King, he had 3 floor bosses. Even though the Dark Shadow Wolf came from the lowest level, its elite rank and experience stood out. Now that he had 5 empty team spots, he planned to get 3 Goblin Warriors and 2 Mages. He could also go to floor 4 first. In the future, he'd like to try summoning even more bosses to make himself invincible. As he was about to enter the teleportation gate, he was halted by a firm voice. He was being accosted by strangers telling him to put his weapon down and surrender. He turned around to see that he was already surrounded. The badge on their chests signified the Demon Territory Management Bureau. He was now in a sudden predicament. They questioned him about the whereabouts of the newbies on his team. They were clearly mistaking Zhang Ze for someone else. However, these guys just wouldn't listen. They had been following 3 cases of newbie slaughter for a year now. Another inspector joined in to introduce themselves and ordered Zhang Ze to lower his weapons and surrender. She warned him not to attempt to escape to the 4th floor gate, as they already had personnel stationed there. Surrounded by a relatively small number of opponents with above-average equipment, he didn't stand a high chance of winning. Reluctantly, he raised his hands, chalking up his misfortune to the day. However, a familiar voice entered the scene, asserting that he wasn't the criminal. When Zhang Ze turned around, he recognized the person he had recently become acquainted with. It was Inspector Natural Law from the 2nd floor boss fight, now referred to as the Chief. Evidently, he had been promoted not too long ago. The newly appointed chief expressed gratitude to Zhang Ze for his role in the promotion. Following his assistance with a high-profile case, the higher-ups had chosen him as the chief of the inspection department. One of the inspectors protested, pointing out that Zhang Ze was the only one remaining at the crime scene. The chief reassured them that this Rakshasa was a close friend of his, and they had also uncovered the true identity of Death Kiss. The chief inquired whether Zhang Ze had encountered anyone going by that name, someone who lured newcomers to their demise. Zhang Ze truthfully conveyed that upon his arrival, the new adventurers were already being massacred. The revelation that all the newcomers had been eliminated was a startling shock. With yet another case resulting in over 100 casualties, Death Kiss truly embodied malevolence. Zhang Ze informed them that they wouldn't be able to apprehend that villain. He revealed that he had already dealt with the scoundrel himself. It had been documented that Death Kiss possessed an S-rank talent, having served as a veteran assassin in the Demon Territory for numerous years. Though met with skepticism, Zhang Ze was prepared to substantiate his claim with his kill list. His list detailed the goblins he had slain, alongside the name Death Kiss. Casually pulling up your kill list is such a flex. The proof was irrefutable. A newcomer who had recently entered the 3rd floor had taken down a seasoned criminal expert. Moreover, he had confronted the scoundrel alone. It appeared that the chief was the only one who had anticipated this outcome, prompting him to inquire about Zhang Ze's methods. The inspectors found it difficult to believe the strength of newcomers these days. In their own time, they had to implore others to carry them. Rakshasa, it seemed, was truly exceptional. The chief was confident that Rakshasa had a promising future ahead, thanking him for ridding the world of the malevolent Death Kiss. If Zhang Ze was cleared to leave, he was eager to depart as soon as possible. However, the chief had one more piece of information to share before Zhang Ze proceeded to a higher floor. It turned out that Death Kiss was associated with a sinister organization named Hope. Despite its seemingly optimistic name, they were unequivocally malevolent. Kidnappings, robberies, assassinations, no atrocity was beyond them. While under investigation, they remained shrouded in cunning and incredible strength. They have a version of the Phantom Troop in this. Now that Zhang Ze had eliminated one of their members, he might have drawn their attention. The chief suggested that joining the Bureau would be a wise move. For now, Zhang Ze stored the name of this ominous organization in his mind. Although he declined the Bureau's offer, he expressed gratitude for the heads-up. With that, he promptly stepped through the 4th floor teleportation gate, leaving the inspectors behind. The chief was confident that he would eventually convince Rakshasa to join their ranks. The 4th floor of the Demon Territory lay barren, its altar enclosed by a magical barrier. Countless adventurers were trapped within the blockade. These confined adventurers protested vehemently, leaving Zhang Ze perplexed. They were asserting that a death territory existed on this floor, preventing regular adventurers from entering. As anticipated, the Demon Territory Management Bureau was once again interfering with his plans. The crowd refused to be confined within the altar, obstructing their entry. To them, this appeared to be a scheme monopolized by the Bureau. The term Death Territory was familiar to Zhang Ze. He even possessed an invitation card for this place in his inventory. One of the inspectors reassured the adventurers that this measure aimed to ensure the Demon Territory's stability. Many among them were unfamiliar with the concept of a Death Territory. Given that the standard demon territory guide didn't mention it, Zhang Ze took it upon himself to explain. The death territory was a separate, unfamiliar realm. Inside lay monstrous creatures of unparalleled savagery. Their appearance seemed random, confined to specific locations. The battles within were merciless and unforgiving. The difficulty level was akin to 10 times that of a regular demon territory floor. Entry was restricted to safeguard everyone's well-being. However, the adventurers remained adamant in their opposition, without experiencing it firsthand. The inspector eventually relented, permitting entry but cautioning that individuals would bear the consequences themselves. The most vocal adventurer took this as a challenge to his pride. He accepted the challenge and ran outside the barrier, insisting that he wasn't scared at all. He wanted to prove that he wasn't a coward easily frightened by a few words. The inspector couldn't help but sigh in pity for the prideful adventurer. If there were still others who wanted to follow, he would open the barrier for them. The remaining adventurers talked amongst themselves, and the consensus was that they didn't want to take the risk. In just a few moments, the prideful adventurer's screams could be heard from afar. He was yelling in horror due to some kind of mutation. He hurriedly told everyone that insane mutated monsters littered the territory, forcing him to run for his life. The bizarre injuries on the man's face provided enough evidence for the existence of the death territory. Is the definition of F around and find out. With this in mind, the inspector asked the crowd if they still had doubts. He suggested that everyone log out and wait for the situation to subside on this floor. However, that would take at least a couple of days, and they couldn't afford to wait that long. Nevertheless, the adventurers around Zhang Ze logged out one by one. He also decided to log out for the time being. Luckily, he didn't have classes the next day. We now shift our scene to an unfamiliar, desolate land of destruction, where a massive, otherworldly monstrosity looms over a lone knight. Instead of fear, the knight's face is plastered with amusement as he draws his blade. He steps forward forcefully and dashes at breakneck speeds. He unleashes countless perfectly targeted slashes on the monstrosity in the blink of an eye. The incomprehensible monster is dominated without even a chance to retaliate. A flawlessly executed technique slays the monster known as a giant zombie. It drops a single purple magic soul orb, which the knight promptly picks up. After slaying the beast, he receives a message out of nowhere. He is notified that Death Kiss has been successfully killed by Rakshasa. This piece of information fascinates the knight, and his interest is piqued by this person called Rakshasa. After an effortless battle, this mysterious knight is about to face the hulking boss of the 22nd floor alone. Dang, this guy is such a cool villain in the making. Meanwhile, outside of the demon territory, we're back in Zhang Ze's home. He tells his sister to stay home and do her homework while he goes out for a bit. Zhang Pun from the Yun Ding Club offers him a job with her cousin, but his sister has heard that this person does dangerous jobs. He reassures her that he's plenty strong for anything. Zhang Ze makes his way to a seemingly abandoned cluster of rundown buildings. This is the address given to him, but he can't seem to find them. He's having a hard time finding Zhang Pun. Thankfully, the young woman finds him first. The lively Pun directs him to meet the others. They go to an abandoned building where her cousin apparently is. Inside are a group of people mapping out something in the middle of the room. She formally introduces and vouches for Zhang Ze. The muscular guy wearing a tank top is her cousin, Lu Kai. This man is quite open to the idea of him joining their team. He really needs a job, but he doesn't even know what these guys do. Lu Kai simply explains that they're going to a fallen zone. The mention of the fallen zone visibly alerts Zhang Ze. Everyone knows about the recent monster invasion from the demon territory and the fall of many cities. These fallen zones not only have monsters, but also countless treasures like jewelry, antiques, and art. Some rich folks want these things for their collections. Their job is to illegally sneak into these dangerous zones to retrieve all kinds of things. They are doing this solely for the money, so danger is just a part of the job. A big man named Tai Gang also chimes in, inviting Zhang Ze to the team and encouraging him to get rich by taking risks. Honestly, just sign me the hell up. The cool and outgoing Feng Zi informed him that they would receive 300,000 for this job, while the stoic Liao Ba remains silent. Currently, he has saved up about 800,000. With the addition of this job's reward, his sister's medical needs would be secured. After deliberating, he happily decided to join the team. Lu Kai welcomed him with open arms and great news. They would receive double their usual earnings. Instead of 300,000, each of them would make 600,000 on this single mission. However, Zhang Ze is still worried about what they might be searching for. Lu Kai revealed that their target was a painting from the 5 Dynasty period. I thought they were looking for the Dragon Balls or something. The location is the Jiandong Museum, and their call time is 4 a.m. The very next day, at Zhang Ze's house, his sister woke up even earlier than he did to prepare breakfast. On their table were apples given by a kind new neighbor. Due to a shortage of fresh resources, these 2 apples cost at least a few hundred each. Even in this world, apple products are so expensive. He reminded his sister that they could eat them but shouldn't casually accept things from strangers. This operation is a dangerous one, so he absorbed all the magic soul orbs he had last night. His strength, physique, mind, and agility are now superior to the rest. He had never tested his fist strength before, but it should be at least 1,000 force. With his agility score of 15, he should be fine against any monster too. He just hopes that everything goes smoothly today. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the city wall. In the massive rundown site, the team was already gathered, waiting for him. Lu Kai handed him a dead chicken for emergencies. He explained that since monsters like to eat corpses, he could throw the chicken as a distraction, taking winner-winner chicken dinner to a new level. The others were already calling out to them to stop wasting time and start the mission. Using a rope, they scaled the tall walls in the middle of a downpour. The slippery and wet walls of the fallen zone served as a barrier for the horrors within, and they were braving through it. He finally made his way to the top of the walls. A scene of roaming monsters and ruined infrastructure greeted the team. Since Lu Kai's cousin referred him to the team, Lu Kai assured him that he's got Zhang Ze's back. Without much time to dilly-dally, they proceeded forth. They walked through the desolate streets of the fallen zone uneventfully. Lao Bo whispered his frustration about bringing a kid on such an important mission as a burden. Even Lu Kai thought the same thing. The team finally arrived at the site of their mission, a collapsed building. This place didn't even have an entrance, but Feng Zi was already taking care of that issue, skillfully. He tracked and dug up an entry point below the rubble. With a smug smile, he notified the team that he had it. With a point of entry established, it was now Lao Ba's turn to shine. He told everyone to move aside as he readied his knuckles. Using his bare fists, he punched the ruins squarely. The debris scattered all over the place, and the obstructions were cleared. An opening was made big enough for the entire team to pass through. Lu Kai bragged that Lao Ba was the strongest in the team with a strength score of 12. But that measly 12 was significantly lower than Zhang Ze's 14. Monsters loved hiding in dark corners, so they needed to be extra vigilant in the pitch-black, collapsed ground. With nothing but flashlights in hand for illumination, the team traversed the eerie site. Lu Kai found the door indicated in their plans. He promptly opened the gates to their target. This is the museum's exhibition hall. They plan to split up and look for the painting. Priceless works of art remain intact in this building. Lu Kai found one named Rafting on the Spring River. However, this one doesn't seem to be the painting they're looking for. Zhang Ze asked if something named The Gift to Prince Fun is their mark. Looking at the reference art on the phone, this might actually be what they're looking for. Lu Kai's mood immediately lifted. They carefully took the painting from the walls and out on the frame, cautiously storing it in the bag. Feng Zi is already thinking about spending his share of the money to have fun at the club, but Zhang Ze noticed that they seem to be one person short. The big man, Tai Gang, is missing with no signs at all. Lu Kai tried to reach out to the big guy through the transponder. Someone that big can't just disappear out of nowhere. They can't afford to sit and wait in this dangerous site. They'll just have to leave a message for Tai Gang as they go above ground first. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister presence is lurking and observing their moves from the dark. It's following them out of the museum's exhibition hall. Zhang Ze was once again the first one to notice that there are some unusual sounds in the background. The imperceptible sound was followed by a massive crash of something big from the ceiling to the ground. Lu Kai knew what this meant. After taking every precaution, they still encountered it. It has the horrific foot of an abominable beast, a grotesque rank 2 demon territory monster beyond human comprehension. Little Boss sprang into action, telling everyone to run as he deals with the dreadful enemy. With a blade in hand, he took to the air and aimed at the foe's head. With all his might, he swung the blade downwards. He managed to land the strike, but his blade shattered into pieces instead. He did not expect the fiend's skin to be this tough. His stun only served as fuel for the beast's rage as its aggro locked onto Baldy. He panicked and used his arms as a shield to block the inevitable strike. The critical attack landed on Lao Ba with a force that shook the already ruined building. The rest of the team called out to him with utmost concern. In front of this savage brute, the rubble and dust settled, revealing the silhouette of the bald man. It appears that Lao Ba is fine besides his crippled arms and hands. Lao Ba is not a small and weak guy by any metric, but he was casually slapped away by a formidable monster from the demon territory. The monstrosity shifted and morphed into an uglier version of itself. It locked onto the whole group with unbridled rage and bloodlust. Zhang Ze felt the killing intent, and a shiver ran through his spine. He composed himself and took out the dead chicken from his bag. He threw the bait in a different direction as the group moved the other way. The chicken trick proved to be effective as it occupied the beast's attention while they escaped. It only bought them a few seconds, though the fiend was already back on their tracks immediately. Zhang Ze looked back to observe the beast's movement. Behind him, the crippled Liao Ba was being assisted by Feng Zi. The enemy is gaining on them. You know the situation is serious if Feng Zi removes his cool sunglasses. He yelled at everyone to leave first while he tries his best to stall it with his firepower. Shotgun shells were shot at various parts of the monster's body, halting its movement to defend. With a grenade in hand, Liao Ba is determined to go all out without caring for his own life. These two are about to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their boss, Lu Kai. The beast must have realized what was happening, as a look of panic appeared on its face as the grenade exploded. The massive boon swallowed everything in the narrow halls of the museum. Press F to pay respects. Lu Kai and Zhang Ze managed to get out of the way in the nick of time. Liao Ba and Feng Zi weren't as fortunate as them, though. With a pained heart and tears in his eyes, Lu Kai has no other choice but to continue their retreat. He had to take the dazed Zhang Ze by the hand to carry on running. Once they are out of the cave, he's positive that they would be safe. They crawled through the narrow entry point that Liao Ba made earlier. It didn't take too long for them to finally see the sun outside the rubble, but what they saw in front of them extinguished any hope of survival. Right in front of them is a massive eyeball stuck in a grotesque belly. After exiting their entry point, they were greeted by a flock of the same kind of monster from the inside. These fiends are bloodthirsty and fully locked onto them with unbridled anger. Lu Kai handed the painting inside the bag to Zhang Ze and urged him to run. Seeing what the man is trying to do, he insisted that he's not running and they're getting away together. But Lu Kai is already in the front lines with his trusty shotgun in hand. This man actually brought a gun to a demon fight. He lets out a successive barrage of shotgun shells on the stationary monsters. The disgusting eyes are staring at his soul with contempt as they ready to counterattack. Lu Kai adjusted his posture to anticipate the incoming attack. He skillfully dodges the fully powered claws of the beast while retreating to a safe distance. Regaining his footing, he remained vigilant of the other surrounding beasts. He promptly took out a frag grenade and immediately removed its pin. With the explosive ready to go, he threw it directly towards the monsters on his flank. He jumped away from the massive explosion while keeping his shotgun ready for action. The explosion of that grenade fueled the monsters' bloodlust, distorting their appearance. One of them got past Lu Kai's vigilance and sneaked up on the clueless guy. Zhang Ze screamed a warning to him, but it might be too late. The fiend had already grabbed Lu Kai's whole body, not letting him escape from its deadly grasp. He tried to formulate a strategy on the spot, but his fate was already decided. The monster threw him as hard and strong as it could. After flying at breakneck speeds, he collided with the hard concrete walls. But Lu Kai is one tough cookie. He got to his feet and dislodged himself from the walls, his face a mix of frustration and pain. As the same monster runs at him for a second round of beating, he contemplates if this is it for him. The enraged monstrosity lunges at him, using its full massive body weight and sharp claws. No matter how hard Lu Kai thought of a way out, he's coming up with blanks. That's when Zhang Ze made a run through a fair bit of distance while locking onto the monster. He made his way with supersonic speed and stood right in front of his teammate to defend. He focused as hard as he could and anticipated the enemy's next moves. Instead of letting the beast come at him, he's choosing to charge wildly too. A sharp monstrous claw and a fist strengthened by magic soul orbs are about to collide. The two finally made contact, and the results were unbelievable. The gargantuan monster, several times the size of a human, was sent flying like a rag doll. The most surprised person in the scene is Lu Kai. He did not have any idea that this kid is this strong. But the monster surprisingly managed to regain its balance and slowly stabilized its footing. Even though the recoil didn't hurt him that much, he assessed that fighting these hordes head-on is not worth it. If all these enemies charge at them simultaneously, they would have zero chance of victory. But Lu Kai told him that this demon territory monster is quite special. They never snatch a companion's prey. Even though there's a scary number of foes in front of them, these guys just want to 1 versus 1. If this was the case, things have just become easier for Zhang Ze. The monster in front of him noticed his increase in confidence. Even though this fiend has an insane amount of strength, Zhang Ze wanted to compete in speed. The ugly wretch is persistent with its offensive strikes. It tried to capture him using its massive hands, but it failed to account for his remarkable speed. He's in one spot in one moment and then he's in another in the next. His jumps are so high that you could mistake it for a levitation trick. And from above, he's using his descent to land a blow with his raw fist. It landed on the jaw of the monster alongside his killing intent. This punch blinded one of the monster's eyes, and green goo started to come out. It sent his enemy into a deeper state of anger than it's already in. It exuded a sinister aura as it tried to reach him with its massive and strong hand again. Liu Kai had to praise Zhang Ze after witnessing that glorious hit, as the monster attempted to reach him with its nasty claws. It fell over as its life finally ran empty. He could admit that his final attack was quite risky, but luckily his speed was sufficient. Looking at his deadly fist, he added one more monster to his kill list. Now he only had 3 more monsters clamoring for their turn. Today, Zhang Ze was risking his life for these fights. The next one on the chopping block was quickly decided as the other 2 made way. The chosen fiend rushed past one of their kind just to get to him. He locked onto this beast as he prepared for the next course of action. He was already battle-ready when he noticed something else coming from his flank. A purple boot landed on his shoulders, using his body as a platform for leverage. It was a gorgeous woman wearing a skin-tight suit complete with futuristic gear. I'm suddenly much more interested in the plot. After landing ahead of Zhang Ze, she immediately demonstrated her skills against the monster. She made her way behind one of the monsters in an instant. She wasn't even fazed as the fearsome claw strike descended upon her. And that's because her confidence was founded on her masterful freedom of movement, as if it were an everyday occurrence. She just snuck into the monster's blind spot. Using a wide-swinging kick, she struck the fiend on one of its vital points. The critical kick absolutely decimated the monster's ribs, causing it to experience indescribable pain before passing. The gorgeous woman made quick work of such a formidable enemy. Zhang Ze watched everything unfold and assessed that the kick alone should be at least 2,000 kilograms of force. She called him a kid, and rightfully so. He didn't even know the first thing to say to her. As the second monster collapsed to its death, a yellow jeep arrived at the scene. She instructed Zhang Ze to take his friend and get in the vehicle. Considering their circumstances, he didn't even question her orders and immediately followed. The driver also called his gorgeous boss to hop in since another group of fearsome beasts was coming. She had already sensed the arrival of a new group, so she was ready to bolt away. With everyone inside the vehicle, it was now the driver's turn to somehow make a successful escape. He shifted gears and accelerated as fast as he could. They left behind a horde made up of tens of fiends that had come from the demon territory. They were fast, but the beasts were too persistent to escape from entirely. Zhang Ze looked behind them and saw that one of the monsters persistently chasing after them only had one eye. After a few moments, monsters started swarming toward them from every angle. The driver was worried about luring this many demons near the wall. If this horde attacked the nearby Shenfeng city, it would be more than troublesome. The mysterious lady considered this concern and started formulating a plan of action. She ordered Zhang Ze to not look back at the horde anymore. He turned around and the lady was already gearing up for something big. She told him that if he didn't want to die, he'd better come and help. She grabbed a bag and tossed it to the pair in the backseat. Looking inside the bag, Zhang Ze found flashbangs and grenades that the woman had prepared to scare the monsters. Even while moving at full speed, these fiends were still gaining on them. Zhang Ze and the woman got up from their seats to throw grenades and flashbangs at the incoming threats. Eventually, their artillery bag ran low as they surveyed the damage they had done. She grabbed one more grenade. I wouldn't mind catching her grenades at all. He fervently took a flashbang. The combination of the two was a match made in heaven, or maybe hell, against the monsters. The fiends mindlessly rushed in, causing them to cluster in one group. A massive explosion erased any signs of their pursuers, and the vehicle barely escaped from the fiery mess. They left the incapacitated horde in their dust as they drove on. Now that they were out of immediate trouble, Zhang Ze wondered just who this lady was and why she had so much ammunition. Impatiently, she asked Liu Kai and Zhang Ze what in the hell they were doing attracting monsters from demon territory. Liu Kai was quick on his feet. His reason was that they just wanted to return to the city to clean their ancestors' graves. She silently listened to Liu Kai's story and grateful remarks. Zhang Ze's bravery and intelligence did not escape the lady's attention after witnessing him fight. So he introduced himself to this woman. Now that they were acquainted, she warned them not to return to this zone again unless they became powerful experts in demon territory. He felt that even though her identity was mysterious, she did not have any kind of evil agenda. They arrived at the end of the road, at the city wall where the injured could receive treatment. They thanked their saviors. They seemed to be powerful experts in demon territory based on their strength. Unfortunately, Zhang Ze's bag was scratched open in the commotion, and the painting was lost. Lu Kai couldn't help but sigh in defeat against their fate. They were just trying to find some cheer, as they had at least survived. The evening quickly came, and he assisted Lu Kai in getting treatment at the hospital. Today had truly been dangerous and torturous for our MC. If that woman had not appeared, it was entirely possible that both Lu Kai and he would have died by now. He still felt bummed that the painting was lost, otherwise they wouldn't have come back empty-handed. As he was focused on his phone, he bumped into a suspicious man wearing a cap and a mask. He suddenly felt that this person's size was way too familiar. He looked back in confusion and curiosity. He couldn't believe that the first person to come to his mind was their missing big man, Tai Gang, and the plot thickens. It was incredible that he had suddenly appeared in the ruins only to be right here. So, he decided to follow the man covertly to uncover the truth. He tried his best to hide his presence at every corner they turned. He stealthily blended into the crowd while maintaining an unnoticeable distance. The farther they walked, the more frustrated he became, until finally, they seemingly arrived at a narrow alley isolated from people. He tried to peek while concealing his presence. The big man made a phone call to someone he referred to as boss. It was starting to make sense. What they had gone through might have been orchestrated by this man. The big man assured his boss that he hadn't been followed by anyone on the way to this place. Eventually, two men slowly made their way to the meeting spot. There was an old man wearing a luxurious suit, accompanied by a scary-looking bald man with a huge scar across his face. They were here to retrieve the item the old man wanted. Removing the mask, it was indeed Tai Gang who carried the canister. He opened the container to reveal a familiar parchment that had come from the fallen zone, all while demanding his money. The old man confirmed that it was indeed the painting and expressed his amazement at Tai Gang's ruthlessness. To monopolize the entire 3 million, he had deceived the brothers he had been running with for 10 years. Zhang Ze's anger surged upon hearing this exchange involving the big man. Now that the authenticity of the merchandise was confirmed, the bald guy produced a briefcase. Inside lay $3 million in cash, pristine and untraceable. Tai Gang accepted the case, commenting that without ruthlessness, survival in this world was impossible. However, as soon as Tai Gang turned his back to them, the bald guy pulled out a gun. The cold muzzle of the pistol pressed against the back of Tai Gang's head. Turning around, Tai Gang's anger transformed into shock. When he realized the dire situation he was in, panic and fear overtook him. The bald man casually disposed of him with a single shot, right in the middle of his forehead. The old man agreed that survival in this world required ruthlessness. However, that's exactly why he needed to be even more ruthless as he took the money from Tai Gang's lifeless hands. The old man despised despicable people the most. The duo exited the narrow, dark alleyway, leaving behind the bleeding corpse of the big man. Zhang Ze was horrified by the gunshot. It took only an instant to claim the life of someone he knew. He was curious about the identity of this old man, but for now, he had to hastily leave the scene. He sprinted home until the sun had set and night had fallen. Gasping for breath after an intense cardio workout, he arrived at their doorstep. His ever-vibrant little sister welcomed him with a radiant smile and inquired about his day. Exhausted, he had no interest in discussing it. All he wanted was to go inside. Just then, a man emerged from the neighboring house, whom his sister referred to as Uncle. To his surprise, it was the same man who had recently given them apples. This uncle was actually the scarred and bald hitman from the earlier scene, working for the old man. Unlike his stern demeanor during assignments, he was now all smiles as he greeted the siblings. The scar stretching across his face was unmistakably the mark of the boss's bodyguard. Zhang Ze composed himself, greeted the man politely, and thanked him for the apples. The man extended his hand for a handshake, emphasizing the importance of neighborly care. His sister eagerly invited the man for dinner, but he intervened, explaining that he was exhausted and they would head inside first. Despite his sister's insistence, Zhang Ze quickly closed the door. The bodyguard found this behavior suspicious, given his experience. His sister began preparing dinner, while he tried to make sense of the situation. That scar was etched in his memory. He had just come back in, but now he wanted to leave again, at least for a while. He opened the window to slip out, determined to fully understand the danger they were in for the sake of his sister and himself. With ease, he navigated from balcony to balcony. He landed safely, noticing a patch of lime on the floor, which he skillfully avoided. Traps like these weren't set up by ordinary people. He entered the bodyguard's bedroom through the window, scanning the room and eventually finding a box beneath the bed. Inside were important documents, including a Rank 1 Demon Territory Expert certification addressed to Huan Hunfei. This seemingly shady bodyguard/hitman was indeed playing the role of a friendly neighbor. As he examined the documents, he caught the sound of someone ascending the stairs. This instantly switched him to emergency mode. The silhouette of the bald man suggested he knew the boy was in his room. Instead of being angry, he wore a smile filled with amusement and anticipation. That's a psychotic smile, if I've ever seen one. Zhang Ze clenched his teeth, hoping that the man would discover him or else they would be forced to engage in a fight. Baldy walked into his room, armed with his trusty gun, behaving like a maniac. He tried his best to remain as quiet as possible while hiding underneath the bed. The hitman continued to call out to him, convinced that the kid was still inside his apartment. The man seemed to relish tormenting him as he cocked the gun. Everything was crumbling around Zhang Ze. The man's instincts as a demon territory expert were exceedingly sharp. However, in just a few seconds, the watch on his wrist would strike 7 p.m. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slowly, making it feel like the longest moments of his life. Finally, at exactly 7, the wristwatch started emitting an alarm sound. With the sudden alarm came an explosion of bright light. Huan Hunfei picked up on the sound and light. He couldn't help but smile diabolically, now that he had the kid cornered. Now that he had been found, panic painted itself across Zhang Ze's face. Without wasting a second, the cold-blooded killer shot through his mattress, behaving like a psychopath. He smiled sadistically at the thought of catching the intruder dead to rights. Underneath the bed, Zhang Ze saw the bullet tear through everything above him. However, his watch had already begun initializing a portable portal on his wrist. The bullet, traveling at unfathomable speeds, was already closing in on him. Simultaneously, the electrifying light emanating from his watch filled the room. Huan Hunfei calmed himself as the scent of gunpowder still lingered on his pistol. He nonchalantly kicked the entire bed while checking underneath it. Upon seeing that the kid had disappeared along with the light that had engulfed the room, he couldn't help but curse. Slowly, he extracted the bullet from the floor while pondering. Since the demon territory opened at this exact hour, the kid must have entered in the nick of time. It didn't take long for another unsettling smile to spread across his face. He'd simply wait for Zhang Ze to come back. He tossed the bullet back onto the floor, harboring even more sinister plans. Zhang Ze successfully transitioned to the demon territory and completed his costume change. Now that he had been discovered, the man would likely wait for his return since he couldn't stay there for long. After 12 hours, when he'd exhausted his energy, he'd be forcibly ejected from this place. He had to utilize this half-day to rapidly grow stronger, or else he wouldn't stand a chance against that man. To achieve that, he'd wasted no time in spawning on the 4th floor. The area around the altar remained barricaded by a magic wall. The death territory still hadn't manifested. Stuck in this spot, there was no hope of getting stronger. Hours had passed, yet there were no updates. People claimed that a special invitation was required to join a group of experts set to confront the death territory's boss. To worsen matters, this boss had an extremely low drop rate. They had decided that newcomers like the majority present at the altar should continue waiting. However, Zhang Ze possessed a death territory invitation letter in his storage. He realized that this might be the perfect opportunity. He activated the invitation and was prompted to confirm its usage. He deeply pondered this message. Having cleared the last floors, there was nothing left for him to do. The choice before him was clear. He confirmed the invitation's usage. After successful activation, a countdown appeared before he was transported. Finally, he was enveloped by the transportation light and entered the new realm. He materialized among other users in a desolated city, marked by widespread destruction. Like him, these people were also plotting their next moves. He also noted the presence of foreigners here. Unlike the demon territories, adventurers from all over the world had gathered. Oh dang, are we going international already? However, someone who recognized his nickname approached him from behind. When he turned to look, he saw someone very familiar to him. It was none other than the young lady from when he was new to the territory, Shadow Moon. She was happy that she had finally found her savior from that fateful day. She had tirelessly been looking for him to express her gratitude by repaying him properly to no avail. Looks like our boy has a pretty stalker. A bearded old man chimed in, confirming if this kid was the one who had lured the elite dark shadow wolf. She called him sixth uncle and introduced Rakshasa. He humbly waved away her words, insisting that anyone would have done the same. This sixth uncle is an infurious chasing wind killer, and beside them is her little brother. The kid's name is Midsummer Night's Dream. The old man praised Zhang Ze's bravery for entering this death territory alone. And here, The monsters are scarier and stronger, and there are foreign adventurers to keep an eye out for. Adventurers killing adventurers for loot is quite common in these parts. So, the old man warned him not to travel alone and invited him to their party. Little bro added that their sixth uncle is an excellent rank adventurer, so they'll be safe. The mention of an excellent rank shocked Zhang Ze. In the Demon Territory Guide, adventurers are classified by their combat ability rank. In ascending order, the ranks go from newbie, veteran, excellent, elite, transcendent, to the most coveted and powerful peak rank. Zhang Ze low-key has peak rank potential already. He knows that this old man must be quite strong. Since it's his first time in this place, he should take precautions against the dangers. He admitted that since it's his first time here, he would be delighted to join the party, and they sealed it with a handshake. The sixth uncle praised his nice personality. Mu's shadow was worried that Rakshasa would refuse and she wouldn't have the chance to pay him back. For the first time ever, he officially joined a team. Since they're a team now, the sixth uncle suggested revealing each other's skills for better team chemistry. The old man took his massive blade and revealed his ability, Shock Knockback. Against colossal monsters, this is a formidable technique. He can activate it with his sword strikes and send enemies flying 10 steps away while paralyzing the target for 30 seconds. Little bro, on the other hand, has illusion. He can create an illusion of any target for an hour. He demonstrated his skill by casting his spell until the bright green light produced a mirage. It was a perfect copy of himself, but it cannot fight. Little bro was literally useless. As for the young lady, Zhang Ze had already seen the light blade slash before. And so, it's his turn to reveal his ability. He would have to reveal this sooner or later, after all, so he might as well do it now. He opened the portal for his trusty army. He concentrated, and the team was blinded by his demonstration. A single goblin warrior spawned from out of thin air. It psyched itself out as if it's going to war right this moment. And so, his summon technique was revealed. All of his teammates were amused and amazed by this revelation. Even the old man praised it as not bad. He also confirmed that these summoned beasts would obey all his orders. They'll have to end the introductions here, though they must hurry to the village and hunt the boss. Since the Death Territory is a soul dungeon, it will draw attribute-less magic soul orbs, high-rank equipment, and other rare items equivalent to the danger. The old man brought Shadow Moon and her little brother along to help them gain experience. They made their way inside the village only to be greeted by a fiery explosion. Zhang Ze immediately knew that something was up. Adventurers and humanoid creatures are duking it out in the middle of the streets. The villagers have been possessed by something leading to this. They're going to need to find the boss, and fast. They charged forward as the old man sternly reminded everyone to follow closely and not get separated. The village is built like a maze as well. Each house and every street they run to looks exactly the same. They cannot stop until they reach their destination, but they're not making any progress. Until something caught Zhang Ze's attention. He's certain that they've passed this spot before. They're just running in literal circles at this point. He also sensed something else nearby. Shadow Moon looked behind her to see a door being kicked open from the inside. They were surrounded by enemies before they knew it. With disgusting skins and seemingly brainless actions, the mutated villagers took on monstrous forms equipped with various weapons to go against the adventurers. Now that their run has been stopped by the mob of monsters, they have no other choice but to fight. They are severely outnumbered several times over. Thankfully, the excellent rank of the old man is not just for show as he took the lead, easing their minds. He will take the front, while Mu's shadow takes care of the flank. Little bro and Rakshasa will stay in the middle as they clear a way out. They took on their positions and started to clash against the mindless monsters. It seems like these villagers are infected with something nefarious. They ran and jumped at the monsters, and all of them locked onto the team. Zhang Ze hastily opened his summoning portal to start the fight. He started off with one goblin warrior and a goblin mage. Meanwhile, Little bro is shaking in fear by his side. One mutated villager managed to land a clean hit on his goblin warrior. Another one took advantage of the opening to strike the goblin mage. These mutated monsters' damage and defense are simply terrifying. Now that his goblins are preoccupied, another monster went right for him with a spiked club. He was about to skillfully dodge out of his spot, but he stopped midway. The old man was quick on his feet in lending him assistance, but this lowered the old man's opinion of Rakshasa's ability. He continued to slaughter the monsters one by one, but something started coming down from the menacing skies out of nowhere. They tried to warn their sixth uncle, but he was struck by the raging blue lightning. Someone had sneakily attacked them. Right after the first thunder, another one came down. Someone wearing a red cape entered the scene to smugly say hello. It was the masked mysterious professor wielding a magic staff. It seems like the old man knew who this mage is. Without saying another word, the staff started to glow a different shade of electricity. This Doctor Strange cosplayer is out here giving them the business. Aimed squarely at the team, the mage unleashed a fireball. Now that the old man is paralyzed from the lightning, he was swallowed up by the fiery explosion. Thankfully, it was not enough to take the excellent rank adventurer out. Shadow Moon and the rest of the team wanted to run to the sixth uncle's side, but as they took another step, a hidden arrow was already heading for her. Zhang Ze yelled at her to watch out, and she instantly reacted. The arrow heading for her was cleanly slashed into two. Atop one of the buildings, the culprit is using the higher vantage point. It was someone named Night Elf wielding a bow from afar. They have night elves in this territory. Please sign me up. Zhang Ze was the first to make the next move by summoning another one of his goblin warriors. They headed straight for the archer, but it was intercepted by a big man wielding a battle axe. A single impactful swing sent the beast flying like a ragdoll. This man, equipped with an ornate battle axe, is known as Harrison. This scoundrel's high attack power just added to their long list of current headaches. Now it's clear that the old man has a history with these three adventurers. He's going on about the last time he left these guys off. He never would have thought that they would dare to attack him now. He hates this group's shameless actions just to get to him. However, the mysterious professor just called him a fool for bringing three newbies into a death territory. They just cannot pass up this rare opportunity. If they can win, being shameless would not matter at all. Using a magic staff, another round of blue lightning bolts struck the stationary old man. The paralysis is keeping him from retaliating and doing anything. If this paralysis cycle goes on, there's a high chance that all of them would die here. He brought out the precious revitalizing potion. These three blatantly want to eliminate the youngsters from his family. This old man will not let the future of the family, Moon Shadow, die here. He crushed the vial to activate the revitalizing potion. The revitalizing effect allowed him to move and brandish his massive sword again. The use of this precious potion earned him mockery from the mage. This would only give him 30 seconds of negative effect immunity, but the price is that he will receive 20% of additional damage. The sixth uncle is ready to risk it all for the sake of the team's safety. With his motor functions back, he faced the nefarious party of three. He called out to Moon Shadow, instructing them to retreat and leave him here. However, Harrison, the axe wielder, would not let that happen so easily. They are underestimating the resolve of a protective old man. He activated shock knockback against the muscular brute to open a line of retreat for his team. At first, Shadow Moon felt conflicted about leaving her sixth uncle by himself against these people, but she finally relented and was the first to take command of their tactical retreat. The Night Elf knocked another arrow back to cut their run. The seemingly normal arrows curved and moved unnaturally. They finally got near them in a weird flying path. Little Bro is getting scared that the arrows are following their tracks. Moon Shadow recognized that this is the Night Elf's talent skill. She put her hands on her blade to respond. Activating the light blade slash perfectly countered the arrows. But after the three that she slashed down, there's another one of the seemingly higher intensity. She saw it and she already knew that she doesn't have time to react. It hit her in the chest, chunking her HP by a significant amount. Even while retreating, she was still wounded by the attacks of the enemy. The nefarious group's primary target is their sixth uncle, so they'll be fine for now. They just must find a place to hide, and after the Death Territory's boss is killed, they can finally leave from a distance. They can still see the electrifying intensity of the fight that they've fled from. Zhang Ze asked the question in his mind, since every country's demon territory is separated, how in the world did their sixth uncle create a grudge with those foreigners? Right now, he only has 2 goblin mages and his 3 trump card bosses. She confirmed that each country's demon territory is not connected. But death territories throughout history are a different story. Their sixth uncle probably made this bad blood with the group before. Little Bro started blaming himself for tagging along, knowing full well how weak he is. Much to his sister's disappointment, Zhang Ze reassured him that this illusion ability would be quite strong in the right circumstances. Moon Shadow doesn't have time for whining anymore as she heard something odd in the background. Zhang Ze started sensing the disturbance as well. Heavy steps of a chained-up foot, a grotesque drooling mouth with crooked teeth, a massive, horrific body equipped with terrifying blades. Near them is the boss of the Death Territory, the dreadful Death Butcher. They really got Pudge from Dota 2 to act as the boss. They spotted the monster right beneath their hiding spot. They could only blame their bad luck for encountering the strongest foe after barely escaping the battlefield. If the old man were here, they would have a chance of winning, but with just the 3 of them, they would simply be seeking death. Behind them were the sinister foreign adventurers, and in front was the boss of the death territory. They were doomed, and the last thing they should do is stay here awaiting death. If this was the hand they were dealt with, Zhang Ze would take charge. He drew his bow and arrows with the intention of killing the Death Butcher. Little Bro immediately protested this idea. Even Mu's shadow doubted his capability to go against the boss. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if he could kill it, but waiting for their death was not a good plan either. Another concern was that if the three foreign adventurers arrived during their combat, they would be cornered and face certain death. He explained that during that time, Little Bro's skill could play a pivotal role. Clueless and curious, the kid asked what Zhang Ze meant by this. The three foreign adventurers cursed in frustration amidst the mutated monster corpses. They never would have thought that Furious Chasing Wind Killer would still have a random teleport scroll to use. Harrison channeled his annoyance towards the remaining monsters. They had slaughtered so much that the magic soul orbs they looted could be sold for a lot of money. The Night Elf chimed in that the old man was just lucky this time around, evading their vengeance. The mysterious professor remained level-headed since the old man only had 10% HP left. If he was teleported into a monster swarm, his chances of survival would be low. They even hoped that the old man would get teleported directly to the boss to be slaughtered. As they laughed, the mage felt an unusual presence nearby. He directed the others' attention to what he had just sensed. They saw something vile coming at them from out of nowhere. They correctly identified it as the boss of the death territory itself. They knew of the existence of this death butcher that was facing them. They celebrated the possibility of striking it rich today before someone else could steal the boss from them. The Night Elf really wanted a piece of S-rank equipment badly. She could not hesitate to kick off the fight with her powerful volley of purple arrows, but they only passed through the boss body. Every single arrow phased through as if they were hitting nothing but air. The mysterious professor theorized that it must be immune to physical attacks, so he would try magic. He unleashed his ace in the hole, the impressive Thunder Fireball. But even this potent magic spell easily passed through the monster's body. This was what sent all of them into a panic. They were confused that they couldn't even damage this beast. They had never encountered an opponent like this. The mysterious professor was considering one possibility. He speculated that the boss skill was turning into a transparent form when attacked. That boss was a byproduct of Little Bro's illusion ability, and it would only last for an hour. As for their own fight, they couldn't charge recklessly. They had to probe the enemy's abilities first. He promptly opened another summoning portal now that it was his beast's turn to shine on the battlefield. The remaining Goblin, Poison Spider, Devour Heaven Frog, Dark Shadow Wolf, and Goblin King entered the fray. Mu's shadow was awestruck after seeing him summon boss monsters instead of just regular mobs. The cherry on top was the elite rank Dark Shadow Wolf's transformation. It had become significantly stronger after reaching level 2. Now that time was tight, his army had to attack in conjunction with each other. His long-range artillery would be handled by the Frog and the Goblin Mage, while the melee combat would be spearheaded by the Wolf and the Goblin King. The entire squad appears more menacing and powerful than ever before. However, the Death Butcher insulted the entire team, treating them like a group of insignificant mobs. It raised its menacing meat hook in anticipation of the full team charge, but Rakshasa quickly responded with a dodge command. The powerful downward slash struck nothing but air. Now, it's the Dark Shadow Wolf's turn to display its capabilities. Even the formidable Death Territory boss felt death's aura upon it as the wolf landed a claw strike. Enraged from being hit, the boss retaliated mercilessly. The attack connected squarely with the wolf, sending it crashing to the ground. Rakshasa had already expected this intimidating combat ability from the boss. It continued to taunt and insult them, hurling words as unsightly as his own ugly face. Having established that the wolf was outmatched, Mu's shadow sprang into action, backed by the poison spider's web. Even the butcher's legs fell victim to the web trap. With the boss immobilized, Mu's shadow seized the opportunity to inflict some damage. She executed her skill flawlessly. But the damage was honestly trash. You have to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Rakshasa had to step in with his monster's long-range barrage. The Devour Heaven Frog and Goblin Mages went wild with their projectiles and flares. The spiderweb trap eventually dissipated, but they managed to deal considerable damage. The mouth within the butcher's stomach threatened to consume their flesh and drink their blood. It was far from unintelligent, as it could engage in trash talk fluently. It has the full gamer build after all. Moreover, it began targeting Rakshasa personally after identifying him as the head of operations. With that in mind, it was now the Goblin King's moment to shine. The two Dota 2 hero-looking monsters clashed blades, engaging in a contest of strength. It soon became apparent to the king that he was being overwhelmed by the butcher. Finally, the formidable boss unleashed its special move, the Bone Crusher, living up to its name. This move not only dealt immense damage but also decreased the enemy's attack, defense, and speed by 20%. While the butcher was occupied, Dark Shadow Wolf aimed to take advantage of the situation and strike from behind, utilizing its special skill, the Dark Shadow Rip. However, in addition to its impressive offensive abilities, the creature possessed keen intuition. It swiftly turned around and ensnared the wolf with its hook through its slender body. Concern for his boss, summoned from the first floor, gnawed at Rakshasa. Sadly, his fears became reality as Dark Shadow Wolf perished, disintegrating into nothingness as its HP bar hit 0. Kill the MC's dog and prepare to get John Wicked. The time had come. Rakshasa took this fight personally, Michael Jordan style. There was no room for mourning. Vanquishing the boss took precedence over all else. The illusions created by Little Bro, which had been keeping the foreign party at bay, couldn't hold out for much longer. They reverted to the tried and true strategy of employing the spider web while Rakshasa armed himself with his bow. The barrage of long-range artillery escalated in tribute to the fallen wolf. By the time the butcher realized the impending rain of fire, it was already too late. The explosion of multiple attacks consumed the butcher. Mu's shadow capitalized on the ensuing chaos by launching another charge. Each of her graceful slashes was starting to accumulate. They had managed to bring the Death Butcher's HP bar into the red zone. However, the boss still possessed a considerable storage of strength. Just look at that massive belly. A boss battle isn't complete without a second phase after all. The pressure they felt was now even more intense than when they began. Contrary to their expectations, the butcher fled instead of pressing forward. This action bewildered everyone present. As it turned out, the butcher was headed for its stockpile of rotten meat. It greedily consumed the meat, rapidly healing itself. Eating spoiled meat in the middle of a life and death fight. What a giga chad. Now they comprehended the true toughness of this boss battle. The Death Butcher was virtually unkillable as long as it could continue to replenish its strength by devouring rotten meat. They observed the butcher recuperate from all the damage they had inflicted. Rakshasa was the first to regain composure and directed everyone to halt the monster. The Devour Heaven frog began amassing flames in its mouth. A fiery eruption of immense proportions interrupted the boss. It was enveloped in a massive explosion, interrupting its meal. The butcher then turned around for a second round against the team. It aimed for the Devour Heaven frog, but the spider web should be able to stop that. Once more, the legs of the massive beast got ensnared in the spider's web. Mu's shadow executed another light slashing blade, while the Goblin King took the rear to deliver some pounding blows. The whirlwind slash connected, pushing the butcher's HP to decrease once again. It could only withstand a few more strikes. The power of the plot would guide them through. Their coordinated attacks persisted, gradually chipping away at the monster's HP.
Get him up, let him get up, let him get up, let him get up.
As soon as Rakshasa noticed the HP dip to its lowest point, he readied his bow. Kill stealing like a real gamer. I like it. A solitary critical hit from an arrow concluded the fight with a headshot. Even in its dying moments, the Death Butcher glared at him with disdain. It attempted to grab him, but an arrow to the head tends to be fatal, just as in real life. And just like that, this young group of adventurers managed to vanquish the boss of the infamous Death Territory. Rakshasa's name was now plastered across everyone's notifications throughout the entire area. The system itself was exposing him. Before the group lay the plentiful loot from the boss kill. Little Bro acted as if he was a genuine part of the team when all he did was hold onto his balls the entire fight. Amidst the massive pile of loot, a particular bow caught his attention. It was the Blood Fiend longbow, featuring a 10% life steal effect and massive attack power. This seemed to be one of those legendary S-rank weapons. They had truly hit the jackpot this time. Many individuals had been adventuring for years without obtaining a single S-rank weapon. He tested its overwhelming power, and the S-rank title was not just for show. I just know the kill steals and last hits are about to become even more devious. The potency of this weapon was genuinely astonishing. You could even sense its bloodthirsty aura. They acquired 16 high-rank magic soul orbs, 1 random scroll, and 4 excellent HP recovery potions. Rakshasa would take the bow and the scroll, while they divide the orbs. Mu's shadow instantly attempted to decline the division. However, she had already been informed that he had sent her their portion. He insisted that since they had collaborated to defeat the boss, the siblings deserved their fair share. Our MC was genuinely attempting to give her his magic soul balls, orbs. She remained conflicted. Undoubtedly, this would greatly aid her in her rank 2 demon territory exam. But Rakshasa had essentially soloed the boss. Meanwhile, the Doctor Strange cosplayer and his goons arrived on the scene. The trio fools were embarrassed that they had been detained by an illusion for so long. Of course, young bro was the first to start trembling in fear. Now it was 3 against 3, with old adventurers facing off against the young ones. The large oaf, Harrison, no longer wished to waste words. It was time to pummel. Once they were done with the youngsters, they intended to plunder their recent gains. Observing the situation, Rakshasa had only a few summoned beasts left. The likelihood of victory was slim. Thus, leaving the territory was the wisest move. Even little bro agreed, but Moo's shadow was evidently of a different mindset. She wasn't keen on leaving immediately. She instructed her group to run first. She intended to confront these villains, believing they were responsible for her 6th uncle's death. Our boy would never let her go alone looking like that. Her little brother, on the other hand, doesn't want anything to do with this fight. He's taking his leave first. Why'd they have to censor her bits like that? Seeing how stubborn she is, Rakshasa thought that there was no way he would let her stay behind alone. She asked him why he didn't leave, as this personal grudge was not related to him. But even despite that, he can't just watch her get killed by 3 foreigners. Yes, officer, that's a certified simp right there. As the enemies rushed at them, he promptly summoned a beast to stop their advance. The appearance of this summons dumbfounded the villains. It was none other than the newly killed boss of the Death Territory, the Death Butcher. With his ugly bald head and face, it exuded terror on the field. The Three Stooges had never heard of a Death Territory boss spawning again after being killed, and they were absolutely clueless as to why this boss was not attacking the other party. Moo's shadow shed a painful tear. She's full of rage and vengeance for her 6th uncle. The big boss raised its chains and meat hooks, locking onto the big villainous man. Harrison swung his battle axe, only to hit nothing but the cold, hard ground. The Death Butcher, along with the 2 youngsters, vanished completely, all that hype only to teleport out. Meanwhile, we're back on the 4th floor of the demon territory. The magic barrier around the altar is still there. Moo's shadow and Rakshasa reunited with little brother and 6th uncle. They have to get this girl a skirt or something. Our MC is not complaining though. The old man is all smiles as he finally saw his niece once again. He told Rakshasa that he's indeed built differently for surviving inside the Death Territory. Contrary to that, the little brother really was a worthless coward throughout the expedition. Also, the 6th uncle has something to say to Rakshasa. From one man to another. Their Liu family is great, and Moon's shadow does not have a boyfriend yet. He suggests that the 2 youngsters should contact each other frequently. Old man is the absolute best wingman. She got her heart racing for Rakshasa. This, of course, made her blush in embarrassment, but she's not saying no. The 6th uncle is just enjoying teasing his niece with the stud that is Rakshasa. But on a serious note, he has something to ask the 6th uncle. He wants to know how to defeat a rank 1 demon territory expert. Talking about things in the future is fun and all, but there's a homicidal bald man waiting for him to teleport back into the real world. Oh right, I forgot assassin Johnny Sins is waiting for him back in the real world. Even though the Liu family isn't a top-notch family, it would still rank in the top 100 with regards to compatibility. The 6th uncle sensed that this young man might be in a bit of a pickle. He offered to help and settle it for him. That might be a generous idea, but he has no choice but to deal with this one himself as soon as possible. He does not want to get into debt with these people. He currently has 8 high-rank magic soul orbs that can greatly increase his compatibility after all. The siblings also sense that their savior is going through something dangerous. When fighting a true demon territory expert, your own compatibility isn't enough. You must know the enemy's abilities as well. Rakshasa is well aware they just step below in every category as of now. Currently, his agility is his highest stat at 15. If he dumped every magic soul orb into it, he might have a significantly higher chance of victory. He's really going for the flash speed build. The thing is, he has no idea what the bald hitman is capable of or what that guy's deal is. The little bro erupted, saying that their time inside the territory is about to be up soon, and that they should leave. If there's nothing else, the Liu family, including Moo's shadow, will take their leave first. But before that, she sent her savior a friend request. She reminded him to take care and be careful before logging out of the demon territory, and they officially became friends. Our MC is finally in the friend zone for now. It's time for our MC to grapple with the fact that he's about to face a homicidal maniac back home. It's now his turn to risk everything on the magic soul orbs. The colorful balls that he got from the Death Territory boss swirled around him. It's about time he absorbs all these first. It's kind of sus to get surrounded by balls just to get stronger. All 26 of these rare gems will go to add to his agility. He broke through such high speeds that lightning is coming from him. He has finally resolved himself to fight a life and death battle. And so, he was teleported out of the demon territory and back to Baldi's bedroom. He immediately noticed something odd. It seems like no one is in the house. As he was wondering where the psycho has gone, he thought about a terrifying possibility. He bolted out of the house and headed for his own while calling his sister's name. He called out to Xiaolifeng as he hurriedly opened the doors. Assassin Johnny Sins is already inside, holding a knife and peeling an apple, while his sister sits in fear. Why is round, bald head so slappable? She started crying as soon as she saw her big brother come in. The man did not expect Zhang Ze to get back so soon, so he instructed him to sit down first. The young man and the hitman are about to have a chat first. Zhang Ze tried to negotiate, demanding that his sister be let go first before settling things between them. But that would be impossible now that they've seen the criminal's face. He would not let himself be caught by the police. Zhang Ze is at his wit's end now. She tried to plead with him by saying that the police wouldn't be involved, but Baldi is too experienced for that. He plans on selling their organs on the black market for a hefty bit of cash. Did he sell his hair in the black market too? These siblings have already become very important assets for him. He wouldn't harm them outright, at least not right away. But as the tensions escalated inside, someone came to the door knocking loudly. This immediately triggered the assassin's anger. Believing that Zhang Ze had already called the police, he insisted that he hadn't, while the psycho threatened her sister and instructed him to open the door normally. Before coming here, he sent his teacher Li Wei a text. There's no way the response would be this fast. He slowly opened the door to see who was knocking. But it was only a cheerful delivery girl, notifying him that their order of a meal had arrived. My area does not have cute delivery girls like this one. This is fake. He was shocked at first, knowing that they did not order any delivery. The girl is hiding her face while insisting that she has the right address. She peeks inside and asks if the people indoors are the ones who ordered. To protect his sister from the homicidal maniac inside, he had to shoo away the delivery girl to just get lost. She tried to chastise him for sending her away rudely by banging on the door loudly. She thinks that Zhang Ze is just rude because he's an arrogant city boy, and she stepped away from the door with a mischievous laugh. It turns out that she's not here for a delivery after all. She's here for someone with a 1,500,000 bounty. Inside, Baldi instructed him to open the door, and they are going outside. He led them to his villain car and shouted at Zhang Ze to stop asking questions. He tried to assure his sister that her big brother will be there to protect her. The criminal is starting to grow more and more annoyed. But that attitude was transformed into surprise as someone threw a projectile at him from afar. Dang it, missed that bald head by a few inches. Baldi screamed at the assailant to come out, or he'll kill the young girl. The familiar laugh of the delivery girl slowly got closer and closer. Now equipped with more appropriate fighting gear, she wielded his sharp dagger aiming for Baldi's head. That outfit alone has infinite defense. Zhang Ze recognized the girl as the delivery girl who had just arrived, while Baldi knew that she was a bounty hunter. She told the hitman not to judge the book by its cover, and this girl does not have much cover. She immediately went on the offensive, throwing multiple daggers at the criminal. Baldi only laughed at this attack, as he could just use his hostage as a shield. Zhang Ze had no choice but to intervene since his sister was in the line of fire. She anticipated it. One of the daggers flew by, nearly hitting the criminal and separating him from the hostage. Zhang Ze took advantage of this opening to get his sister to safety. He moved so quickly that Baldi almost stumbled. It turned out that Zhang Ze put all his agility into effect by catching the flying daggers with his bare hands. Now, even the bounty hunter was on his hate list for almost harming his little sister. The bounty hunter insisted that it wasn't her fault that his sister was in her way. Baldi couldn't help but laugh at this exchange. He originally hadn't wanted to kill anyone today, but it seemed like that was impossible. Now that the hostage was out of the way, the bounty hunter could go wild with her daggers. The hitman's composure remained sky high, ready for the mysterious girl's speed. But behind his glasses, deep within his eyes, was a terrifying power. Oh snap, Bald Boy is about to go code geese on them. The eye that his scar crossed through emitted mysterious signals that took over the bounty hunter. Knowing that this girl had attributes heavily focused on agility, her mental fortitude must be weak. She wouldn't be able to escape his mind control ability. The possibility of this ability is endless, and it went to an actual serial killer. Anyone who tried to catch him was sent to hell. Zhang Ze caught on that this criminal specialized in mental spirit techniques. If that was the case, he had to make use of this chance to pounce and kill. Right now, all he could think about was taking advantage of his speed. Baldy pulled out a gun, ready to finish off the bounty hunter. Zhang Ze was too fast for him, delivering a punch to the stomach that did the job. He attempted to aim the pistol at our MC, but his slow hands proved to be his downfall as the gun was smacked out of his grasp. I guess fists are stronger than bullets from now on. He couldn't believe how fast this kid was, but Zhang Ze knew he had been lucky that this dumbass hadn't taken the pistol from the start. His sister went to his side to check on him while Baldy lay unconscious on the concrete floor. It seemed like the money-hungry bounty hunter was still under the spell of the criminal. Oh no, I've seen this scene somewhere before.
What do you mean by that?
His sister wondered if they should help the girl, but he was still upset about her remorseless actions. So, Xiao Feng proposed a better idea, and the first thing they would need was an inconspicuous ink. 10 minutes later, the police finally arrived to clean up the scene, with some curious bystanders gathering around. Zhang Ze's teacher had arranged everything, worried about how this student had handled a criminal who had already killed 7 people. He sincerely apologized for his actions, but he didn't have any other choice. The police, on the other hand, praised Zhang Ze for his heroism and significant contribution to Xinfeng City. His teacher was proud of him but also understandably worried about the siblings' safety. They didn't even know how he had managed to defeat a rank 1 demon territory expert. Zhang Ze decided to hide his true combat ability for now. He told the authorities that he hadn't acted alone and that the hypnotized girl had helped him immensely. The girl's name turned out to be Shenmeng Di, someone who would do anything for money. She was a bounty hunter and a veteran rank 1 demon territory expert. She had captured many criminals but had also caused many troubles for the police. However, this formidable woman's face looked quite different than usual. Various drawings were scattered across her face. That's child's play. I can imagine more devious things to draw. The authorities would take her and the criminal back to the station first, with Baldi Huang Fei's bounty being 1.5 million. Zhang Ze would split it with Shenmeng Di. After a few days, they could come to the station to collect the reward. No bro, like this video if you would take the whole 1.5 million reward for yourself. It will get 750,000, just like that. They thanked the authorities, as this would be a massive help for Xiao Feng's hospital fees for her kidneys. The next day arrived, and the apartment of the criminal next door had been declared a crime scene. Since Zhang Ze had cleared the death territory, he should be able to roam freely on floor 4. His wristwatch began to activate as he looked forward to exploring the 4th floor territory. This boy has an 8 p.m. routine on his bed, just like everyone teenager out there. He was teleported to the barren wasteland known as the 4th floor. Inside the adventurer altar, things had returned to normal with people teaming up for raids. After his last fight, his team had been reduced to fewer and fewer summoned beasts. However, with Death Butcher, Goblin King, and Devour Heaven Frog, refilling his ranks should not be a problem. He browsed through the Demon Territory 4 guide to see which monsters inhabited this floor. Orcs and birdmen populated this floor. Ayo, that birdman is looking a little too human-like in some areas. At the helm of it all was the boss Minotaur. Although the information wasn't detailed, it was evident that this was a tough floor. He decided to start exploring. He ventured deep into the territory, entering the barren forest. Behind the dead trees, glaring eyes and powerful presences awaited. These were the floor mobs, the orcs. These beasts arrived just in time for him to satisfy his combat itch. He immediately ordered his summons to come out and engage the incoming guests. The mighty Goblin King and the fearsome Death Butcher emerged to join the fray. The mindless orcs watched the summoning intently. Despite their lack of intelligence, they made a critical mistake in this situation. They charged towards the boss monster summons with their weapons in hand. The Goblin King alone was enough to halt their advance and clash with their hammers. Even after the effective block, the residual damage to the king was still significant. Now, it was Death Butcher's turn to take the lead in offense as Rakshasa ordered it to eliminate the enemies. The meat hook on the chain swung through the air, attacking the orcs 2 at a time. Even Rakshasa was surprised by the high damage output. Yet, behind him, the birdman's deadly talon was already descending. Fortunately, Rakshasa's exceptional agility allowed him to swiftly evade the attack. If I'm in this floor, these birds would need that agility to run away from me. It appeared that birdmen on this floor specialized in speed. In response, he retrieved his S-rank Blood Fiend bow to showcase its power and to eliminate threats. This would be the first time that a monster will have a taste of his long and thick bow. He took careful aim and let his tip lock onto the target. However, due to his inexperience with the tool, his arrow went limp and missed its intended spot. In his embarrassment, he had to command the Devour Heaven Frog to take the shot instead. The frog nonchalantly gathered energy in its mouth as usual, then released a barrage of flames in an upward trajectory, targeting the birdman. The birdman tried to maneuver through the blaze while brandishing its sharp talons. Despite its efforts, the flames were too intense. It eventually succumbed to the overwhelming barrage of fire. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Rakshasa awkwardly chuckled at the downfall of the lone birdman in the sky. An hour later, his team had become adept at hunting these creatures as another one fell. Fortunately, neither the orcs nor the birdman boasted high defenses. He then summoned the latest addition to the team. It was the well-endowed birdman who left him questioning his feelings. Alongside this new member stood the updated roster of his team. Finally, after grinding through the floor, he had a full team once more. Aside from the bosses and the poison spider, he had added 3 orcs and 3 birdmen to his team. It was time to proceed and confront the boss of the 4th floor himself. However, just as he was about to leave, a panicked voice approached him, urgently seeking help from someone who was trying to kill him. He turned his attention to the unfolding scene and witnessed a pink-haired girl wearing bunny ears being pursued by a man wielding an ornate pole arm. That's the most dangerous monster of them all, an e-girl. The man vehemently screamed at the young woman, imploring her to stop running away. This kind of situation was happening to Rakshasa far too often. It would be better for him to simply mind his own business from now on. However, the young woman named Moonlight Bunny had already grabbed onto his legs while begging to be saved. She even enhanced her performance with real tears, claiming that the man behind her was trying to kill her. Rakshasa instructed Moonlight Bunny to run to safety at the altar by herself. But as soon as the pursuer got close, Moonlight Bunny started acting as if she and Rakshasa were close companions, with him being the mastermind. Initially, Rakshasa was puzzled by the nonsense this girl was spouting. However, he realized that it was all a ruse to redirect Violent Dragon King's anger and murderous intentions toward him. He attempted to reason with Violent Dragon King, insisting that he didn't even know this e-girl, but his words only fueled Violent Dragon King's rage, as he saw Rakshasa as someone who discarded companions. With the young lady still clutching his leg, Violent Dragon King unleashed his special skill, the Shock Mountain Swing, a deadly combination of a bad temper and craziness. Meanwhile, Moonlight Bunny had already made her escape from the scene with a mischievous laugh. Rakshasa was informed that the girl had even stolen 3 intermediate soul orbs from his inventory. Suddenly, it became clear why she was being relentlessly pursued. She belongs to the streets. As Violent Dragon King descended with his attack, Rakshasa tried to explain that he was also a victim of her theft. However, Violent Dragon King was fed up with deception and wanted destruction.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always!
Observing the stubbornness and foolishness of his opponent, Rakshasa understood that this confrontation wouldn't end without a fight. He initiated his defense by summoning a poison spider to launch a web attack. The sight of a 2nd floor monster on the 4th floor left the guy bewildered. Realizing that Rakshasa's talent skill involved summoning monsters, he started to panic. Things took an even more menacing turn when Rakshasa summoned the massive Devour Heaven frog. The frog's presence sent a shiver down Violent Dragon King's spine. Rakshasa wasted no time and ordered fireballs to neutralize his foe. Using your balls against another man is kind of sus. The intense flames consumed the adventurer entirely. The power of this classic combination was as reliable as ever. Wounded and charred, Violent Dragon King threw a tantrum, demanding a one-on-one close combat duel. He downed a potion from his well-equipped arsenal, enhancing his combat abilities dramatically. The potion granted him a formidable boost and exuded an intimidating aura that shattered the spider's web. Rakshasa needed to be cautious of the effects of the potion the guy had consumed. Violent Dragon King pressed on with his strong polearm in hand. Fortunately, Rakshasa's high agility made him incredibly elusive. The guy's frustration grew as he struggled to counter Rakshasa's nimble attacks and defensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, Violent Dragon King refused to yield. He was determined to triumph over Rakshasa's trickery. However, his determination wavered when his strikes were deftly blocked by a powerful and sinister blade. The source of this intervention was none other than the formidable Goblin King. Despite its origin on the 3rd floor, this boss would still pose a challenge to most skilled adventurers if faced solo. Recognizing this, Rakshasa aimed to secure his victory by summoning the mightiest member of his team, the grotesque and formidable Death Butcher from the Death Territory. Confronted by this lethal duo, Violent Dragon King's fear overcame him, causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. He had no choice but to plead with Rakshasa to halt the battle, surrendering peacefully. Even in his surrender, He insisted that they should have engaged in a fair man-to-man fight without summoning creatures. However, his inability to understand that Rakshasa's talent skill was his strength demonstrated his lack of comprehension. In an effort to clear things up, Rakshasa inquired about what Moonlight Bunny had stolen from him. This question reignited Violent Dragon King's anger toward the thief. Rakshasa had to reiterate that he didn't know the girl and had been a victim of her theft as well. As evidence, he displayed the notification logs to this dim-witted opponent. Despite threats and demands for a one-on-one duel, the guy simply brushed it all off, having completely misunderstood the situation. The Violent Dragon King awkwardly tried to apologize for his rash actions and admitted his mistake. Even though the guy was stubborn, he had pretty good values and could recognize his wrongs and correct them. Believing that fate had brought them together that day, the guy proposed that they should be friends. It was Rakshasa's first time encountering someone as straightforward as this guy, a personality that matched his taste. And so, they sealed their newfound friendship with a handshake. The Violent Dragon King offered to help him out if he ever needed assistance in the future. For now, he would be leaving to face the boss with his other friends. He had taken an interest in this man's simple and straightforward personality. A classic dumbass with a heart of gold. However, he had wasted so much time already and needed to head to the 4th floor boss immediately. The entire floor was constructed like a maze. Without a map, he would have been lost. Following the map, he only needed to pass through the woods to reach his destination. After a few minutes, he arrived at the wild stone desert forest and heard a familiar voice screaming for help once again. He recognized the girly voice as belonging to the thief, Moonlight Bunny. She was hiding behind a glacier spell while the Minotaur boss swung its giant axe to break the ice. This Minotaur leader was the apex monster on the whole floor. Armed with a tiny wand, Moonlight Bunny found herself trapped in the boss line of sight with no escape. For once, she shed genuine tears and cried out for help with all her heart. From a distance, Rakshasa wondered if this was truly what the girl deserved. Behind the Minotaur leader, he also noticed something odd about a boss orc. The boss orc, named Ryu, had also been a victim of the bunny's theft. Rakshasa knew that her stealing should be punished, but it wasn't so extreme that it warranted a death sentence. The scene before him was quite cruel. The Minotaur leader finally broke through the ice. Rakshasa decided to intervene and save the day with his S-rank bow equipped. He managed to land an arrow on the boss monster, but this immediately drew the monster's attention. The boss orc was angered that someone was interfering with his plans. He warned Rakshasa to mind his own business, insisting that the thief deserved to die. Rakshasa stepped forward and argued that killing was not the answer. She was still young and deserved a chance to change. This earned him an attack from the boss orc as it activated the Reckless Bull charge. Ryu ignored Rakshasa's words, believing that if he wanted to save the girl, he must first prove his capability. The boss orc firmly believed that no one could defeat this 4th floor boss solo. However, Rakshasa was confident that he could, as long as he could summon his army. And so, the deadly duo of the Goblin King and the Death Butcher emerged, accompanied by his birdmen and orcs. Ryu was shocked to see such an overpowered skill in action. The Minotaur leader shared the same sentiment, its rage reaching new heights. Now was the time for Rakshasa's bread and butter move, the poison spider web attack. The bull raged, delivering powerful slashes all over its body. It was clear that they needed to attack together and focus their fire. The whole team launched their offensive against the trap boss, using all their tools. The Death Butcher's chain attack significantly reduced the enemy's HP. And when it was the Devour Heaven Frog's turn, the attack was fiery as hell. The entire monster squad aimed to end the fight quickly with an all-out assault. The Minotaur leader was engulfed in a torrent of pure damage. Ryu closely observed Rakshasa's every move, realizing that summoning bosses made one nearly invincible. Compared to him, the guy's talent skill, the disguise was subpar. Ryu would remember this day, as well as Rakshasa's name. He told Moonlight Bunny that she was fortunate that an idiot was willing to save her that day. She cried from behind a small cover, waiting for the fighting to cease. Eventually, the Minotaur leader was overwhelmed, its HP dropping to 0. It dropped its axe and disintegrated completely. He was officially notified of his victory over the boss of the 4th floor, the Minotaur leader. His full roster strength was indeed that formidable. He only lost a single orc in this battle. Moonlight Bunny approached him and sincerely apologized for her previous actions. She acknowledged her mistake and wanted to express her gratitude for his help by returning what she had stolen. After experiencing the life and death punishment this time, she should have learned her lesson. He warned her not to steal again in the future, as he wouldn't be as forgiving next time. Clutching his balls, orbs, returned to him by the bunny. It was time to introduce the new addition to the team before proceeding to the 5th floor. The muscular and massive Minotaur leader was now an official member of his roster. He promptly activated the teleportation gate to the 5th floor and planned to return home and rest early afterward. Meanwhile, in a distant location, we witnessed someone teleporting back to the real world into a filthy, messy, and small room. Why is there a magazine and clumped up tissue papers in there? It was the adventurer disguised as the Orc boss Bai Ryu, who was still bitter about his failed plans. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he opened his meal for the day, ramen. He ate while scrolling through his phone. He's low-key just like me. For real, he came across something intriguing, a bounty post related to the same Rakshasa from earlier. This discovery fueled his motivation to hunt down this mysterious adventurer even more. The next day arrived and we were back at Zhang Ze's university. The day proceeded as usual within the academic building. He overheard some students discussing a bounty posted by the sinister organization Hope on the forums. Intrigued, he decided to check it out on his phone. This Demon Territory forum was not affiliated with any specific country. It was a global platform for exchanging experiences and speaking freely. It served as the most active and widespread chat area for the Demon Territory. He finally noticed a 5 million bounty posted to investigate him. He recalled his encounter with one of Hope's experienced members, Death Kiss. Before the criminal's demise, he must have sent information to the organization, revealing that he was responsible for their member's death. Trouble seemed imminent. Navigating the Demon Territory would require him to find reliable companions. With allies around, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety as much. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard his classmates discussing the successful clearance of the Death Territory on the 4th floor. They took pride in the fact that someone from their country had triumphed, while foreigners left empty-handed. As he took his seat, someone approached him immediately. It was handsome Fatty, the most enthusiastic of the bunch, thrilled that his hero Rakshasa had gained glory in the Death Territory. Ah yes, the #1 fanboy. While attempting to distance himself from Fatty, someone burst into the room, aggressively in search of Zhang Ze. All eyes turned to see who it was. The intruder was a thug with a purple afro named Crocodile. Is this that pervert from My Hero Academia all grown up? It was evident that he was seeking trouble, specifically with Zhang Ze. This thug was actually the boss of the Crocodile gang, known for awakening a B-rank talent. Even handsome Fatty recognized him. They claimed he could kill a cow with a single punch. Zhang Ze stood up, and the thug fixated on him while wielding a chair. Without hesitation, the purple-haired aggressor lunged at him with the chair, accusing him of arrogance. Naturally, Zhang Ze wouldn't allow himself to be hit without a fight. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent the thug flying, rendering him unconscious. He crashed through the room, and the walls halted his momentum. The underlings of the gang boss rushed to their fallen leader. Zhang Ze had put some extra force into the punch because he thought the thug was formidable. His classmates were even more astonished to witness him defeat a strong gang boss with a single blow. Meanwhile, in the background, someone was actually measuring his fist strength. A few days ago, his punch strength was only 497, but it had now surged past 1,000. This bizarre event was orchestrated by Zheng Hao, as he wouldn't allow anyone to take his place at the Great Martial Art Academy. Night fell, and Zhang Ze and Xiao Feng returned to their normal lives, playfully nagging each other. He knew he would need to return to the Demon Territory after completing his chores. Given his frequent trips to the Demon Territory, his sister was growing curious about his true talent skill. He promised to reveal his ability to her once she awakened hers, which was expected to happen soon. Zhang Ze was prompted to choose which floor to go to, and right now, the 5th floor has been unlocked. The 5th floor of the Demon Territory is way too different than the previous ones. It's a paradise of islands and a pristine ocean. Why pay for a vacation when you can just stay here? As soon as he got in, he started to notice that there are significantly more people here than on other floors. He also felt that he was being targeted for the money on the bounty post. He knows he must leave right away, or he would be an outnumbered sitting duck in here. For now, he plans to go back to floor 4 to gather the boss again to form a team of bosses. All boss roster incoming. His team has gotten slimmer after all. He teleported in the blink of an eye, leaving the assailants with no time to react. The kid ran away, and they didn't know which floor to start looking for him. Now he's back in the barren wasteland. It is the 4th floor. Luckily, he ran away quickly before being discovered and chased. For now, he must gather the boss again. But there's a familiar presence following him from behind. He turned around to see just who it was and was instantly surprised. It was Moonlight Bunny again, and she's using that annoying move, clinging to his leg. She was low-key hanging onto a very dangerous spot. She activated her charm and apologized for causing trouble again. She said that she only did it because she needs money to reach 430. He assured her that they can talk about it later, but she must let go of his leg first. But the bunny is stubborn, and she will only let go of his leg if he agrees to her request. If MC's third leg gets involved, then this would be a very different story. If this girl continues to cry loudly, his pursuers will undoubtedly be lured here, so he had no choice but to agree. She thanked him and offered everything in her storage as another thank you. He insisted that he can keep those since he plans on hunting bosses anyway. It's no big deal to bring her along, so he's carrying an e-girl to a higher rank. It's tradition, but he's also still a newbie, so there are no guarantees that they'll reach as high as the 30th floor. It's finally official. Moonlight Bunny has joined his team. Her talent skill, Handy Hand, can steal a target's item. He suddenly had an idea. While fighting bosses, they can try to use that ability to steal from the monster as an experiment. He asked her why she wanted to reach 430 so badly. It seems like her father went missing on the 30th floor, so she wants to go and find him. I knew I was sensing some fatherless behavior vibe in her. Disappearing in the demon territory results from only two things. Either you get killed by monsters or other people. It's the brutal truth. It didn't take too long for the duo to arrive at the boss stage, but they arrived at the tail end of a failed raid. The Minotaur leader had slaughtered the raiding party before them. Since it was a total wipeout, it's now their turn to face the beast. He started the fight by summoning his army. With his boss trio, 3 orcs and birdmen, it's now time to serve the guest. He'll pull the Minotaur's aggro while Moonlight Bunny looks for openings to steal items. He will start the war by using his S-rank bow from afar. As always, a Death Butcher's damage output is simply a cut above the rest. They overwhelm the boss with perfectly timed and chained attacks that whittle down the enemy's HP swiftly. It got damaged to the point of entering the Berserk stage. It identified Rakshasa as the most important target and closed the gap with a reckless bull charge. He calmly responded by utilizing the Poison Spider's web attack. It's now Bunny's time to shine. With the boss trapped in place, she calmly sneaked from behind and confidently confirmed that it's all good. She then raised her arm and activated the Handy Hand talent skill. She was surprised that it worked, and she stole one of the Minotaur leader's horns. This angered the boss even more, transferring aggro to her. She doesn't even know what use this has. The bull is now locked onto her with a deafening roar at point-blank range. Rakshasa jumped in front of her and assured her safety. In front of the uncontrollable rage of the bull, he even instructed her to not go easy and continue stealing. She chose to trust his words and continued to activate her talent skill. The next thing she stole was a piece of the Minotaur's skin. This boss is losing body parts bit by bit. This duo is a menace to the monster society. Moonlight Bunny really is top tier when it comes to angering and taunting opponents, no matter if it's a monster or a human. For now, he will keep the materials that they've been stealing from the beast. He finally decided that it's enough stealing for now. It probably doesn't have anything more valuable. That prompted Death Butcher to act on its master's behalf, and the boss was slain. Now, Bunny should have the key to go to 4-5 to wait for him while he goes further back to get another 4-3 boss. She followed his instructions and walked through the 4-5 teleportation gate. He then summoned an additional member to the team. With this second Minotaur leader on his roster, he'll go for the boss on 4-3. We're now back among the familiar huts and settlements of the goblins. Inside the largest tent, a massacre is taking place. Critical hits and powerful swings have drained the Goblin King's HP to 0 without breaking a sweat. He's quite lucky that no one has attempted to steal a single boss from him. Now his team is at full strength after defeating the Goblin King once again. His current lineup should be sufficient, even if he becomes surrounded by adventurers seeking his bounty. The goons on floor 5 better prepare for his arrival. The throne room of the Goblin King is once again empty as Rakshasa heads to the top. It's his second entrance into the tropical paradise of 4-5. He was immediately greeted by the lively Moonlight Bunny. She warned him about the people around them who were trying to claim his head for the reward. But he reassured her that there's nothing to worry about. Later, they won't have the nerve to do anything funny. That's when Moo's shadow, accompanied by her regular party, called out to him. I'm starting to sense that girls with the moon in their name are flocking to him. Among the party is the violent Dragon King, locking his eyes on the thief Moonlight Bunny. Seeing them together reignited his suspicion that the two are working together. But Rakshasa explained that this bunny has changed her ways. She felt apologetic and handed him the magic soul orbs that she stole from the guy. Dragon King trusted him, so he forgave the girl. Another member of the party, named Giant God, politely introduced himself while praising Rakshasa's abilities. Giant God as a nickname goes so hard though. He appreciates their gestures, but he warned them that being friends with him now is not safe. After all, people are waiting for their chance to claim his bounty. Hearing this lit up the eyes of another member who is extremely familiar. Her name is Little Princess. She approached him and asked multiple questions about his bounty, clearly wanting the money for herself. Violet Dragon King scolded her for being so money-hungry, especially after receiving a 1.5 million bounty reward not too long ago. She complained that someone named Zhang Ze took half of that bounty, disrupting her plans. It dawned on him that this was the bounty hunter Shenmeng Di. He never would have thought that he would meet her here. Giant God intervened and established that Rakshasa is a friend of the group. Violent Dragon King then went on to highly praise his summoning skills, emphasizing that this kid could even summon bosses. Another member holding a staff named One Autumn Leaf was intrigued by this information. Since he was that powerful, they estimated his talent to be at least S rank, but he revealed that it's a little higher than that. They'd assumed it was the fabled SS rank. They forgot another S, but that would be too much of a flex to reveal. It's documented that in the whole country there are fewer than 500 S-rank players, so an SS rank player should be exceedingly rare. He thanked them for the praise, but he's still a newbie. He can only reveal this much for now. After being introduced to everyone, they all wanted to send him friend requests, even just for the bragging rights of having Rakshasa on their friend list. And so he became friends with One Autumn Leaf, Giant God, and Little Princess. Moonlight Bunny's eyes shone with admiration for her benefactor. She unknowingly gained an extremely strong ally. Rakshasa then informed everyone that he'll be forming a team with Moonlight Bunny too. She doesn't need any loot, and she's only there to be carried. Violet Dragon King doesn't have any issues with it, but the rest of the team might have differing opinions. And so does Little Princess. She thinks that the party is simply not saying anything because they want to be seen as good people. She believes that Bunny should at least pay some fees. Girl, you should return that 750 to our boy first. But the entire team knows that this is just Little Princess's way of extorting some cash. However, to save face for their leader Giant God, she agrees. This girl is the only healer in the team. She might be greedy, but she's fundamentally a good person. Her skills are solid, but her temper is not. With that settled, Giant God told everyone to prepare as they are setting off to defeat the boss on floor 5, the Black-Finned Wizard. Last time, they failed to defeat it, but with enough potions and the addition of Rakshasa, success is within reach. Rakshasa also observed that the killers around him are not attacking recklessly. He set off with the party with a warning that teamwork is essential from here on out. They have many monsters to face, so resource management is crucial. They didn't progress far before catching the attention of aquatic beasts. Giant God took the massive shield from his back and absorbed the initial charge of the enemies. He then enveloped the whole party within the magic circle of his talent skill. It's the S-rank defense aura. Everyone within his range will have their defense increased by 50% with no time limit. It seems like the leader of this group is top tier. Giant God has the skills to back up his cold nickname. A Murloc attempted to get in range for an attack but was met with Violent Dragon King's deadly pole arm. However, that powerful attack was quickly rendered useless as a Murloc magician healed its companion. These fishes have better synergy than you and your teammates in ranked games. Seeing this happen, Moo's Shadow jumped into the fray to take care of the problem. Her graceful and deadly light blade slash was as effective as ever. In just a single combo, this young woman dispatched the ugly fish monster. But the team was only getting started. A Murloc and Murloc magician duo suddenly found themselves frozen from the waist down. This was One Autumn Leaf's Blizzard talent skill. The two-monster freeze was only a teaser. The main event involved rendering every Murloc, of all shapes and sizes, swarming them, useless and immobile with ice. The skill and cooperation of this party were truly remarkable. Every one of them was amazing, from Violent Dragon King with his heavy pole arms strikes to Moon's Shadow with her precise stabs and slices. Joining this team would mean that Rakshasa wouldn't have to fight alone in the future. However, they were so in tune that he couldn't find a chance to do anything. They made quick work of the aquatic monster swarm, functioning like a seasoned veteran team. Giant God led the team to a stone and received the blessing of the water god. Because the boss on this floor was underwater, they would have to descend into its territory. The blessing of the water god was necessary for that. Rakshasa walked toward the magical stone and placed his hand on its surface. With this, they had to clear the boss fight within an hour. Failure to do so would put them in a drowning state, decreasing their HP by 10% every minute. The Demon Territory guides only listed that the Black-Finned Wizard was a magic monster and nothing more. This raid was too profitable to be made public. This Black-Finned Wizard was the real deal. It could render even an elite team to be stuck on this floor. Rakshasa wanted to summon this fish. They walked on the sea floor with the help of the blessing of the water god. Little Princess was the only one having a particularly hard time underwater. As they carefully made their way to the boss room, they stumbled upon another group led by Li Kui. Were heading back. This party of veteran old men had failed against the boss and were forced to retreat in a sorry state. Everybody gangsta until the cast of Lord of the Rings is beaten by the fish boss. They reached its third stage but were beaten to the point of forced retreat. Giant God and his company had also experienced similar challenges. The old men wished them luck and surfaced first to hire an expert to clear the encounter. Li Kui, an adventurer with S-rank talent, had been stuck here for a month. Hiring an expert to carry them through would likely cost millions. The fight with this blackfin wizard differed from previous bosses. It had 3 stages. In the first stage, it wouldn't even be present, it would just summon 3 waves of bloodthirsty monsters. In the second stage, it would begin using an attack called Darkness Strike, causing heavy damage and knockback. After reaching half HP, it would enter the third and most challenging stage. This beast would use the skill called Death Sacrifice. It dealt area of effect damage with a stacking effect. It would sacrifice an ally for 20% true damage, with each sacrifice increasing the damage by 20% until it reached 100%, resulting in an automatic wipeout. Dealing with this boss was truly tricky. The first 2 stages were manageable, but the third one gave them 3 tries worth of headaches. Assigning the tasks, Giant God would draw the boss' attention while Moo's Shadow dealt primary damage and Autumn Leaf provided support. Dragon King and Rakshasa would handle the third stage of the fight. The team was determined to defeat that slimy fish this time around. They finally arrived at the scene, and the wizard's silhouette could be seen in the middle of a ruined arena. It held a sinister wand filled with a malevolent aura. This was the most powerful boss that Rakshasa had encountered yet, the Blackfin Wizard. I'm suddenly hungry for sushi. Anyone else craving fish? With every move it made, it exuded an aura of death. This beast stood between them and their progress. Giant God took charge and instructed everyone to gather behind him while Blizzard was being cast. His powerful shield glowed with an iridescent light before forming a magic circle that enveloped the team. The waves of Murlocs had also been successfully frozen solid. Moo's Shadow demonstrated her superiority when it came to handling her long and thick stick. Blade, once again. The Violent Dragon King was doing the same thing with his big black pole.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Rakshasa then summoned his monsters into the fray, reminding everyone that they were just supposed to defend at this stage. All the summons and the team were under Giant God's divine protection. The Goblin King had become the target of these ugly fish people. They moved so fast and so accurately that the third floor boss was eventually chipped down to death with constant high damage. The Blackfin Wizard then ordered his next wave to charge at the intruders. Moo's Shadow continued to prove that wearing a skin-tight armor set granted her an immeasurable killing buff. Her plot is just way too big. Way too strong. Now that they had dealt with the waves, the wizard was entering its second phase. From the middle of the ruined arena, it instantly dashed to the middle of the battlefield. Moon's Shadow tried to warn Dragon King of the incoming danger, but this boss was already behind him with a dark aura and an even darker intention. It was preparing to take a crack at their teammates' defensive capabilities with a back attack. From point blank, it started to gather sinister energy for the Darkness Strike, like it was about to release a Kamehameha. Before unleashing the destructive force, it instantly blinked to a different spot for a better release point. Rakshasa was not aware that this fish could teleport directly. Little Princess appropriately responded with a talent skill of her own, the Green Blessing. Dragon King's HP suffered quite a lot, but it was promptly recovered back to full. He was frustrated that this thing seemed to happen all the time. With his eyes full of crimson rage, he refused to be attacked first over and over again. He swung wide and strong, only to hit the ground that the boss was standing on. It looked like it teleported once again, and it was about to do the same thing against Moo's Shadow. She was assaulted by the powerful Darkness Strike directly from behind. But this boss wasn't done with her. It gathered an even bigger attack than last time and aimed it at her falling body. She continued to fall as her body was out of control. But of course, Rakshasa was there to catch and carry the beauty in the nick of time. She blushed profusely while insisting that she was fine after that hit. Is this what they call underwater rees? One Autumn Leaf picked up the pace and cast another blizzard directly against the boss. The wizard tried to block using its own demonic staff, but the glacier was way too strong to resist, and Dragon King was already there to deliver a critical blow with full power. His big black pole was so strong that it could disintegrate icebergs and beat the fish. Looking at the results of their relentless assault, surprise painted their faces as they saw the boss teleport away. It went back to its original station in the middle of the ruined arena. Taking note of its depleted HP, it must be entering its third and final phase right about now. Giant God ordered everyone to move according to the plan that they had devised earlier. Dragon King and Rakshasa were the first to move and secure their positions swiftly. While moving within the boss's range, he parsed through his summon list, planning his approach to the fight. He would start the fight off with the Devour Heaven Frog, Poison Spider, and a Minotaur Leer. The third stage had finally come, so everyone had to give it their all in this life or death battle. Inside the arena, a disturbance in the space started appearing. Within this space anomaly were countless fish monsters waiting to come out and tear some humans apart. They had been summoned here to replenish the mobs in an already tough boss fight. But no matter how strong they were just fodder for the meat cleaver and chain of the Death Butcher. Rakshasa was determined to show everyone what he was truly capable of. He then summoned the newcomers to the team, 3 of the newly slain Murlocs that he had killed. As expected of their presumed SS rank talent skill, its effectiveness was a cut above the rest. Dragon King was distracted by Rakshasa's display of summoning for an instant, and the Murlocs immediately bypassed his defenses. The monsters swiftly headed for a kill in the battlefield. The Blackfin Wizard then cast a spell using its wand, and the fish monsters started gathering. It turns out that this boss was about to activate its ult, the Lethal Death Sacrifice. The boss took hold of one of his underlings by the face and swiftly sucked him dry, much like what you see in certain adult films. This triggered the activation of the Death Sacrifice as the team anticipated the attack. Rakshasa was taken aback after experiencing significant damage at blinding speed. Just like that, 20% of his HP had been chipped away in an instant. This boss skill was way too scary. They needed to get Autumn Leaf to freeze the remaining Murlocs while Moo's Shadow cleared them out as fast as she could. They couldn't allow the enemy to snowball this terrifying technique. Autumn Leaf didn't waste a second and cast a blizzard across the battlefield again. Now that the Murlocs were grouped up, it became easier to freeze them in bulk. Moo's Shadow continued with her attack formula and decimated the ice blocks with her blade. Each of her graceful attacks cut the glaciers into tiny fish-flavored ice cubes. Meanwhile, Dragon King was raw-dogging these fish monsters with his big black pole. They couldn't even find an opening to attack the boss itself. If this dragged on, they drowned without the water god's blessing. They needed to find a way to bypass the mobs and deal direct damage to this Blackfin Wizard. But another death sacrifice was completed, and the unblockable damage of the spell crept into everyone's HP bars. Little Princess was locked and loaded to respond in return. She hastily activated the green blessing to counteract the damage done by the boss. She was doing her best, but her healing speed wasn't catching up with the demands of the front line. Murlocs came in endless droves, and their sustainability was slowly crumbling. These little monsters couldn't even be blocked, they could only be destroyed outright. Before they knew it, the boss was already preparing for another round of death sacrifice. It slowly gripped one of its subordinates' heads and started the ceremony to increase the area of effect damage. It drained the life away from the poor fish until the spell was completed, stronger than ever. This time around, the damage wasn't a joke at all. It chunked everyone's HP bar significantly. Everyone was starting to get frustrated because they couldn't make progress. Instead of killing the boss, their HP bars were only getting redder and redder. With almost 1 HP each, another one of those curse techniques could wipe them out. As they were thinking of whether they would fail once again, injuries were healed and HP bars returned to full as multiple blue staves raised and activated recovery spells. The whole squad was confused. They were essentially given a whole new chance. Their health points were recovering faster than ever. Of course, Rakshasa and his new roster additions, the Murloc Magicians and their healing spells, were behind this. Now he could confidently say that this summoning skill was quite useful. If he hadn't pulled off this clutch heal, they would have definitely been wiped out in the next cast of Death Sacrifice. The team's morale was also healed to an all-time high, knowing that they had enough HP to contend now. They just needed to kill the Blackfin Wizard and clear the floor. No need to hire an expert to carry them. Everyone just needs to play their role and focus fire. Autumn Leaf initiated the counterattack by crowd controlling the Murloc horde. Moo's Shadow charged in with more vigor and intensity than ever. Rakshasa wouldn't let them take all the glory for themselves, so he equipped his Blood Fiend longbow. Along with that was his trusty frog. He had to get the last hit to secure this powerful boss. He aimed at the Blackfin Wizard while it was absorbing yet another one of his underlings. Just before casting its ultimate, the Fishman felt that something was not quite right. And that's when a massive explosion blazed, frying the fish underwater. The team watched this scene unfold with their mouths agape in amazement. They had just witnessed the power of someone at the pinnacle of talent reduce the boss to a disintegrating mess of a monster. Little Princess was the first to see and inform everyone that the teleport gate to the 6th floor had finally opened for them. Now that they had cleared the floor, the gate spawned directly on top of the fish man's corpse. After being stuck on this floor for quite some time, they could finally advance, and that was all thanks to their powerful helper, Rakshasa. The amount of loot it dropped was proportional to the difficulty of slaying this boss beast. Since he had contributed the most on this expedition, Rakshasa would naturally get the first pick without contest. Among the countless magic soul orbs, he spotted a single death territory invitation letter. The last time he was in one of these, he had obtained the fearsome Death Butcher. Going there again was an attractive possibility. He was already thinking about what kind of new summoned beasts he would get from this invitation letter. He informed the group that he would take the letter, and the rest could be split among them. This man is just giving away all those free orbs. Since Moonlight Bunny had just watched from the sidelines as instructed, she wouldn't get any loot, but she was fine with that. Dragon King was already all smiles and eager to go up to the 6th floor to see what it looked like. Giant God could feel that everyone was extremely eager to leave this floor. He briefed them that the 6th floor was a mine, and the monsters inside were the terrifying kobold miners. Oh snap, so 4-6 is just Minecraft. As they celebrated and prepared for the next part of their expedition, a familiar voice screamed in surprise upon seeing them. It was the old man and his party from earlier. They were back to take another shot at the Blackfin Wizard. The old man couldn't believe that these youngsters had actually cleared the floor. He never expected that they would pull through, so they had spent a lot of money to hire an expert to carry them. But now it was all in vain. Giant God humbly remarked that they had just gotten lucky this time, and he wished the old man good luck. The expert that the party had hired was infuriated that there was no boss to defeat for the next 24 hours. He insisted that he wouldn't provide refunds for wasting his time. This put the old party in a tough spot, but they chose to apologize and let the money go. Rakshasa's attention was fixed on the exchange as their party entered the portal one by one. He wondered when he could become an expert in this demon territory and how many people would seek his help. The team finally emerged from the deep sea, finding themselves in the deepest depths of the mine, also known as the demon territory's 6th floor. The altar wasn't too crowded, and the pillars were exceptionally charged. This floor was a maze, with intricately designed passages that kept changing, offering no fixed route. The possibility of getting trapped in this maze forever was very real. Every member of the gang should have passed through the teleportation gate, but Violent Dragon King was nowhere to be found. They searched all around the starting altar, but he was nowhere to be seen. However, it didn't take too long for everyone to hear the guy's boisterous voice. He was running like his life depended on it, because it did. About 100 kobolds were hot on his tail, chasing him with murderous intent. Fortunately, the Dragon King managed to reach the protective formation at the edge of the altar. The kobolds knew how and where to stop their pursuit before the defensive barrier. He had been chased by the entire colony just because he had taken a single ore from one of their mine carts. The money-hungry little princess was the first to join him and examine the ore he held. An adventurer wearing a cowboy hat and a complete cowboy set approached them, asking if it was their first time on this floor. This cowboy swordsman, Giga Chad, explained that ores like the one they had were very valuable, especially the black gold ore. On the trading platform, it sold for more than 500,000 apiece. This figure excited Little Princess with the prospect of profit. After all, these ores were used for weapon enhancement. As excited as she was about the ore, Rakshasa took it in his hands and asked how it made a weapon stronger. Cowboy explained that enhancements could only be done at the Dwarf Blacksmith Building on floor 10. And naturally, the higher the equipment rank, the higher the required ore rank. The ore they had was just a normal one worth around 10,000. Even this was enough for Little Princess. She was determined to gather a ton of them for profit. Rakshasa was thinking about his S-rank bow. Its damage was already high, but it could become even higher with an upgrade. Since they were already on this floor, they might as well collect ores while hunting monsters. However, it was already quite late, and they were tired from the Blackfin Wizard raid. Everyone needed rest and to go offline for now. Despite finding out about the potential profits, Little Princess was reluctant to sign out, even though she was usually the first one to do so. Zhang Ze's sister had probably gone to sleep, so he might as well log out for now. And just like that, the newly formed team went back to their own lives. The next day arrived, and they were at the city's police station. Zhang Ze was receiving his bounty reward for helping capture the criminal. On one side stood Shenmeng Di, vowing to remember his name and face. She insisted that he had taken half of her reward and even drawn on her face. Even though she had been hypnotized at the time, she claimed to have seen his sister using her face as a canvas. She clearly valued money above all else, even more than his sister's life back then. For her, money was the only thing that mattered. Everything else in this world was fake. The two walk outside the station to a swarm of media people, all vying for a spot to get Zhang Ze's statement about capturing Huang Hunfei. They also discovered that he was just a student, which led to questions about universities. The reporters also knew that he had essentially saved the helpless bounty hunter who would have been killed by the criminal. Shen Mengdi vehemently denied this, despite CCTV footage showing exactly what happened. There's CCTV footage and she's still getting half the bounty. That's just great. Back at home, Xia Lifeng was reading articles mentioning her heroic older brother. However, he believed that people would forget this news after a while, so it was better to stay humble as a regular person. He didn't want to follow his sister's advice to capitalize on his newfound clout, especially as he was about to enter the demon territory again. We have returned to the dark and treacherous caverns of Force 7. Rakshasa has added 4 Murlocs as healers to his team. Alongside these 4, he has 3 Murloc warriors, a Devour Heaven Frog, a Death Butcher, and the Blackfin Wizard on his current roster. The first to arrive on the floor after him was the cheerful little princess. Mu's shadow was also present to warn him that his bounty reward had been raised once again. His head is now worth 5 million. The evil organization is making it clear that they want him. She warned him not to wander around the demon territory alone from now on. If he needs her, he just needs to give her a ring, and she'll drop everything to come online and assist. She just jumped to the S tier of best girl tier list. So, Mu's shadow gave him her personal contact information.
It should have been me!
He insisted that she shouldn't have given him such a private thing, so he wouldn't save this number. This sentiment soured Mu's shadow's expression. Seeing her angry expression, women remain a mystery to our MC. I've never seen someone with negative riz. It did not take too long for the whole team to assemble. They will set off for an expedition now. Violent Dragon King is as enthusiastic as ever to charge at the kobold miners. Rakshasa couldn't help but think about how much stronger the monsters on each succeeding floor are becoming. Beyond the mines, the sounds of beasts started coming closer to them. The sounds of pickaxes could be heard throughout the cavern. They happened upon 2 kobold miners doing their thing. The monsters also took note of them, and it is on. They'll employ the same strategy. Giant God will tank, Autumn Leaf will support, Little Princess will heal, and the rest will attack. Even though the leader Giant God blocked the pickaxe, he still sustained some damage. It seems that high defense doesn't matter as much against these beasts. Giant God promptly activated his talent skill, raising everyone's defenses. Autumn Leaf unleashed a well-timed blizzard to support, freezing the 2 charging monsters in their tracks. Dragon King is accustomed to this rotation, so he didn't waste any time in attacking. His offensive power combined with Mu's shadows was quite impressive. Rakshasa decided not to summon the Blackfin Wizard due to its low defense. However, his other summons is ready for action. One of the frozen kobold miners broke out of its ice prison. It jumped right into Dragon King's striking range with its pickaxe ready, dealing a significant amount of damage. We have returned to the dark and treacherous caverns of Force 7. Rakshasa has added 4 Murlocs as healers to his team. Although this blizzard is a powerful AA rank talent, the enemies weakened its effect considerably. Rakshasa is becoming increasingly aware that he must upgrade his equipment from now on. Little Princess cast a green blessing to equalize the playing field, while he did the same by summoning his 4 Murloc healers. This allowed Dragon King and Mu's shadow to fight more aggressively and confidently. While he holds the enemy down, she follows through with her ruthless combo. How does she even move with the plot weighing her down? Finally, they managed to defeat one of these beasts, but on the other side, it seems that Giant God can't endure any more attacks. And that's where Rakshasa comes in with his bow and Devouring Heaven Frog. A boss monster's blaze and an S-rank arrow launched the kobold miner into the air. To wrap up the fight, Mu's shadow, Dragon King, and the Death Butcher, with the highest damage output, eliminated the monster. They realized that they would probably need more time to grind before facing the boss. They haven't even regrouped fully, and there are more kobold miners coming already. These creatures are relentless in their charging attacks. Bro, who let the dogs out? Autumn Leaf swiftly took action, freezing the incoming monsters with his blizzard. Violent Dragon King leaped in to execute the tried and tested combo. However, as he entered his strike zone, the kobold miner thawed out and landed a claw counter on him. Thankfully, the Death Butcher was there to pick up the slack. Dragon King had to retreat behind Giant God's shield. Some people say that being stuck on this floor for a month is normal, but a month is too long for everyone. Mu's shadow noticed that Rakshasa seems to be looking at something. He's probably looking at her dump truck. JDK, he observed that each kobold they encountered had a particular item with them, a candle. It's possible that these monsters rely on their candles to provide light for their sight. When he fought one earlier, he accidentally extinguished the candle, causing the kobold to stop and stay in place. It seems that these candles are the kobold miner's fatal weakness. To test this theory, he drew his bow and accurately shot one approaching beast. As soon as the candle was destroyed, the monster became practically blind and confused.
But I cannot see, I'm legally blind.
This revelation of the enemy's weakness was an amazing discovery for the team. Violet Dragon King had no problem bashing the blind kobold miner to death. Mu's shadow then jumped in with 3 perfect strikes to finish the job. Rakshasa's discovery immediately boosted the team's morale. Thanks to him, the hunt would be easier. Giant God even invited him to meet offline after this stage. However, he politely declined the generous invitation, as his name is still notorious with a bounty, which might bring unwanted trouble. According to the Demon Territory Guide, there should be a special cave deep within this floor occupied by the Kobold King. Looking at its stats, it truly is a fearsome monster to face in every aspect. Now that they know the key to advancing quickly, they are going to pick up the pace towards the boss room. The journey into the depths of the cavernous floor became smoother and easier than ever before. It didn't take too long for them to arrive at an eye-catching part of Floor 7. This massive opening should be the entrance to the boss's cave. Giant God explained that this boss has a fearsome dynamite explosion skill, a destructive damage output, and a stunning effect. So it's basically a Minecraft creeper. Got it. However, upon entering the boss cave, they stumbled upon a large group of adventurers already fighting and defeating the boss. It seems they were a few steps slower than this party. On one side of the cavern, a woman with red hair is taking it easy while watching the big group take care of the boss. This woman, known as Fairy Lu Yuan, is acquainted with Little Princess. I am looking respectfully. They started exchanging insults about each other's families and their wealth. Fairy Lu Yuan showcased her impressive team of adventurers working for her while demeaning Little Princess's team. It appears that these two have a deep feud in the real world, as they argued. A cowboy adventurer informed his miss that the boss was about to be defeated. Fairy Lu Yuan's grudge against Little Princess goes deeper than anyone expected. She's even willing to offer the group the boss drops along with a monthly salary of 1 million if they leave Little Princess to work for her. It's becoming clear why this young miss is so money hungry. Dragon King was the first to stand up for his friend and decline such an insulting offer. Even without knowing the full story, everyone in the team supported their friend's decision. Hearing their refusal, Fairy Lu Yuan told them to remain poor while she monopolized the boss. To support her claims, the masked cowboy challenged them to try and interfere. The hot-headed Dragon King was about to charge, but Rakshasa stopped him due to the cowboy's S-rank equipment. The two became even more smug, seeing that this group knew their place. However, Rakshasa didn't just stop Dragon King for safety. He had a plan to deal with these troublemakers. The large party was nearing the end of their raid with the Kobold King having only a sliver of HP left. From a distance, Rakshasa took out his bow and arrow and shot it near the ongoing raid. The arrow pierced an explosive barrel, triggering its destructive effect. We do a little trolling in here. Fairy Lu Yuan was shocked to see and feel a massive explosion coming from behind her.
What do you mean by that?
Rakshasa is not done with just one. He's going for another one. The whole cavern is slowly getting filled with fiery explosions from every angle. The raiding team was forced to retreat from the boss fight and feared for their lives. Little Princess gloated with a smug laugh from the sidelines. Fairy Lu Yuan felt infuriated that this team would resort to such petty tactics to get to the boss. The explosions messed with the stability of the ground until it collapsed. After dealing with explosives, this collapse was wholly out of their calculations, but Giant God is trying to calm everyone down. The entire massive raiding team, alongside their young miss, fell with the ground collapsing. That fall alone gave them serious injuries, but the bigger problem is the hundreds, if not thousands, of kobold miners waiting to jump at them from every angle. If they don't think of a way to get out of this bind, they will surely die. As the horde of kobold miners got close enough to attack, the cowboy took out a teleportation scroll and activated it with an apology to the young miss. Her ungrateful subordinate just left her in the hole to die alone. She was powerless and defenseless against the incoming attacks. All she could do was scream in fear for her life, But the group of kobold miners rushing towards her was promptly frozen with a well-timed blizzard. I call that hot dogs on ice. That assist came from the group she was insulting earlier. Now she's pleading with them to save her. Little Princess told her that shouldn't be impossible if she gave them 5 million each, given that she called them poor and all that. That massive figure didn't sound too good to her ears, but the group threatened to leave her to die in the hold if it's too much. In a panic, she gave them the number of her butler to arrange everything when they save her. Little Princess acted quickly when it comes to money, so she conjured up a rope to pull Fairy Lu Yun up. She was then rescued from certain death. Then, 10 minutes later, the grand total of 35 million was sent to the group.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
It gave Fairy permission to leave. She swore to remember this humiliation in the future. Little Princess is truly a ruthless scammer. 35 million in exchange for Fairy's life should not be much for her at all. As for the monsters below, they still need to kill them to advance to the next floor. The horrors of mobs below should make this boss fight even more of a hassle. So, they would have to rely on Rakshasa's powerful long-range attack while the rest battle it out below. The team jump down ready for what the boss has in store for them while he remains above. The same old rules apply. Autumn Wind supports. Dragon King lures mobs, Moo's Shadow peels the boss, and Princess will heal. The problem they're facing is that this boss just has so many candles to extinguish. If you count carefully, you can spot 10 candles on its crown. But Rakshasa will take care of those candles from above. He'll be in charge of extinguishing them. 2 of his arrows flew down to destroy 2 right away. But his 3rd arrow was easily blocked by the boss's weapon. It seems like this won't be simple at all. This boss knows that it needs to protect the candles. Seeing that they were being swarmed by too many mobs, Autumn Leaf decided to freeze a chunk of them to reduce the pressure on everyone. This gave Moo's Shadow the space to peel the boss with her talent skill. But even if she has some open strikes, her damage was just too low. They really are due for an equipment upgrade or something. The Kobold King then retaliated with its own talent skill. It threw out one of its dynamites with scary accuracy. They can't afford to get hit by this powerful skill, no matter what. Thankfully, an arrow intercepted its momentum and took it to the other side of the battlefield. Their DPS duo managed to avoid grave danger thanks to Rakshasa's godsend assist and disruption. Moo's Shadow is thinking that she was saved by Rakshasa for the nth time now. And to regain the momentum, he summoned the Devour Heaven Frog to work in conjunction with his arrows to rain hellfire on the boss. And rain hellfire they did. Their combined offensive efforts chipped away a decent amount in the boss's HP bar. If they can continue slowly reducing the monster's HP, they can eventually take it out. However, the boss started doing something odd. It looked like a pervert scratching its crotch.
Hey, stop!
It turned out that it was grabbing more dynamites to throw from its pants. Dynamites from literal dog pants. Hell no. It threw the new batch of explosives upwards, aiming at Rakshasa above. But to return the favor, Violent Dragon King intercepted the dynamite with his body. Giant God is staying stalwart in his defense while calling the shots for more heals. It seems like the Kobold King has an unlimited supply of explosives to throw out. But before it could even light another one up, Rakshasa took down another one of its candles. They must not let this beast light another dynamite, and extinguishing its candles should do the trick. Moo's Shadow also joined the fray after getting healed back to full health by the Green Blessing. Now that she's in peak form, she managed to land multiple critical strikes that chipped away at the enemy's health. Even Dragon King doesn't care about his safety anymore. Either the boss dies or he does. Their effective all-out attack is made possible by Giant God's hustle and defense. Fiery blaze and deadly arrows continued raining down from above. This continuous damage is slowly bringing the boss to its knees. Until finally, the monster's HP bar reached 0, ending the long and tiresome raid. But Giant God is the only one to notice that its corpse is showing signs of self-destruction. From the relief of defeating the boss to the fear of a massive explosion, everyone on the team was frozen in place without knowing what to do. Like the outstanding leader that he is, Giant God wielded his shield and dragged the self-destructing corpse away. They tried to call their leader not to act rashly and to just come back. But it was too late. Giant God, with his trusty massive shield in hand, tanked the self-destruction explosion at point-blank range to save everyone. Pressed F to pay respects, Rakshasa had to jump down to check on how everyone is doing after that destructive force. The team is trying to find their leader, while the smoke from the debris settles. They saw his shield broken into countless pieces, totally decimated. They thought this was a sign of their beloved leader, Giant God's demise. But a cough from a distance and a wise guy remark gave them a shock. Giant God is heavily injured, but he's far from death too. What's an explosion to a god? This man is invincible. His actions were really too reckless and scared the whole team this time around. He's alive, but he still suffered quite a big loss with his shield's destruction. As for the loot drop from the boss, it, of course, gave quite a bit of resources, with a particular ore standing out. It's a black gold ore, an ore that should net them some profit from this boss raid. Since Giant God's contribution this time around is the biggest, saving their low HP teammates, they decided that you should get the lion's share of the loot. But the always humble Giant God insisted that it's all because of Rakshasa that they won, with all those candles extinguished. However, even he wants the leader to take the ore. Giant God finally relented and took the black gold ore to exchange for new equipment. You should get yourself some new drip while you're at it. They will end the day here for the meantime. And so, the Kobold King raid ended in victory, with a lot of extra cash on top of it. They made their way to the adventurer altar without much fuss. As they were walking, Little Princess approached Rakshasa and asked if he was free later. It seems like in half an hour, Dragon King, her and possibly him are going to grind for some extra cash. Hearing something about extra money, he immediately agreed to go. Poor Gan rise up. For now, he logged back out for a moment. He wants to use this half an hour to browse and buy some equipment in the meantime. Adding the 5 million Bunny gave him and the 10 million he earned today, he should be able to afford a few S-rank equipment pieces. But every piece in that tier is so expensive. He saw some boots that would suit Bunny's playstyle well. They would keep her much safer. Also, he happened upon an S-rank silver necklace that increases a talent skill effect by 10%. Others might find this accessory useless, but for Zhang Ze, it means an extra spot on his summoning roster. With new upgrades, it's about time to go back to the floor 6 altar. Half an hour passed, and he teleported back to the altar in the middle of the Kobold Mines. Rakshasa and Bunny arrived at the same time. With everyone here, Little Princess will reveal the plan. To earn extra money. Of course, they're going to collect ores from where Dragon King stole one. I thought they would go Breaking Bad and sell drugs to the Kobold miners. She's certain that they won't be in much danger with heals and Rakshasa's support, but she wants to establish that their profit split will be based on capability and participation. Bunny knew that this was because of her, so she assured everyone that she understood. They haven't even gotten far, and there are already angry kobold miners coming their way. Rakshasa only used his bow and arrow to fight back while calling the shots. Dragon King did what he does best, rush blindly with Little Princess's support. As he lands a smash with his big black pole, Bunny jumped into the flank of the injured kobold. He scolded her not to create trouble and accidentally take the monster's aggro, but she was truly nimble, and she moved with confidence as she activated Handy Hand. She managed to steal some trash materials in that single and retreated to Rakshasa's side. They knocked out every nuisance in the way, and Dragon King led them to the room where he stole an ore earlier. Little Princess is way too excited when it comes to the smell of money coming her way. They entered a small entrance and saw a grand view of tons and tons of ores with hordes of kobold miners working. Looking at the volume of these ores, they would surely be loaded if they can sell everything. But Dragon King dashed that fantasy. A single piece of ore here weighs about 10 caddies. The higher the strength, the higher the weight of the item. Right now, Rakshasa cannot carry a 2,000 caddies ore bag with his 1,000 caddies strength. He can roughly carry around 60 ores. Dragon King can do 50 at most, and with all her attributes in mind, Little Princess can only carry 18. Their game plan is to lure kobolds one by one to kill for their safety. He will take on the role of the lure to eventually surround and overwhelm the monsters while Bunny hides herself in safety. The first unlucky beast was lured with a single shot of an arrow. As soon as it furiously chased him, a crushing cascade of attacks eliminated the poor beast. They did this strat for a whole hour, and they still have quite a few more monsters to slaughter before the safe harvest. For now, they can just go back and sell what they gathered first. As for Bunny, it seems like she went around exploring the caverns, and she has something to give to Rakshasa later. Ayo, hold up, are you thinking what I'm thinking? And so, they went all the way back to the adventurer altar. After so much work, they can only hope that the ores they gathered sell for a good price. At the altar, several people are offering to buy black gold ores at a high price. Little Princess went up to them and asked if they also buy normal ores, but the two only wanted the premium black gold ore. It seems like these two are just servants of some young master. They've been here for an hour and have only gotten one ore. They work for young master Chen Feng. That kid is stuck on floor 7, believing that his equipment is holding him back. He's aiming for the Qing University Martial Art Academy, so getting stronger is a priority. Rakshasa remembers Chen Feng vividly. Their battle in Yun Ding Club is not over yet. he must become stronger than that brat. With no other choice, they'll have to sell their ores to the trade platform. Since it's already getting late, it's about time for everyone to log out again. As he was about to sign out, Bunny went up to him to hand over that surprise she's been teasing. Why is she looking at him like that? It turns out that she found a black gold ore. I thought it would be something else, but big black ore is good too. He was dumbfounded at this sight. This type of premium artifact is hard to come by. When they were busy fighting mobs, she took a stroll and stealthily stole it from a kobold miner. Since she already gave him all her money, he wanted to hand this ore back to her. But she wanted him to have it. After all, the stronger he gets, the quicker they can climb up to 430 to look for her father. And so, she went offline first. His S-rank weapon has good attributes, but a boost from this black gold ore should take him to the next level. The very next day, Zhang Ze visited the hospital to buy the permanent rights to her sister's artificial kidney. 2 kidneys would cost him 10 million. It's not a small sum by any stretch. He reasoned that he borrowed from a rich friend to make it possible, and he can earn the rest in just half a month. But the doctor has another suggestion. Next month, a new batch of premium artificial kidneys will arrive. They're more expensive, but they're worth every penny. He did not hesitate to agree to the doctor's suggestion. As they were conversing, the door opened, and someone went in rudely. A well-built bald man told Dr. Yang that he was here for an emergency and demanded to talk alone. For now, Zhang Ze can just wait for the doctor's call for any news about the kidneys, and he assured the doctor that he'll help him if there's any trouble too. He passed by the well-built bald man on the way out of the room. Dr. Yang changed demeanor and asked the man what's the matter. The man called him leader. Their headquarters has sent an order to do something big in the demon territory tonight. This doctor is the most sus doctor of ever sus. After all that grinding, he still doesn't have enough money, but he's determined to get his sister the artificial kidney that she deserves. We're now in a dry and bare cavernous area. This is the 7th floor of demon territory, known as the Cave of Giants. Massive skeletons are scattered across the grounds around the adventurer's altar. There's a familiar face on this floor, taking the lead among the countless panicked adventurers. It's Mu Shadow's 6th uncle. It turns out that he's a member of the Demon Territory Management Administration. A group of powerful lunatics is attacking and killing adventurers on this floor. So far, they've claimed 12 lives. Every agency of Demon Territory law enforcement is working hard to quell these incidents. For now, 6th uncle suggests that everyone go offline for a while to avoid the danger. While discussing this, one of the psychopaths who has been murdering adventurers appears near the altar. The psycho is holding a knife directly to an adventurer's neck. His name is Devil's Smile, and he wants to send a message to the authorities if they don't back off. In one clean slice, he slits the ordinary guy's throat without mercy. Another adventurer's life is taken just like that. Devil's Smile then disappears immediately with a maniacal laugh. 6th uncle identifies the guy as someone from the Hope organization, openly provoking their authority. He swiftly goes after the psycho, and Mu's shadow promptly follows. As this concerns the Hope organization again, Rakshasa wants a piece of the action as well. Are you sure you're not doing it for a piece of Mu's shadow's Gaiet? The scared adventurers staying at the altar don't know if they are crazy or brave. And so, 3 distinct footsteps echo throughout the massive halls of the Cave of Giants. 6th uncle turns around and asks them why they followed him. But seeing that these 2 young ones are determined, he just tells them to follow closely and not get separated at all costs. Meanwhile, a sinister presence closely observes them from the dark. It's a fearsome lizard with bright red eyes and a seemingly familiar laugh. From the walls and ceiling of the Cave of Giants, the monster slowly descends and begins changing form. It turns out that it's Devil's Smile, and he has set his eyes on the trio as his prey today. Oh snap, it's a Zone Devil Fruit user. His talent skill is the A-rank transform, giving him the ability to take the form of a monster for an hour. As the trio runs aimlessly trying to catch the psycho, something else catches their attention. They spot a barbarian ogre, one of the mobs on this floor. It's slow but compensates with pure strength. It seems like their advance will be halted with the ogre in their way. On top of that, there's also a troll ogre giant a few meters away. This one has a particularly special skill. The troll ogre giant's silent skill can seal an adventurer's talent skill completely. If they want to pass through here, they'll need to kill 3 ogres, so luring one should be the plan. 6th uncle doesn't waste a second and brandishes his sword against the closest one. With him drawing the aggro, Rakshasa and Mu's shadow are free to rain down damage. The uncle and niece duo are quite effective at chipping away enemies with their blades. Meanwhile, Rakshasa is chilling with his 4 Murloc healers at the back while shooting arrows. Sixth Uncle is enjoying the freedom that those Murlocs give him with their healing capabilities. It doesn't take too long for the three to deal with a lone barbarian ogre, but the rest won't be so easy to deal with. The two remaining ogres are standing way too close to each other to lure just one. That tongue looks freaky and nasty as hell. They must focus on the troll ogre first. It has a silence skill, but it's squishier than the barbarian ogre giant. Sixth Uncle instructs Mu's shadow to come with him while Rakshasa provides healing and cover fire. The two massive monsters immediately take notice of them and react promptly. The troll ogre giant in particular readies its powerful skill right away. Mu's shadow tries to execute her attack from above, but she's hit by the silence skill squarely. She's forced to land after being restricted from using her talent skill. This restriction will last for 180 seconds. For now, Sixth Uncle is forced to juggle the aggro and attacks of the two monsters simultaneously. The barbarian ogre giant persists, delivering powerful, crude strikes with its spiked club. This continues for quite a while, but Mu's shadow still needs 40 seconds to regain her talent skill. The troll ogre giant already has its silence skill ready again, while the barbarian ogre is giving Sixth Uncle a tough time. It launches the silence, and he already knows that he won't be able to dodge it in time. That's when Rakshasa rushes to the front line and tanks the silence for himself. Since Sixth Uncle is their main damage output, his skills must remain intact, while Rakshasa can rain arrows from afar. They must kill the freaky monster quickly. That silence skill is way too OP. Right after that, Mu's shadow breaks free from the silence, and the trio works in conjunction to break the monster. It lets out one final spurt of blood from its freaky mouth and finally falls as its freaky body disintegrates into nothing. Mu's shadow does not waste a second and switches targets to their only obstacle left, but Rakshasa feels something strange in the air. Since there are ogres blocking the path, the murderer they are chasing should not have been able to pass through here. There is another possibility, and that might just be it, as he warns Sixth Uncle to watch out. Someone is sneak attacking them from out of nowhere. Sixth Uncle looks up and sees a lizard monster that should not even be on this floor. It gives him quite a shock, but he has no choice but to defend against the incoming ferocious attack. He puts two and two together that this must be the murderer using transformation. He tries to defend, but Devil's Smile is far too skillful, and his damage output is no joke either. Devil's Smile is already locked onto them as prey no matter how much they struggle. The trio immediately tightens the gaps between one another. The lizard form of that psycho can use camouflage for sneak attacks. They'll have to force that guy to show himself. Rakshasa has a simple way of doing that, though. He summons the Devour Heaven Frog and Death Butcher alongside his Murloc healers. Devil's Smile assesses that he should be able to kill him with a single attack until a Devour Heaven Frog appears out of nowhere. The Death Territory's boss, the Death Butcher, also spawns. These summoned bosses give the lizard quite a headache. Rakshasa orders the Devour Heaven Frog to go crazy and shoot fireballs everywhere, and it follows through. With countless fiery attacks, he finally manages to land one on the transforming psychopath. Spotting the enemy, the Death Butcher unleashes its chained meat hook as he releases a powerful arrow at the same time. Those two attacks are enough to undo Devil's Smile's transformation skill. This guy looks more like a goblin, no. But this unhinged guy doesn't seem to be afraid and even tells the trio that they were just lucky today. He has confidence because he has a handy teleportation scroll to get out of here. The effects of the scroll are way too fast for an ordinary strike to catch up to. They still don't know just how wide the scope of Hope's operation is. The administration once sent out a raid team to kill them, but the team was wiped out instead. That team was made up of excellent ranked and above adventurers too. That's precisely why Rakshasa should be extremely careful against them. Without knowing where the psycho ran off to, they have no choice but to go back to the altar and go offline for now. Devil's Smile is transported to a different site on the same floor. He really must report an update to the boss regarding Rakshasa. The boss orders everyone to stand by for the moment. What if the villain group chat gets leaked? Meanwhile, in the real world, Tianfeng City's city wall has collapsed under the siege of powerful explosives. The citizens of the city are running like headless chickens, fleeing from the collapse. Zhang Ze and his sister Xiaofeng can see this horrific thing happening from their window. Right after the walls collapse, demon territory and monsters start swarming the city. As one of these monsters breaks into their home, he reassures his sister that he will protect her. For now, they will run to the shelter for safety. They go downstairs and run out the door as fast as they can among the crowd. It really is a monster invasion out of nowhere. As they are running to the shelter, he sees a kid being targeted by one of the monsters. He speeds up and carries the kid in his arms, saving it from a gruesome fate at the hands of this bug monster. But in exchange for stopping to save the kid, they are now surrounded by these three ugly, alien-looking bugs in every direction. As he gets ready to square up, a familiar voice and fighting style jump into action. If Zhang Ze is not wrong, he's sure that he's met this woman before. It was their strong savior back at the Fallen Zone job. Only now, she's wearing a mask and a different outfit. Dami Mommy is back with a costume change. It looks like she's planning on dealing with the bugs by herself. He tried to warn her to watch out and be careful against the incoming bugs, but it seems like she doesn't even need any warning with how fast she is. Not only is she extremely agile, but she's also extremely strong with her spear attacks. No matter how fearsome these ugly monsters are, she easily trumps them with grace and domination while wielding her formidable spear. It looks like she's really good at handling long and thick poles. The authorities finally arrive at the scene, and they refer to her as their commander. They intend to bring the monster corpses back to one Professor Ouyang to be studied. She turns her attention to Zhang Ze, whom she recognizes and instructs to quickly retreat to the shelter until the situation has mellowed down. Xiaofeng is extremely curious as to how her big brother knew such a formidable figure. In his mind, he's convinced that given enough time, he would surpass that woman in strength.
Are you sure about that?
The very next day, the monsters have been killed and the invasion has been squashed, but infrastructure damage is still high. Zhang Ze thinks that this invasion and the Hope Organization's random slaughter in the demon territory are somehow connected. It turns out that Tianfeng City was not the only invasion point. Other cities in China have also suffered the same fate at the same time. One thing is for sure, this thing is not simple at all. He needs to get to the bottom of this mess. Zhang Ze goes back into the 7th floor of the demon territory. In the adventurer altar, some familiar faces are already present. Everyone is on high alert after the news of monster invasions. Every security bureau has placed great importance on this incident, so they're recruiting a lot of demon territory experts. Dragon King is frustrated that he's too weak to participate in that recruitment, and all he and Giant God can do is grind some more. It seems like this floor has a unique boss battle as it only allows 3 people to participate in the fight. For now, they should talk about strategy while they walk to the boss room. The floor boss's cave only opens with a specific condition, and only one team can enter at a time. Giant God proposes that they should split into 2 batches of 3 people each. The first batch can be Giant God, Autumn Leaf, and Little Princess, a tank, support, and healer. Literally no damage. That's a trash team. The second batch can be Rakshasa, Moon Shadow, and Violent Dragon King, since Rakshasa is an all-rounder with Murloc healers. They would be extremely fast and efficient with this lineup. But this would leave Bunny alone without the boss's clear key. However, Rakshasa reassures her that after passing, he will come back here to clear it with her. The e-girl Bunny and the Discord mod Zhang Ze saga continues. With this arrangement, they are ready to take on the 2-headed ogre giant's cave. On the way, they do not encounter any monsters. Someone must have come before them. And there are indeed people here, and so many of them already. At the forefront of the crowd and blocking the boss gate is the infamous young master, Chen Feng. Along with him is Wind Cloud Layman. He's at least an excellent rank or above expert. The two arrogantly announce that the young master is taking on the boss, so everyone should move aside and wait. This earns the anger of the crowd, as this boss fight should be open to everybody. But Wind Cloud Layman is ready to argue with swords instead of words. He stabs one of his blades into the ground and sends a reverberation that sends everyone flying. Seeing how strong this old man is, the team decides to observe first. But of course, Violent Dragon King does not give a crap about that display as he jumps to attack. His big black pole aims squarely for the old man. Dragon King needs to watch where he puts that big black pole, but is ultimately blocked with a casual one-handed blade raise. This young man really is overestimating himself and being too hot-headed. The impact of that single-armed sword injures Dragon King by a decent amount already. Furthermore, the old man is just using one sword, and from the looks of it, he's a dual wielder. Chen Feng chimes in arrogantly, telling everyone to just follow his words or suffer the consequences. But if that old man is so strong, why the hell are they not fighting the boss already? They've already waited for half an hour, but the boss's spawn time requires a very special condition. Another adventurer tells them that the boss gate only opens when the monster food delivery arrives. That's why the arrogant duos camp in the doors. If that's the case, Rakshasa thinks of a plan of action. It does not take too long for the monster food delivery to arrive at the scene. Bro, the boss literally has a personal DoorDash delivery ogre. That's baller. Everyone makes way, as this would be the only way to open the door. The barbarian ogre delivery boy had only one thought in his mind: delivering the food to his boss. Delivering a whole pig, just some raw pork. That's nasty. Once this monster opens the gates, Chen Feng should be good to go to fight the boss. However, a blazing and bloodthirsty arrow came whistling through the air, dashing their expectations. It landed on the delivery ogre, causing it to trip and sustain heavy damage. It was clear to everyone that the attack on the delivery monster came from Rakshasa. Chen Feng vowed that if he didn't get to fight the boss, then no one would, especially him. He stood up for himself, insisting that even if he was stuck on the floor, he would kill every delivery ogre that came. Chen Feng aimed a crossbow at him in anger. If the group couldn't fight the boss, then no one would. They would back up their brother even if a fight ensued. Hearing this irritated the spoiled young master even further. He wanted to demonstrate how strong he was. But the old man warned him that they could not fight the group. With everything going on, they shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble for the Chen family. Now in a deadlock with no one fighting the boss, Chen Feng told them that they could just waste their time here. However, Rakshasa was confident that even if he killed the delivery ogres, he could still let everyone fight the boss. The young master just laughed at him, not believing a word he said. So after that argument, he raised his S-rank bow once again and released a deadly arrow. It landed on the already injured delivery ogre, hitting a vital spot critically. It finally killed the key to the boss room in front of the crowd. The spoiled young master threw a tantrum while the old man tried to stay level-headed, convincing Chen Feng to rest first and wait for their next turn. Like the obedient little boy that he was, the brat followed the old man's instructions. The majority of the adventurers around the boss's room were on the same page. They might as well go offline since the boss fight was unavailable. They did not believe Rakshasa's promise of letting them fight the boss using his methods. They would rather rest or grind for more magic soul orbs. Everyone criticized them for not only offending young Master Chen, but also for not patiently waiting for their turn. Even though the group respected and would back him up, they too were clueless about his next move. He only gave them a confident smile without words. There was no need to rush because the answer was simple. He summoned the delivery ogre that he had just killed earlier. They had forgotten that this is what Giga-chads do, summon monsters to work for them. He ordered the newly spawned delivery ogre to go and open the doors of the boss cave. Much to everyone's surprise, it carried the food and walked towards the door. It then pushed the massive, locked gate to the boss room with unbelievable strength. As soon as the door started to creak open little by little, the remaining crowd was dumbfounded by what they were seeing. The delivery ogre picked up the food once again and went inside the coveted room. Did he just discover an unlimited boss fight glitch? That's completely broken. According to the group's plan, Rakshasa, Mu's Shadow, and Violent Dragon King would go in first while the next three waited. The remaining adventurers wanted to score some good points and inform young Master Chen of what was happening as the first three went inside. The atmosphere immediately changed inside this massive room locked by a massive gate. Countless skeletons littered the ground as the menacing boss of the floor sat on its throne. It locked its attention on the group as soon as they entered the room. Before the other two could warn Violent Dragon King to stay still, the brute was already lunging to get the first strike. As for the double-headed ogre, one had just wanted food while the other one wanted to deal with the invaders. In turn, Dragon King managed to get close enough to land a strike with his pole. Now that the boss was awake and focused, it brought out a massive war axe. It swung down with incredible speed and bypassed Dragon King's block, dealing a lot of damage. Rakshasa promptly responded by summoning his quartet of Murloc healers to provide support. Mu's Shadow also managed to sneak in a series of attacks all over the monster, but her damage was too low once again. And she didn't get away scot-free. Her leg was caught due to being too slow with the retreat. She didn't know what to do in the restrictive grip of the beast. The double-headed ogre then postured to deal some heavy damage to her. From above, she was mercilessly thrown to the floor like a broken toy. Dragon King panicked and ran to the injured Mu's Shadow's side. She was being toyed with by a reckless boss with no regard for human life, and even Dragon King was swept away. Both of them were rendered bloodied and bruised just from that initial showdown. Thankfully, Rakshasa's quartet of Murloc healers was there for recovery. He also brought out the Devour Heaven frog to provide cover fire from afar. Those blazing fireballs, along with his sharp arrows, were enough to deal some damage against the boss. And that's when he summoned the bulk of his close combat roster. Seeing this many summoned monsters, the double-headed ogre became determined to teach them a lesson. Surprisingly, this boss can actually summon some backup of his own. From nowhere, it spawned a carbon copy of itself with equal rage and bloodthirst. Seeing this clone magic in action, they were forced to deal with the summoned beast first. All of his beasts surrounded the clone from all sides to deal some damage. His Minotaur summon was also a boss monster, but it didn't take long for the ogre to eliminate it from combat. Rest in peace, Minotaur, you were forgettable. They had to think of a way to somehow kill this boss before it deleted the entirety of his summoning roster. Without any plan of action yet, Mu's Shadow, Dragon King, and the Death Butcher just went into attack as best as they could. Their attacks surprisingly formed a combination that dealt immense damage. The damage was truly extraordinary, but they didn't know how they had executed that combination attack. Suffering that kind of damage infuriated the boss even further. Rakshasa would try to make space with his rain of arrows while they attempted to execute a combination attack again. Mu's Shadow and Dragon King successfully landed their attacks while Death Butcher defended. They did everything right, but there was no combination effect this time around. As soon as they landed in safety, the ogre's retaliation followed them and made them pay. Rakshasa was the first to understand the pattern as he instructed the two to attack again, but this time, Death Butcher would join again. They did as they were told while he provided assistance with well-timed arrows, and as he thought, 3 separate attacks should be executed to trigger the combination effect. It only worked if they went in full offense, and it also seemed like his summoned beast could increase its chance of success. They didn't have enough time to celebrate the discovery since the monstrosity was already upon them. They were forced to dodge and scatter in multiple directions. Since the boss had 2 HP bars, they decided to focus on the spellcasting head of the monster first. Devour Heaven Frog and Rakshasa's S-rank Blood Fiend Bow. Can you name a more iconic duo? With more confidence this time around, they wanted to try another critical combination attack. It didn't take too long for them to finally push the first HP bar to 0. They could also take advantage of the other head's shock to attack some more. But Rakshasa told everyone to let him have the final hit. That way, he'd be able to summon it. After some more grueling attacks to lower the last HP bar, he unleashed the most powerful arrow he'd ever released. It landed on the defenseless and low HP double-headed ogre, finally vanquishing the beast in a bloody end. The party of 3 had finally done it. They cleared the stage. The boss's corpse fell with lifeless eyes, and the portal to the next floor opened as the monster disintegrated into nothing. Bro just wanted to eat some dinner from his delivery ogre, but now he's toast. Killing this floor's boss with just the 3 of them really was a monumental achievement. On top of the prestige that it brings, the loot is not so bad either. In fact, it was excellent. Treasures, magic soul orbs, and equipment as far as the eye can see were laid out in front of them. Rakshasa went up to the loot pile to take a blade with a rose on its hilt. It's an A-rank one-handed sword, a blade that would perfectly suit Mu's Shadow's playstyle. He told her not to hesitate and take it. She's the owner of this gorgeous blade from now on. The legendary rose sword Rez. He also tossed an A-rank armor towards Dragon King. This guy never thought that he would own an A-rank equipment ever. They took the equipment, and Rakshasa took everything else. Now that they settled everything here, they can go to the 8th floor's altar first before going back down. The Demon Territory's floor 8 is breathtakingly beautiful to behold. The gorgeous grassland landscape is a relic of the past in the real world, where places like this are occupied by monsters now. The last time Rakshasa saw such a beautiful place was back in his past life. From a distance, they saw some odd movements happening. There was a whole army of beast men with a lower body of a horse and an upper body of a human. Those are centaurs. A whole centaur cavalry is roaming the grasslands near the adventurer altar. The adventurers that dared to venture onto the floor were forced to run for their lives by hundreds of powerful beasts. Suddenly, an old man interjected and insisted that they would need at least a few hundred people to eliminate this centaur group. This old bat invited them into his party, aiming for a party size of 300 to take on the centaur cavalry. Rakshasa curiously asked if they held a certain requirement to enter the team. The old bat asserted that everyone should obey all his commands, and the loot distribution will be decided by the group of leaders. Also, they will need to pay 10 magic soul orbs for a group fee. As expected, it was just another scammer preying on dumb adventurers. So he politely declined and excused themselves. Before the scammer could get another word in, the 3 were already out of there. The 3 talked about how despicable that old man was. He's not an old man who became bad, but a bad man who became old. It did not take too long for them to arrive back at the boss area, greeting their remaining team members. They were shocked that Rakshasa and the other 2 were back so soon. Chen Feng was also there, clueless as to what had actually happened while he was out resting. Someone snitched that Rakshasa summoned the food-delivering ogre to open the boss gates. The team paid no attention to the brat as they went straight to the boss gate to open it again for their next 3. He simply summoned the delivery ogre with no fuss. It did its job and opened the gates casually. The second batch of their group went in with wide smiles on their faces, while Chen Feng fumes in anger. The old man, Wind Cloud Layman, praised his talent, skill, and respectfully asked if it's A or S rank. Dragon King was quick to boast that his brother's talent skill is S rank. It turns out that this old man has some connections with the National Security Bureau, and he extended an invitation for the talented young man to join him. Imagine being so strong that the villains are trying to recruit you. Dragon King was more shocked and affected than Rakshasa by this offer. The National Security Bureau is the most important department in China, after all. He just thanked the old man for his kindness and respectfully declined the invitation. Chen Feng was annoyed that his elder is trying to recruit this guy. Wind Cloud Layman is afraid of Rakshasa's potential and the possibility of him joining the old man in the east. It seems like Dragon King is kind of sore that he refused such a prestigious invitation. The brute thinks he's just being cocky at this point. But Dragon King is just affected because his father's greatest expectation for him is to join the Bureau. 3 hours have passed, and we are back in the picturesque grasslands of the Demon Territory's 8th floor. Everyone has successfully passed the boss, and even Bunny was carried by the Rakshasa and Giant God duo. Now that it's getting late, it's about time for them to call it a very productive day. With everyone in agreement, the first 5 signed off immediately, leaving Rakshasa and Mu's shadow to say their personal farewells and see you tomorrow. The next day, things were back to normal in Zhang Ze's house in the city. He's also back to his usual routine of eating breakfast on the way to school. But as soon as he got out of the door, a luxury car came speeding down the sidewalk. It stopped in front of him, and down came the ever-so-lovely Sister Jiang from the club. She told him to quickly get in the car. She's going to take him to Tian Feng City's largest charity event. Are you crazy? Most people would follow this woman anywhere in the world looking like that. He initially declined outright. But it's not a normal event. Every public figure of the city will attend, and even the CEO of Gauss Medical Devices will be there. That's the organization that will provide his little sister's new artificial kidney. Sister Jiang shoved him into the car, as she'd already prepared a change of clothes for him. They arrive at an extravagant mansion surrounded by airtight security. Inside the massive and luxurious ballroom, every single prominent figure in the city drank and mingled with each other. Sister Jiang and Zhang Ze arrived inside, looking like the most attractive couple in there.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
With so many prominent figures present, Sister Jiang had just told him to enjoy himself while she went over to mingle with a few big shots. As she carried on with her own agenda, Zhang Ze walked in the opposite direction, and someone recognized him instantly. It was Wang Yang, his classmate, the handsome fatty from his newbie days. They were both surprised to see each other in such an extravagant setting. However, he also spotted the cursed Chen Feng. Handsome fatty was surprised that he was acquainted with such a person. Meanwhile, the brat was focused on someone else. He saw Yu Wei Ying, also known as Moon's Shadow in the Demon Territories. She was repulsed that someone repulsive was approaching her so casually and closely. He gave the beautiful lady some lip about what had happened in the Demon Territory the previous day. She was running out of patience and slapped Chen Feng's hand away. But it turns out that they have quite a bit of history, as they were engaged by their families. However, she clearly didn't like him nor recognize the engagement. As she turned away from the despicable guy, he actually stood in her way. With an arrogant and annoying smile on his face, he insisted on making Yu Wei Ying stay. Her anger was escalating by the second. That was until someone else emerged from the crowd and called her by her full name, Liu Yu Wei Ying. It was none other than the gapper-looking Zhang Ze in his new suit. That new suit drip looks immaculate, not gonna lie. It took one look for her to blush right there and then. She felt like this man was somehow familiar. Zhang Ze bailed him out of the frustrating situation by casually referring to her as a friend. However, the bratty young master also remembered Zhang Ze. How could he forget when this young man kept getting in his way? Zhang Ze chose to infuriate the brat even further by pretending that he didn't know him. He then insulted the young master by calling him the scum that he had beaten up in the club. This pushed the buttons of the brat and he lunged to swing at him.
Boy, if you don't get...
Of course, Zhang Ze easily caught that punch with his bare fist. Before the encounter could escalate even further, another familiar old face came through the extravagant halls. It was Liu Yu Wei Ying's 6th uncle. Even Zhang Ze recognized that old face. Sixth uncle insisted that the marriage arrangement between the two was merely a relic of the older generation. Chen Feng relented, but he was determined to take her hand in marriage as soon as he passed the national martial exam. She only thought of him as just another degenerate, so sixth uncle was determined to persuade her grandfather to drop the engagement. That is a massive W uncle right there. The old man also thanks Zhang Ze for helping his niece out just now. He also wondered if they had met before. Zhang Ze gave him a cheeky reply that maybe they had before excusing himself. Sixth uncle asked his niece if she felt an odd sense of familiarity with that young man. She thought that he was familiar, but she just couldn't tell how. The uncle and niece duo then left for what they had come here for, today's main event. Handsome Fatty praised Zhang Ze's bravery for standing up against the infamous young master Chen Feng. At the front of the massive hall, a crowd began to form. It looked like they were all waiting for someone. Then, the East Bureau director came through the door. As soon as the cane of this old man hit the carpet of the halls, cheers and phony compliments started raining. Walking beside the director was a very familiar woman. Instead of the East Bureau director, the one who caught Zhang Ze's attention was that formidable woman. She also caught a glimpse of him, not expecting to meet each other here. Now that the VIP had arrived, the host informed everyone to gather at the reception as the second event commenced, the auction. The first item up for bidding was the painting that Zhang Ze and the gang had taken from the Fallen Zone, titled A Gift to the Prince. The sight of this item immediately alerted him. He looked around the crowd to find someone in particular. He spotted the ruthless criminal, the one called Boss Lee. This man had used the Fallen Zone team's lives to make money. He must be brought to justice. And so, he turned to Handsome Fatty to ask for his help with something, a favor of some sort. He carefully whispered the game plan to Handsome Fatty, with cake still in his mouth. He assured him that it would be fine if Handsome Fatty backed out. He could find another way. But this guy is not at beach. Wang Yang courageously split away from the crowd and walked towards the restricted area. He covertly entered the backstage with a flash drive in hand while the auction continued. Suddenly, the monitors on the stage started showing something weird. It was the footage of the transaction between Boss Lee and Tai Gang's criminal deal in a dark and secluded alleyway. With Boss Lee on the screens, it's evident that something or someone is messing with the broadcast. The footage ended with the convicted serial killer putting a bullet in Tai Gang's brain. Bro, that's the definition of getting caught in fork full HD, in multiple monitors with surround sound. Now, Boss Lee is in hot water as prominent figures demand an explanation. The old man immediately started denying the footage, insisting that he is being framed. Zhang Ze came out of the crowd, provoking Boss Lee to confess to his sin of killing someone in exchange for the painting. He also asked everyone if they would like to know who the killer in the video is. He went up to the woman with the East Bureau director for some help in confirming the hitman's identity. He revealed that the killer Boss Lee has colluded with is the serial killer arrested a few days ago, Huang Hanfei. She tasked her people to check, and they have confirmed that the man is indeed the baldy with a scar. This is enough to warrant the arrest of Boss Lee. The people at the party immediately turned on the old man as he was being escorted out of the premises. Now Zhang Ze has avenged those they lost in the process of obtaining that painting. The director's interest was piqued by Zhang Ze's stunt, and he praised the mysterious woman for spotting him this early. The director instructed her that when the time comes, she needs to be sure to teach him well. He's crafty with tricks, brave, and smart. Zhang Ze is showing signs of someone who will become prominent in the future. That's sixth uncle's evaluation of him. The uncle and niece duo went up to the director, and it seems like their family and the bureau have quite a close and storied connection. Sixth uncle went up to them to recommend Yu Weiying for the bureau. He praised her S-rank talent, and although she's still a rank 1 demon territory expert, she will definitely pass the rank 2 exam in less than a year. The director simply gave an amused reply. This old man is a stickler for the rules and procedures. They can't have any rumors going around about them after all. He introduced them to the mysterious woman, the section chief Xiao Qin, responsible for the Bureau's human resource management. She assured sixth uncle that as long as Yu Weiying performs well with her application, there would be no problems with her recruitment. Meanwhile, Sister Jiang went back to Zhang Ze's side to praise him for exposing the venomous insect that is Boss Lee. She also did her thing with the CEO of the medical device organization to prioritize his sister. He thanked her genuinely before excusing himself as he'll take his leave first. He's just letting go of this rare opportunity to rub shoulders with the elites without even getting to know them, but he just reasoned that he must take care of other things first. Sister Jiang had no choice but to let him go, even though she feels a little bad that a golden opportunity for him is going to be wasted. As he was about to leave the mansion, Yu Weiying's gaze is fixated solely on him. He helped her earlier, after all. She asked her sixth uncle if he finds that young man similar to someone they both know. She somehow picked up that he resembled Rakshasa. Her intuition is telling her that they are one and the same. So sixth uncle proposed that she should just confront Rakshasa about it. With that idea planted in her mind, she's determined to ask Rakshasa right away when they meet again. She was so excited that she wanted to run as fast as she could to log back into the demon territory. Even her uncle can tell that she has developed sincere feelings for the young man. And so we are back on the demon territory's floor 8. Rakshasa spawned with his bow in hand. He arrived to see his team retreating to the altar in a sorry state after trying their luck against the Centaur cavalry. Since he and Moon's Shadow haven't shown up yet, they went to fight the 4 monsters only to encounter more than 300 Centaur cavalrymen. It's a miracle they didn't die. That number of enemies isn't something their group can withstand. Hundreds or even thousands of adventurers would be needed. On top of this dilemma, the rank 2 demon territory expert exam is coming in 3 months. Moon's Shadow finally showed up with an apology for running late. She's contemplating why Rakshasa is still not revealing his real identity to them under that mask. According to the Demon Territory Guide, the 8th floor is dominated by 3 groups of centaurs, and all of them are fearsome. Centaur archers are long-range specialists with accurate aim and superior senses. They are very hard to catch with how slippery they are. Next up will be the Centaur soldiers. They are fast, covered in armor, and use heavy axes. They can deal ridiculous amounts of damage. Lastly, there are the Centaur cavalrymen. They're extremely mobile and fast while wearing leather armor and using machetes to rain down critical strikes on their targets. Above them all is the floor's boss, the Centaur General. This beast is located on a high-rise platform on the grassland surrounded by the troops it commands. They have to be extremely careful not to expose themselves to the hordes of centaurs ahead. They travel the grasslands for quite a while before arriving at their destination. Giant God warned everyone to be careful as ahead of them is a pack of centaur soldiers. Those magnificent beasts are grazing on the grass with their massive axes in hand. For now, they won't rely on Rakshasa's boss summons for the sake of saving up resources and will only lure the soldiers one by one. He started the luring process with a shot from his bow at the unwitting centaur soldier. It immediately locked its aggro on the group and readied its horse legs for a charge. Do these centaurs have human or horse clocks? What do you guys think? Their luring tactic proved extremely effective when one of the centaur soldiers rushed towards them alone. Giant God intercepted the charge with his massive shield, effectively neutralizing the monster's momentum. The attacking duo of Dragon King and Shadow Moon followed suit with their signature abilities. Signs of frost began accumulating in the air as Autumn Leaf jumped into action as well. The final piece of the puzzle was Rakshasa's arrows, distracting the monster and enabling everyone else to attack the beast's unprotected lower part. Autumn Leaf intensified his talent skill, unleashing a powerful blizzard that froze the lone centaur soldier on all fours. Moon's Shadow easily landed a critical hit with her light blade slash, dealing a significant blow to the monster's HP. Dragon King noticed the remarkable enhancement in her talent skill after the equipment upgrade. Finally, the centaur fell, dropping a substantial amount of loot. For now, Giant God would collect the loot to be split later. Recognizing the inefficiency of killing them one by one, Rakshasa proposed that they take down the remaining centaurs in one coordinated strike. To achieve this, he brought out his most powerful abilities and activated his summons: Devour Heaven Frog, Death Butcher, and Kobold King. The 3 bosses emerged in the grasslands. With Rakshasa going full offense, it allowed Dragon King and Moon's Shadow some breathing room. Promising to grow even stronger, the brute joked that he wanted to take it easy for now. They successfully baited the remaining centaurs in the area to charge blindly at them. Giant God assumed the vanguard role, while the DPS duo positioned themselves on both wings. Meanwhile, Death Butcher, Kobold King, and the formidable Undying Frog unleashed a barrage of attacks from all directions. The centaurs found themselves in an unfavorable position, grouped together with their rear ends against each other. It didn't take long for the last centaur cavalryman's HP to drop to 0. Defeating 3 in one strike was quite an accomplishment. Riding the wave of victory, Rakshasa suggested the idea of forming their own guild. However, creating a guild required substantial resources and came with the responsibility of caring for its members. They would need to provide for the needs of many people, and instant compensation would be inevitable. While it seemed challenging, adventurers often gravitated towards guilds over time. Given their current collective compatibility, they could only contemplate the idea for now. After walking for a while, they arrived at the front of the centaur base where the boss resided. Outside, they encountered some familiar faces from their raid on the Blackfin Wizard. The dwarf-like old man stood there not because the boss inside had been defeated, but to observe the rare elite boss within, the Centaur General. Being an elite boss on an 8th floor level, its combat prowess was likely tremendously high. This explained why no one had attempted to challenge it. Rakshasa could only imagine the power of a boss from the 8th floor, given his experience with the 1st floor elite boss, the Dark Shadow Wolf. Realizing they couldn't tackle the beast today, they reluctantly decided to return to the altar and log off. Just as Moon's Shadow was about to ask Rakshasa a question, he was already in the process of logging off, leaving her unable to inquire. The next day, Zhang Ze returned to school. Handsome fatty, Wang Ying informed him that someone notable had been looking for him. Liu Yu Wei Ying, known as the people's goddess, had come twice to find him today. Liu Yu Wei Ying herself appeared and instructed him to accompany her. The sight left every young man in the classroom astonished. They began to speculate about the connection between the goddess and the ordinary Zhang Ze. Handsome Fatty seized the opportunity to share the story of Zhang Ze's feelings for the goddess Yu Wei Ying. He spun a tale of Zhang Ze confessing his emotions for the goddess over time, culminating in their eventual relationship. Now, the two were headed to a secluded corner, prompting the classmates to ponder what private matters might transpire between a boy and a girl. One girl even jumped to the conclusion that goddess Liu Yu Wei Ying was pregnant with Zhang Ze's child. Meanwhile, Liu Yu Wei Ying took Zhang Ze to a basketball court to give him a notebook as a token of gratitude for the previous day. The notebook contained her martial arts experience, which she believed would aid him in the National Martial Arts exam. Although he tried to decline the gift humbly, she brushed off his refusal. She encouraged him to work hard as she awaited his presence at Qing Martial Art University. Zhang Ze began to suspect that Liu Yu Wei Ying might have discovered his secret identity. After school, he returned home, only to find an unexpected guest, the new dean of his sister's school, Teacher Xiang. Teacher Xiang had come for a special home visit, bringing along some expensive fruits. She really brought some healthy fruits, and we're not talking about the ones on the plate. Aware of their financial situation, which involved significant expenses for his sister's medical needs, she inquired about his plans for the future. She left him with her contact information and urged him to consider the opportunity, not just for himself but also for his sister. She seemed intent on recruiting him into the National Security Bureau. As she departed, Xiao Feng, Zhang Ze's sister, wished she could have stayed a bit longer. I wanted to stay longer too, but you're gonna have to wait for the next part. Like and subscribe.